kind of noise. Back home, the noise is different. It seems like everyone's talking all at once and over each other because they just want to be heard. They're taking selfies and oversharing. But we know that it's not about hearing. It's about listening. Listening to what's actually happening with our fellow veterans. Understanding each other because we share the same experiences, the same vocabulary, following the same paths that others have walked. If only we can pick up the trail. Make the Connection is a place for veterans to hear stories from other veterans. Listen and learn about why you're not alone at maketheconnection.net.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Michael Wallace. CBS News has learned the Trump administration is strategizing ways to secure or extract Iran's nuclear materials, including the possible use of ground troops. President Trump says talks with Iranian leadership aren't really possible.
Their leaders are all gone. The next set of leaders are all gone. And the next set of leaders are mostly gone. And now nobody wants to be a leader over there anymore. We're having a hard time. We want to talk to them, and there's nobody to talk to. We have nobody to talk to. And you know what? We like it that way.
The U.S. is sending another 2,200 Marines to the Middle East. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has announced the U.K. will provide some assistance to the U.S. military in the war. President Trump says the U.K. should have done so sooner. Joe Inwood is with CBS News' partner, the BBC.
The UK has now agreed that US planes can use its bases to attack targets that could threaten shipping going through the strait. Previously, they were only allowed to carry out defensive strikes. It is a shift from the British government. For Donald Trump, it seems to be too little, too late.
They should have acted a lot faster.
From Iran, the foreign minister warning that the shift in policy would have consequences. Mr. Starmer is putting British lives in danger, Abbas Araghchi wrote. Iran will exercise its right to self-defense.
CBS's Torian Small tells us the SAVE Act, which would require proof of citizenship to vote, appears to have stalled in the Senate.
The votes aren't there for its passage, despite the fact that the president and many folks in his orbit have been pressuring the Republican leader, Senator John Thune, to implement what's known as a talking filibuster that will require the minority party to physically be on the Senate floor in order to block legislation. Thune says he's just not willing to go that far.
The Senate has also failed for a fifth time to advance a funding bill for the Department of Homeland Security. More TSA agents are calling out sick rather than working without pay.
Wait times becoming the norm here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport and at airports all across the country as TSA officers continue to call out. Checkpoints at airports all across the country have been forced to close.
The TSA warns some smaller airports may have to close if the DHS shutdown continues. Floodwaters have damaged dozens of homes in Hawaii. Governor Josh Green.
We've already had one hospital forced to close and move a lot of patients. 99 patients in long-term care have been relocated to other facilities. There are parts of Maui that will get 8 to 10 inches. There are parts that will get 10 to 15 inches of rain. And because it's very difficult to absorb some of this water and even the impact of the recovery from the Maui wildfire, there's not a lot of drainage that can be contained.
Officials fear a dam in Oahu could collapse. This is CBS News.
I want to know what's going on in the world.
I'm Tony.
There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers.
How are you?
I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay.
Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
CBS News travel editor Peter Greenberg has some tips if you're thinking of moving to another country.
More and more Americans, the highest number in recent history, are making the decision to leave the U.S. and reside overseas. There are a combination of factors, from taxes and the cost of living to available jobs, as well as the standard of living, contribute to this move. And for those moving, many Americans are now seeking a second passport. One way to get it is if you already have dual citizenship. But if you don't have that, you can still get a second passport by marriage, naturalization, meaning you've legally resided for a required period of time in that country, or in some cases by significant investment in that country. The biggest growth in Americans living overseas: Portugal, Italy, St. Kitts and Nevis, Argentina, and Malta. Peter Greenberg, CBS News.
With the first round of March Madness in the books, NCAA.com says out of the 36 million brackets filled out across major online sites, there are only 224 perfect brackets remaining. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy morning fog gives way to some sun today with a high of 58. Then clouds build in for tonight with a low of 51, leading to a cloudy and warmer day tomorrow with some late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thousands more in the way of U.S. Marines and 3 more warships are headed toward the Middle East, U.S. officials telling CBS News. This is the 2nd Marine unit the Pentagon has sent towards the region since the start of the conflict. Full steam ahead. President has said he is not into a truce. He is not into negotiating. He is into an unconditional surrender. Bottom line, the end is near for the Iranian regime that has rained down nothing but terror on the world and the citizens of Iran since 1979. I know many of you are saying, please, no boots on the ground. But the president is trying to find a way to not only end this war and get a win for the U.S. of A. and Israel, but he's trying to find a way to take over the stockpile of nuclear weapons. You see, what he's trying to do is make a clean sweep. He wants to basically stop this regime, give the Iranian people, some 90 million strong, an opportunity to create their own government and to start over with a new foundation moving forward, but remove any possibility of future use of nuclear weapons. My opinion, now more than ever, this has to end. And sadly, the drones, the airstrikes, all of it is well and good. Battleships basically surrounding that country. But the only way that you're going to finish the job and get an all-out victory for Team USA and Israel are boots on the ground. And the Marines are always the first in, but now they may be the last in because this thing is in sight. No matter how much you believe or whatever you hear as far as what Iran is doing with this last-ditch effort of launching drones, it will never be enough. The end is near for the terror and the terrorists that have been running that country since 1979. Do the math. We're approaching 50 years. But the end is near. And what this will do, this will give that part of the world an opportunity to open their eyes each and every day with the sheer thing that we've had, all of us, since taking our first breath in the U.S. of A. Opportunities. And sadly, I think we have lost the message of what the United States was really meant to be when it was put together by our founding fathers. an equal opportunity for everyone across the board. And we have let, well, others get in the way of that message year after year, generation after generation. But what this may also do, once the global economy opens with that precious thing that is oil, maybe we in America will understand working for a living is a whole lot better than waiting for someone to take care of you. So, full steam ahead, USA. Yeah, I know a lot of you are probably saying, well, it's not you or your children that are going to be in the fight. No, but if my children or I was in the military, knowing all too well that's what you sign up for, I would be more than willing to do whatever it took. And listen, this is not just about nuclear weapons, and it's just not about the Iranian people. It's about all of us. But if you have any compassion in your heart at all, you have any sense of, I want to make it better for members of the human race, for the parents of an innocent child, people just trying to put food on the table, then you'll understand why this has to take place. Do you understand, because of what has been going on in that part of the world since 1979, it's probably responsible for 9/11. It's probably responsible for Saddam Hussein. It's probably responsible for Desert Storm, the Taliban, Afghanistan. I mean, all of it. Where do you think the money has been coming from? It's been coming from Iran. They have been raining terror on this country and the world for generations. And the partnerships that they have formed with people like Venezuela and Cuba and Russia. All of it. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if the majority of the oil being used by the Russian military that has kept them afloat in Ukraine is from Iran. Wouldn't it be ironic if and when we get all-out victory there and we find a way to start doing something positive with that oil and we start restricting it from going to certain places? Guess what? This war could come to an end very quickly, and Vladimir Putin's mission of trying to get to the Black Sea to control those ports will be stopped. He'll run out of gas. He'll run out of oil. That could, in the end, be what finally defeats the Russian bear. Something you need to think about. There's a lot of moving parts here. And I agree with the president calling NATO cowards. I mean, they're the ones that have a whole lot more to lose than we do. They're the ones who should be fearful about what's happening over there. They're the ones who could really suffer cataclysmic, things that you and I can't even fathom. Because if Putin gets desperate, he could push into another country, and it would be right smack dab in the middle of who these NATO countries are. And if you don't stop Iran, and Iran finds somehow, some way to survive this, to fight another day, and anything's possible, they could very easily say, let's seek and destroy, and let's get involved or give cash to someone who's willing to do it, to be the bad guy, so we can get the eyes of the world off of us and we can rebuild our country with our bucket of money and get back to building nuclear weapons. Look, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu recently said it in a speech. Do you realize if the United States doesn't do this, what could have happened in the very near future? Being able to launch ballistic missiles, and guess where those missiles are going to be headed towards? And they are right now, but maybe not now because of the damage we've caused, but just a month ago had the ability to launch ballistic missiles to any city in Europe. That's the kind of capability that they had. So make no mistake about it. If the president doesn't interact, they may have already launched a missile or two at some of these major NATO countries. And believe me, the reason these NATO countries aren't getting involved, because they too probably have been in bed with Iran. They too probably have been taking money. Because let's face it, a lot of these countries have no commodities of their own. They depend on the global economy. Somehow, some way, we in the United States, which gave everything away over the last 50 years and have become indebted to places like China, I don't know how we're still afloat, but I do know we're $38 trillion in debt. And let me just say this. Once this war is over and it's fair game when it comes to the price of oil and divvying it up and spreading the wealth, watch the president before he leaves office cut this debt in half. And what are you going to say if it goes from 38 trillion down to like 18 trillion? What are you going to do? How are you going to argue with that? So no matter how you look at it the way you need to look at it. We need a win for Team USA. And I don't care what you think the underbelly and they'll never give up. It's not the people. So quit saying they'll never give up. It's the government. It's not the people. The people of Iran want us in there. If they didn't, believe me, there would be all sorts of chaos being committed against our military. Terrorism, it's not happening. Only missiles and drones being launched by the military of Iran. They have no other case to state. Their Air Force, their Navy, all obliterated. And once the Marines get there, some 5,000 when it's all said and done, first wave and now the second wave, watch what happens. You may think it will escalate, and maybe it will for a while, but the end is near for the terrorism that is the Iranian regime. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, or on that Odyssey app, AUDACY, but you can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream, and now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page and watch everything we are doing in the studio. NASCO Roofing instant access to our shows is a click away. Email us at instantAccess@KDKRadio.com. Back with more of your phone calls in a moment. Your Pratt Pack for a Saturday morning on KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
News Radio KDKA Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Postseason college basketball from last night. Third-seeded Virginia avoided an early exit by beating Wright 82-73, led by Jakari White's 26 points. Other highlights include Tennessee cruising past Miami of Ohio 78-56, Kentucky surviving Santa Clara 89-84 in overtime, and UCLA advancing with a 75-71 win over the University of Central Florida. Terrace Reed Jr. had 31 points and 27 rebounds as number 2 UConn beats Furman. Meanwhile, Pirates yesterday lost to Atlanta 8-1. Grapefruit League action today, Toronto at 1. Pens host Winnipeg at 1. Sun J.I.M. is at 9 under, good for a one-shot lead heading into today's third round. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
For 50 years, Center for Victims has stood beside more than 1 million crime victims, providing supportive services and 24/7 crisis response across our community. Join them April 9th for their 50th anniversary gala, Lighting Candles in the Darkness, an inspiring evening of hope, healing, and resilience. Get ready for Pour at the Park at South Park, a fundraiser for the Allegheny County Parks Foundation on Saturday, May 16th in South Park. Enjoy beer, cider, and spirit tastings, delicious food trucks, live entertainment by Z-Town Street Band, and fabulous raffle baskets. Plus, bring your family. Your kids will love the discovery activities with Coach Dave. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy one, get one room of carpet clean for free. Unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get going. We're in open talk till 7, so it will go quickly. Get on the line. Let's go to Florida and say good morning to Cynthia. Hey, Cynthia.
Good morning. I have a reminder. The terrorists who attacked us on 9/11 did not come out of Iran. They came out of Saudi Arabia, the home of King Bonesaw, who watched a video of Adnan Khashoggi being taken apart piece by piece. The Israelis who were arrested on 9/11 went back to Israel and said they were sent here to document the event. They knew it was going to happen. You can't blame Iran for this, but I called to talk about the soldiers that Trump is getting ready to sacrifice, trying to take Karg Island. They'll get there in pieces. This is not going to happen. And Iran doesn't need a Navy. They have hypersonic missiles. And you've seen the results of those all over the Middle East. I hope to wake up tomorrow and Saudi Arabia doesn't have any oil. I want to wake up tomorrow and find out anybody in the United Arab Emirates doesn't have any oil. These degenerates, this is what they live on. This economy will go down. If you try to destroy Iran, the entire global economy will go down. This is the most foolish thing I've ever seen in my life. That's all I got to say today.
All right, Cynthia, have a good day. We disagree, but I got to let her get it off her chest, okay? Hey, do you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them now, KDKRadio.com, to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes. 866-391-1020. Let's go to Ted up on Mount Washington. Hey, Teddy.
What's going on, Ron?
It's Saturday morning, and I'm feeling pretty good. I got a stiff neck, though. I haven't had a stiff neck in a long time, so I've been a little struggling this morning, but I'm okay.
Well, I'm a little bit sad today because my hero died, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, he was the greatest, man.
Oh, well, about man. I still remember that kick in that Silent Rage money shot. But real quick about the president. Here's the thing about the president, or any president. Look, you can't sit on your butt and tweak your foreign policy. It comes down to this. He has to get the straight upper moves open. If he doesn't, ball game over. That is a problem. And I wish he'd take a page from the first George Bush and form a coalition. The United States is going to be a lot of help. And to me, you can't just badmouth your allies. You have to figure out a way to form a coalition and get somebody else to pay for it. Look, you got a lot of rich Arab countries. We're going to need $200 billion. They can pay for it because we're saving their butts too. So I wish he'd get in contact with, Robert Gates and really go the conventional way. Because I'll be honest, the United States will need a lot of help. Regime change is tough. You're not going to do it in 20 days. This regime been together, 50 years? It's going to take a lot of time and a lot of sacrifice.
Yeah, I know. But listen, I just have a lot of belief in my heart that this is the right thing. And I think we can defeat them. And I think the Iranian people are ready to change the course of history. I really believe that.
Well, it's the thing. My fear, if Trump decides, I won't say cut and run, but pretty much cut and run, a next administration will have to face the same thing 2 years later. Because if you leave now, guess what? That regime will just harden up. In a new administration, new president, I don't care if he's Democrat or Republican, we'll have to do the same thing. So if you're going to do it, you have to do it. I just think he should be a little bit smart. And Rubio, the same thing. He's, Secretary of State. He needs to go to that region and go to the Europeans and say, we need to form this coalition. Because you're right. The Europeans, the only thing that's saving their butt is us from the Russian bear. And also with the Arabs and also with Israel, they can't do it without us. So that's the route I would go. You're going to need boots on the ground, like I told you before, but it doesn't have to be American boots. It should be a coalition because Iran is a threat to the whole region. So I wish you'd take that approach.
So what happens when it's all said and done? Because, look, I don't think and Iran's been pushing for peace talks. I mean, they know they're on their heels. So what happens if they are leveled and it's starting over again? And, when I listen to Cynthia, I mean, I admire her passion, but it just seems so many people are rooting against the U.S. of A. I mean, because I feel if you basically are against the president, not that you're against the military, but you're against the U.S. I mean, I feel that some people actually want Iran to win this thing. And that's just a bad feeling.
I think we should be clear-eyed with it. Hey, Biden, when he pulled out Afghanistan, that's devastating. Okay?
Yeah, how do you how do you not win in Afghanistan? How do you not win in Vietnam? I mean, come on.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying before, the cut and run mentality. How did we screw up Iraq? Okay? But that's the question, Libya. And we have a bad track record. I mean, let's face it, regardless of administration, we're not good when it comes to regime change and also nation building. The only time that happens, like I said before, is the conflict I participated in. That was the first Gulf War. And I'll be honest, the first Bush, he was absolutely right. If you break it, you own it. You're going to be there forever. And Americans have to get used to it. If we're going to do this, we may be there for a long time. But it might be worth it. And I think the president needs to stop tweeting, go on national television, and explain exactly what he's doing. I think he's making a huge error by tweeting all the time.
Yeah, I don't know why they're letting him do. I don't know why they're letting him do that.
Yes, you can't do that. If you're a president, you have to own it. You have to explain to American people exactly what you're doing. And to me, in the best time we had, as far as dealing with situations, is forming a coalition. The one thing we learned about Vietnam, you never go by yourself. And unfortunately, we still got to learn these lessons. You should not be alone in any kind of conflict. That's why you form NATO. That's why you form coalitions. The first Bush understood that. Unfortunately, every other president is hard-headed. I mean, I hate to say it, this president's a little bit hard-headed. He has no discipline. You got to watch your mouth, what you say. Because if we don't have friends, we're going to be by ourselves, and that's what's starting to happen.
So
that's something that Nixon even said. America should never be alone in any conflict.
So let me just ask you in the audience today, I want to get Teddy's response on this, but do you support this war or not? I mean, because I'm torn. I mean, as much as I'm trying to be pro-US of A, I can't tell you how much pushback. I mean, I get messages round the clock. I mean, it's to the point where I just want to tell everybody, I'm just deleting them. I'm not even reading them because there's too many. I mean, it's like rapid fire. And when I'm on the air, I get a feel that there are more people that are rooting for Iran in this government than they are the United States. I mean, what's wrong with this picture? What am I missing, Ted?
Well, I will say this. After Afghanistan and Iraq, a lot of people, including myself, felt bitter, felt that we were in the wars for over 20 years and got nothing out of it. A lot of men, you got to remember, when I came back from the Persian Gulf, we got parades and was getting shot at.
Right.
When these servicemen came back, they got nothing. No parade, no thank you for your service, absolutely nothing. And to me, that's a shame. We never honored their sacrifices. So to see the United States go into another conflict, that still echoes, man. That's still real. And you went through almost 4 or 5 administrations when you talk about the war on terror. So I understand that. But at the same time, you can't put your head in the sand and think that, you know what, we don't need to engage the world because guess what? There's something called evil. And we're the only superpower left. Because, like I said before, you have to take this on now because you talk about saving future generations. And you look at Iran's track record. Oh, yes, that is a terrorist organization, a terrorist state. And don't think they love Americans, because they don't. So that's just a reality. If Trump doesn't handle this now, I guarantee you, like I say, even if it's a Democrat, they'll be forced to do it anyway. It's almost like what happened to Kennedy and then you got LBJ. They're going to be forced to do it. You know, so to me, it's like Trump, yeah. Is he doing the right thing? Yes. Does he believe in it? I'll be honest, I don't think so. Okay? But every president is going to be forced to be a war president. You may not like it, but that's what comes with the office, man. That's exactly what comes with the office. When you sit and I see the consequences, You got to make hard decisions. You can't sidestep that. And this is one of the hardest decisions for the Trump administration. And do I think this war's going to last? Maybe another administration? It may be. And I guarantee you, if you're a Democrat, you're going to have to face the same thing.
Well, let me say this in closing. If he wins this war and they surrender, people are going to look at him a whole lot differently. And there are going to be people buying into the patriotism whether they want to or not. America needs a win right now. If we're in it, we need to win it. So my question is, what's so bad about what's happening in that part of the world? Can't you all see the big picture? And how many of you are like me that this is long overdue? 866-391-1020. Your call's next.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on KDKA Radio. On March 24th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you in part by Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, and by MediConnect. Medicare made simple. Details at kdkaradio.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. The U.S. is sending another 2,200 Marines and 3 warships to the Middle East, while the Pentagon works on plans to secure Iran's nuclear material. President Trump says more of Iran's leaders have been killed.
And now nobody wants to be a leader over there anymore. We're having a hard time. We want to talk to them, and there's nobody to talk to.
CBS's Torian Small reports there are not enough votes in the Senate for the SAVE Act, which would require proof of citizenship to vote.
The president and many in his orbit have been pressuring the Republican leader, Senator John Thune, to implement what's known as a talking filibuster that will require the minority party to physically be on the Senate floor in order to block legislation. Thune says he's just not willing to go that far.
Thousands of Hawaiians are under evacuation orders as floodwaters continue to rise. Governor Josh Green.
There are parts of Maui that will get 8 to 10 inches. There are parts that will get 10 to 15 inches of rain.
Hundreds of homes have been damaged. About 200 people have had to be rescued. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Areas of morning fog give way to some sun later today with a high of 58, but clouds return tonight. It stays warm with a low of 51, leading to a warmer day tomorrow with late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, but cooler, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
1 in 8 people, including 1 in 5 children in our region, are food insecure. Your donation today doesn't just help, it multiplies into meals for families right here in our community. Our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon is happening Tuesday, March 24th. But you can support your neighbors now, kdkradio.com, or by texting NEED to 50155. Has your family been impacted by food insecurity in the past? Call the Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon voicemail line at 412-588-6858. That's 412-588-6858, and share how a local food bank has helped you or your family. Your message may be featured on the air to show the real impact food banks have in our community. 866-391-1020 to be a part of the show. And right now it's time to talk to Bishop in Denora. Hey, Bishop. How are you?
Listen, just because people disagree with you, that don't mean that we're against America or wish that they anything bad. You need to stop that. And I don't think Cynthia...
Whoa, wait. Don't put words in my mouth. Now, you know I'm always nice to you, brother. All I'm saying is it just doesn't make sense to me that every war we get in or conflict, people blame our government. Didn't support the troops in Afghanistan, didn't support the troops in Vietnam, didn't support the troops in Korea, and obviously aren't supporting the troops, many of you, and I think you're one of them, and that's okay, in this war in Iran. I'm just saying, a lot of lack of patriotism here, because isn't it when we're in the fight together? That's all I'm saying.
There's not a lack of patriotism. It's just something that is senseless. Listen, that's their oil over there. You guys don't even know the whole, because you don't want to know the biblical ramifications, which I'm not going to get involved with. And these theologians, they know the truth, but that's their oil. Why are we trying to take it? Or the world? God gave it to them. I'll put it that way. Same way with over here. Now listen, the bottom line of it is, we went against them. Now, Ted is right, because you went by yourself. You didn't even try to make, I don't care if you have to peace talk for 10 years, 15, 20, I don't care what it is. Get it done without sacrificing American lives. Listen, there's bad actors, Mr. Pratt, in every country. Every country. Don't let them fool you. But the bottom line of it is, you try to make peace. You don't go over there trying to make war. Now, those two, they're brothers. Israel and Iran, all of them over there in the Middle East, they're brothers. Ask the theologians, they'll tell you. But the bottom line of it is, I don't want American soldiers going over there getting blown to oblivion because they don't know the landscape, etc. It's not their war. It's not their fight. And they're coming back in body bags. And you're going to say under the democracy? Mr. Pratt, I've heard on your show on many times that y'all accuse Joe Biden with eggs, the inflation going, all this kind of stuff. When it starts going down, minimal credit. Gas prices, I got to go to a funeral in Ohio. Gas prices are through the roof with everything going up. Oh, but that's all right because we got to go over there and fight that war. For what? That's all I'm saying. For what? I love America, just like I love my beloved Canada, which I'm a part of.
But Bishop, if you loved America, you'd be hoping that these troops are victorious. And listen, we didn't start this. They took hostages. They have given terrorists money around the world. They have killed millions of people. They killed 35,000 of their own. They want to develop nuclear weapons that could kill all of us. I mean, do you understand? There's a lot more to this than I think you realize.
No. I'm a historian.
Okay.
So would the Russians would like to kill us. So would the China. So would North Korea for sure. They got missiles pointing at us for sure. Now listen, let me just say this, and I'll close with this note here. That there are people. We have our own demons over here. Just like Russia have their own demons. China, they put them in their place very quickly. You just disappear. The bottom line of it is, Mr. Pratt, listen, and you should know this. Before bin Laden got off the track, I to tell you, we funded bin Laden against the Russians. We made sure the Shah, as long as he's getting cheap oil, take care of Iraq. And then we reversed it when Khomeini got in there and started supporting. So don't give me about this support stuff. The idiot that we killed over there and destabilized that over in Iraq, what's his name, Saddam Hussein, we were funding him against Iran. So I don't want, we're confused. We need to take care of our own country. I'll leave it with that. Have a wonderful and beautiful day.
All right, buddy, be good. Let's see how many people agree with the bishop. So he doesn't think that it's just me or Cynthia, who just doesn't. And by the way, Cynthia, you don't need to send me any more messages, okay? Take a break. I'm trying to do a radio show here. I got to get some sleep every once in a while. Just wait till you get back on the air. I appreciate it, but you don't have to keep sending me all these messages because I can't read them anyway. I got too many things going on in my life. But look, I'm telling all of you folks, from the bottom of my heart, I respect your opinion, and you're welcome to call me morning, noon, or night. But if so many people agreed with Bishop and Cynthia, they'd be phoning in. You're going to get Craig from West Virginia, and that's about it. I mean, I think people realize this terrorism has been going on long enough. This has been going on since I got out of high school. I mean, that's how long this stuff's been going on. And it is their oil. But they're not basically distributing that oil and taking care of their citizens. They're crippling their citizens. Their citizens have no life whatsoever. They don't. They have no life whatsoever. That's the reason why they were protesting. They cannot feed their family in a country that has pretty much most of the world's oil, other than maybe Venezuela, who has as much as $17 trillion, okay? The people live in poverty, and it's sad, but in Saudi Arabia, the average income is like $7,000 a year. One of the richest countries in the world. And they're going to get their comeuppance, too. Because sooner or later, we're going to develop natural gas to the point that it takes over everything. That's why you have some of these Fortune 500 oil companies getting into natural gas, because they realize it's the future. So, look, I'm telling you right now, we have to do this. The people of Iran want us there, even though people are saying that they don't. They want us there. If they didn't, there would be all sorts of things happening to our military. And let's see what happens when our Marines do get on the ground. I don't want it either. Nobody wants war. But are you supposed to sit back and just wait until somebody kicks your door in? And honestly, I don't understand why NATO, and remember, they've done this stuff before. Remember Prime Minister Chamberlain came back, in the late 30s, I have peace at hand with Germany. How long did that last? I'm just saying there are certain people that are just bad individuals who have bad intentions, and no matter what you try to do or what you think, they're not going to change. So how many of you are for the president or against the president? Bottom line. How many are you for the president or against the president? And I really believe if it was any other person in power, you'd be all in on this. Patriotic, saluting the flag, flying the flag. I mean, do you understand? We are coming up on our 250th birthday. Okay? We took arms against a country that had a king and a queen and wanted to basically dictate to us, being underlings, servants, if you will. People like Washington and Jefferson and Franklin and all these people through that very turbulent time, said, no, we do not want to live like that. We don't want to be under the thumb of a ruler. What do you think has been going on in Iran forever? I mean, 50 years, yes, but longer as well. But at least for the last 50 years, people in Iran can't think for themselves. They can't do for themselves. Listen, if you want to make more money for your family, it's impossible because there's no money to be made. People are starving in Iran. They killed their own people. I don't care if it's two, because I'm getting arguments on that too. It wasn't 35,000. Okay, so it was 1,000, and it was 35,000. But you still are trying to remove the aspect. How could you back any government that murders their own people? How could you even support anybody who kills their own people? How could you do that? You can't. I mean, you don't support this country when ICE kills 2 people, and those people shouldn't have died, and there should have been discussion, and people should be upset. But look, they did 35,000, and you folks are telling us this is the wrong thing to do. So put up or shut up. You support the president or not, and if you don't, tell me why, and if you do, tell me why. But you cannot, I am not saying you don't like our military, but if you don't support this war, you don't support the military. Because the military's in it right now, and we're about ready to put boots on the ground. You should be praying for these Marines, hoping for the best. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
We're only 34 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Postseason college basketball from last night. Third-seeded Virginia avoided an early exit by beating Wright 82-73, led by Jakari White's 26 points. Other highlights include Tennessee cruising past Miami of Ohio 78-56, Kentucky surviving Santa Clara 89-84 in overtime, and UCLA advancing with a 75-71 win over the University of Central Florida. Terrace Reed Jr. had 31 points and 27 rebounds as number 2 UConn beats Furman. Meanwhile, Pirates yesterday lost to Atlanta 8-1. Grapefruit League action today, Toronto at 1. Pens host Winnipeg at 1. Sun J.I.M. is at 9 under, good for a one-shot lead heading into today's third round. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I did want to bring this up real quick before we get too far along this morning. Since its initial launch in September, the Immaculate Collection Cleanup Program has picked up more than 400 tons of litter and cleaned 50 state highway miles to help beautify the region for the NFL Draft. With a little over a month until the event, and now the arrival of spring, Allegheny Cleanways is ramping up its effort to red up Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. So that's pretty cool stuff, and saw the mayor talking about it and people out working to make our city look spectacular. So it is a very exciting time, is it not? All right, here's Kenny in Lower Borough. Hey, Ken, how you doing? Good morning.
Rob, I just got moving here this morning. I'm thinking back to the times when you even said about supporting the troops. What the Vietnam vets came back to, with these parties being split like this, there's no reason for it. You have to stand behind your military. I mean, what are they looking to do to the military at this point in time? Disgrace them again? I mean, the Democrats seem to want to do that this time. I was too young to remember what happened in Vietnam, just from what was said from history and and vets that came back to nothing and abused and stuff like that. I mean, you got to stand behind these people. The military's, I mean, it's what we were based on. It's what we're founded on. I can't figure this out. I really can't.
Well, you know, here's what's sad, and the fact of the matter is, even the president, I saw today a quote that he's thinking of winding the war down. Listen, if he stops before they get an unconditional surrender, shame on him, because once again, the political power, that wheel is turning, and we leave our military in a lurch. Let the military get victory. If you want to get recruits, you want to grow your military, you want to put pride in your country, you want to make people look at the flag differently, then you get this war and you get it over and you get a win for America. If you're in it, hey, if you're going to throw a punch, make sure you're the last one standing.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, we're seeing stuff here at home. I mean, a lot of this stuff could have been resolved early on in his presidency. Interest rates brought down. I mean, which would have resulted the market been a lot higher than it is now. What I'm seeing, like I said, it just seems like everybody's panicking. Which I figured it was gonna happen. I think I even mentioned. I said if you have money in the stock, get it out early and hold on to it because you can buy in cheap. It's just like I said, and then you have the divide in this country. I mean, let's just say they're not funding Homeland Security or something at the TSA. If something happens, who's going to what party's going to be the one to blame for that? I mean, if I'm the Democratic Party at this point, I'm just like agreeing at this point and trying to get through this. And it's just, it is what it is. I mean, we knew what was going on over there. I mean, my God, how many people didn't they just execute some young kid over there?
Yeah, and nobody wants to talk about any of this stuff. I mean, I don't get it. These are evil people that are hurting their own people. And I can tell you unequivocally, the Iranian people want us there. They want us there.
Yeah, you have a regime, and they're even talking about it. People driving down the streets in the middle of the night that are for the government, but they're keeping the main people in their homes because they're scared. They have no weapons. Do you not believe they wish they had the Second Amendment over there right now? I mean, my God, they could have taken that country years ago. They wouldn't have these problems. We would have been there. I don't know. We'll see. I'm hoping everything works out. I'm still surprised they had a Navy. I'm just still surprised they had a Navy.
Well, it makes no sense to me whatsoever. They don't have anything left. They have nothing left in that.
Oh, yeah. Real quick, talked to somebody from California the other day. Gas was over $6 a gallon. I'm thinking, oh, my God, is it that bad out there all the time? It's just unbelievable. I mean, if Newsom was president, it'd be like coming to a city near you.
Well, all I know is we're going to be better off when that regime is gone, and they have to be
guaranteed.
Gone. So let me ask you, has the price of gas affected your business yet?
No, you know what? I actually told a joke about this yesterday. One of my customers, when gas was around $5 a gallon, I said, I'm going to have to raise your prices just a little bit to offset these high prices. He told me, you're going to have to walk a little faster.
That's a pretty good line, though, I got to admit.
Oh, I laughed, but I still raised his prices.
Well, listen, the crazy thing is, and I was thinking about this the other day, I'm probably like 2 weeks away from cutting grass again, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, actually, you should be, depending if you fertilized. I'm going out again today. I didn't do too much last week, but the week before I actually started doing a few yards. So with the fertilized yards, they're ready to go.
Well, I don't have a fertilized yard, plus I'm not in it to make a living. I understand you got to get out there so you can turn a few bucks, but I'm going to hold off till probably after Easter. When it finally...
Yeah, I have other stuff I do. Like I fall back into the trades. I do a little electrical, a little plumbing. I have always something else to do.
You work every Saturday too, Kenny?
7 days a week unless it's raining, and if it's raining, I'm doing something inside one of my customers' homes. If I save those days. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, it sounds like you're the same way.
Yeah. Oh, listen, it never ends, but it's going too soon. I mean, my life, look, I'm in that transition. I mean, and I just have to be able to be ready to fill the void because I've been going like this since I've been 18. I mean, it's I don't know anything else. So you figure, That's a lot of years. That's like 50 years we're talking about. So I'm going to have to find something else. I mean, I really enjoy doing social media and help promoting people and, just talking to people about good causes. And I mean, I still love the radio. I still love the weekends, even though it's a full week in 2 days. But I love the cooking show. I love the travel show. I mean, the home improvement show. I still think there is really something that's needed because of those shows. And long before there was YouTube or any of these other, do-it-yourself channels, home, the Home and Garden Network and all that other stuff, we were doing this stuff. And, people need to be able to get outside. They need to breathe fresh air. They need to get their mind on other things. There's just so much toxic stuff going on right now. I just can't believe that I live in a country that we have men going into battle and women, and people are blaming the president when this government has murdered its own people. And given money to terrorists to kill innocent human beings, and is trying to develop nuclear weapons so they can annihilate as many people as they can. I just, no matter how much I try to wrap my brain around it, I can't. I just can't.
See, you're a little older than I am, but when I was very young and probably well into my teenage years, I used to hang around with my grandparents, and all my grandfather did was work all the time. So what did I do? I worked all the time with him. And it just, as I got older, I could see the kids that were raised by their parents pretty much more, they weren't doing that. So I might be actually, at my age, a generation back, if you think of it that way. That's why I'm always trying to keep busy, always doing something. I mean, work until you can't work anymore. And, it's going to be what it's going to be.
Yeah, but see, I don't want to... Listen, there was a time that I thought that way, too, but you only get one go-around in this life unless there is reincarnation, and I'm not banking on it. I just, honestly, I want to be able to have some time to myself. I don't want to set the alarm. I've done that my whole life. I don't want to set the alarm anymore. I want to be able to sit on my porch. I want to be able to, stay in my workout clothes until noon. I don't want to... Listen, I see what's happening in the world today, and people don't really have much appreciation for this country anymore. So what good is it trying to convince them to be the way it was for us every day because we thought it was a privilege to live in this country? There's just...
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I try to set the example for when people see me out there. And trust me, the people that see me out there, they see what I do. And like I said, locally, everybody knew me by the vehicle I was driving. And I switched up this year. So now they're going to have to re-know me again. But it's because the vehicle is so old. But it's just, like I said, they see me out there. They see what I do. I mean, it's just like learned experience, or hopefully they pick up on something. I've started probably a dozen plus businesses, just people that have helped me out, and they started their own. And you know what? That's my legacy. I don't have the kids. See, you have kids, you can relax. You have grandkids, you can relax. It's your time.
Let me tell you something. It's not kumbaya like it was when I was a kid growing up. Getting together even with family is almost next to impossible. People are going in so many directions. My kids live 10 minutes from me, and if I see them 2 or 3 times a month, it's a miracle. I mean, they're just grown. They have their own lives. It's not like when we were kids, there wasn't all these outside influences. You went to mom and dad's for dinner. You dropped over for a visit. That doesn't work that way anymore, man. That's all been taken away. You and I, now, are you married or no?
I am.
Okay, so you have a wife. I don't even have that. So, I mean, for the last 15 years, it's been basically a basement and a radio and videos are on location. I mean, that's what confuses me so much about this world and the way people act and how they talk. I mean, if you have family, you have a roof over your head, you live in the United States where every day you grow up, every day you get up, you can actually do something and change the course of history just like you thought it was possible when you were growing up. People have just lost sight of how lucky they are to be in America and should be praising the president for trying to save the people of Iran. But instead, they're just pointing fingers because they don't like the guy. Bottom line. And you know what? Sadly, every president over the last 30 years, it's split, divided. We have never had a country that is on the same page together when it comes to presidential politics over the last 50 years. And that's sad. 866-391-1020. Rob's next.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30, only on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
With multiple locations throughout the region, relief from peripheral neuropathy has never been more accessible. Tri-State Neuropathy Center's team of chiropractic physicians have successfully helped over 15,000 patients regain their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State's effective treatment programs that utilize the most powerful technology available. No drugs, non-invasive, painless, and FDA approved. Dr. Sean Ritchie of Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is hosting a free educational peripheral neuropathy seminar this month in Wexford on March 25th.
Join us for a free peripheral neuropathy seminar and learn how our most advanced treatment program that has helped thousands can help you.
Reservations are required and seating is limited, so reserve your spot today. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000 or go to marydancedin.com. Attend this free seminar and learn how neuropathy sufferers are getting relief. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police are investigating 2 shootings from Friday night, one of which was deadly. A woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head on Singer Avenue in McKees Rocks Friday night. She was transported to the hospital but later died. The second shooting occurred in Homestead on East 16th Avenue, where a man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg around 9:45 Friday night. He was transported to the hospital right now. No word on his condition. Police say in the McKees Rock shooting, they've identified everyone involved in the incident. No charges have yet to be filed. In the McKees Rocks, or rather in the Homestead shooting, there are no suspect descriptions, but anyone with information can call the county's police tip line at 1-833 all tips. Police say a woman left her children alone at home as she ran errands, and one of the children ended up on the roof of the house. 38-year-old Amanda Rivera of Indiana County is facing child endangerment charges. Police say the incident happened on March 15th. Rivera's 8-year-old child was allegedly spotted on the roof by a neighbor who took a video of it and called 911. Rivera said she was in the process of moving out of the home and had been in and out of the home all day. No one was hurt in the incident. Well, Pittsburgh Regional Transit says a part of the East Busway is closed temporarily due to a landslide. PRT says although no slide debris had actually reached the actual busway, the area was closed out of an abundance of caution. So now buses are entering and exiting the busway at 26th Street in the Strip District, about a mile from the entrance to the usual entrance of the busway downtown at Grant and Liberty. No word on how long that detour will be in place. There's a major road closure today, as we hear from News Radio KDK's Paul Alexander.
Saturday, March 19th, P.J. McCardle Roadway will be closed in order to allow city contractors to install new permanent fencing alongside the roadway to replace iron fencing. The closure will happen between the Liberty Bridge and Grandview Avenue. It'll start at 7 a.m. It'll run all the way through 5 p.m. The roadway will reopen immediately as work is completed. During this time, motorists are asked to take alternate routes, such as Boggs Avenue. I'm Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News time is 6:03. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value to talk about Sniper.
Sniper, that's your hospital-grade disinfectant, Larry. And yes, it's germ season. You need that bottle of Sniper, whether you want the travel size bottle that's TSA approved. You could put it in your purse, put it in your travel bag, take it with you. Or we got the quarts or the gallons for that big job on it. It's your true hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all germs.
Safe around kids and pets. Go to disinfectwithsniper.com or available at participating True Value hardware stores.
Let's be honest. The hearing aid industry is broken. Overpriced clinics, pushy appointments, bills of $5,000 or more. That's the trap they hope you fall into. Don't let it happen. Audion Hearing is the escape. Their FDA-registered hearing aids cost just a fraction of the big brands, starting at only $98. Instead of paying as much as $5,000 plus all the doctor appointments and wasted time, you get what you need with no prescriptions, no office visits, no time wasted, and no crazy price tag. Call 800-700-HERE. That's HEAR. Audion's cutting-edge devices are rechargeable, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. Try them risk-free for 45 days with lifetime support and real human help just a phone call away. Over 1 million people have already said yes to Audion Hearing. Join them. Don't let them take advantage of you. Break free from the trap. Call now 800-700-HERE. That's HEAR for a very special offer. 800-700-HEAR or 800-700-4327.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy morning fog gives way to some sun today with a high of 58. Then clouds build in for tonight with a low of 51, leading to a cloudy and warmer day tomorrow with some late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
So what's going on, Rob Taylor? How are you, man?
I'm trying to get into the NCAA tournament. Last night, California Baptist, of course, I was up all night, and they were playing Kansas, and I think the final game on CBS, and it got down to about a 4 or 5 point game with about a minute left, but Kansas pulled off with the victory in the last minute. So sometimes I'm kind of torn on whether or not I want to see these upsets, because it feels good, to maybe see that upset. But then as you get into the second week, if you're a casual fan, do you really want to see California Baptist take on, maybe High Point or something? Or would you rather see Kansas take on somebody like Michigan?
Well, High Point, big win against Wisconsin, but up next it's Mr. Calipari's Arkansas Razorbacks. But anyway, some of the key matchups. March 20th, third-seeded Virginia avoided an early exit by beating Wright State 82-73. Jakari White had 26. Other highlights included Tennessee cruising past Miami of Ohio 78-56. Kentucky surviving Santa Clara 89-84 in overtime. UCLA advancing with a 75-71 victory over the University of Central Florida. And it was Terrence Reed Jr., 31 points, 27 rebounds. Number 2, UConn beats Furman 82-71. So some of the games from yesterday. Look, I love basketball. I'm more of an NBA fan. And when Pitt and Duquesne and Robert Morris aren't anywhere to be found, it's hard for me. But, man, I got to tell you, name, image, and likeness, whatever the reason, some of these teams that were always wannabes, they're like right there. I mean, that High Point thing, I would have never. That's like instant bracket buster right there.
Yeah, and that's the team where the coach was going nuts, saying that nobody would play them. No, at the post game interview or on the court, he was saying, this is the team that we really have. Nobody wanted to play us. And I have been listening to some of 93.7 The Fan, our sister station, when it comes to this NCAA tournament and how some of these mid majors, nobody wants to schedule them because they're some of these powerhouses, the Texases, the Dukes of the world. They don't want to possibly get beat by a mid-major in the middle of the season because that could hurt them as we get to tournament time. And so a lot of these mid-majors, Miami, Ohio included, they're all talking about nobody wants to play us, nobody wants to play us, nobody wants to play us. And I think that's what the High Point coach was saying yesterday.
You know who's become his new best friend? Charles Barkley.
Who the
coach for High Point?
Ah, okay.
Coach Caden. Yeah, they FaceTime, and he loves him. In fact, Charles was joking, said he has a year of eligibility left. He'd like to play. Hey, I got to ask you about something else, and I blogged about it last night, and it's kind of gone viral because people appreciate it. But the times they are changing, CBS Radio News is kind of going away.
Yeah, I saw that. And
we're both news hounds, and we love this business. And I grew up listening to CBS Radio News, taking me to places around the world, theater of the mind. But the times are changing. But, you think about that, Bran. I mean, it's like Dan Rather, Edward R. Murrow, Cronkite, Nora O'Donnell, Katie Couric, Brian Gumbel. I mean, just some names that people would recognize. Mm-hmm. But there are so many people behind the scenes, people I know, people I've worked with. And, it's always been CBS Radio News. So times are changing, and obviously new ownership, things do change. And I don't know. We'll figure it out because we have a great brand here in Odyssey. But that's a very historic moment that when they shutter those 700 stations coming up in May.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that yesterday, and as a radio guy, it really did hit me because, I mean, who if you listen to radio, even if you listen here to KDKA Radio, who doesn't hear those top of the hour, CBS News,
Yeah.
I'm whomever, and that's actually going away, and our KDK radio listeners, will hear that that's going to be no longer.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, but time moves on and marches on for sure, and everyone will figure it out. But we had to bring it up, and it is a big deal for sure. So we got this draft coming. Roger Goodell going to be on the air with Michael Bartley, which is big, this coming Monday, and kudos to Michael. But ties to W&J. Obviously, he knows this region, had a great relationship, still does with the Rooney family. But make no mistake about it, in the Trib yesterday, a guy who's really connected to all of this, Mel Kiper Jr., who basically started the whole mock draft thing before anybody even made it fashionable, he's pumped about Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh's getting a lot of good PR about what's happening with this draft.
And, our skyline is incredible.
Oh.
When that gets on TV Thursday, April 23rd, I mean, it's going to be like no other. I mean, I know it was in Green Bay last year. Of course, they have no skyline. Detroit a couple of years ago. But, seeing that skyline, Pittsburgh, PA, I mean, what an advertisement for the city of Pittsburgh.
How are you? Listen, nobody knows the city better than you. And I'm sure the Courier is going to be all over this. But where are you going to be? Are you just going to find a way?
Well, I'm trying to get in the media workflow room. I guess it's going to be I'm just guessing it's going to be a huge, I don't know if it's going to be inside Acrisure Stadium.
No, it'll have to be, I'm sure.
So I'm trying to get inside there. I know some of our photographers are trying to get them into the, quote, photo pit, whereas the NFL says space is extremely limited. But we're going to have pretty much all of our people just out and about, maybe getting, marketing the Courier, just being out and about. We may actually have to, pony up some T-shirts that say Pittsburgh Courier on them. So, I mean, it's going to be hundreds of thousands of people there, so we got to market it somehow. But I'm very excited about the draft. My car won't be going anywhere.
No, I don't think so, bud. I don't think so.
And as you know, Pittsburgh Public Schools already said, hey,
which is smart.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So, I feel like we just learned that the draft was coming to Pittsburgh 8-9 months ago, and I'm thinking,
it's here.
All of a sudden we're less than
March is over.
It's going to be here.
Well, I'm going to get binoculars and go spend 3 days at Rivers Casino. Just look out the window,
But you're not going to pay $1,400 for a hotel night?
Listen, I don't know if you've been listening, but AAA, and we'll talk about it today if they're not already gone, they found a hotel, and you can go to AAA.com/radio. They've got a great deal on the table right now. So if anybody's looking, you better go to AAA.com/radio ASAP, because I'm sure if not, they're going to be gone. But they're actually giving people an opportunity to park in Cranberry, and they'll bring you into the hotel.
Wow, okay. That might be the only parking left.
Exactly. But this whole, cleanup initiative that's going on, the Immaculate, what do they call it, collection?
Something, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I love that idea. And, Corey's father was all about Red Up Pittsburgh. But they're asking for volunteers, and they painted the railroad trestles, black and gold. And it's going to be cool. And then there's going to be some companies and some businesses and, memorabilia, the Strip District, food, places that we've all kind of grown up with, are going to make some money. And that's good, And plus, you're going to have people going to visit the Western Pennsylvania Sports Museum at Heinz History Center, going to go to Market Square, a couple of new restaurants on the south side, a lot of cool things. So it'll give our city a chance to shine.
And I think, people are going to realize, with the density that we have in Pittsburgh, people are going to be pretty much everywhere because, the draft, we know it's at 8 o'clock Thursday night all the way to about 11:30. And then the next day doesn't start till about 8 o'clock for the second round on Friday. So between Wednesday morning and, people are going to be everywhere, not just downtown, not just the North Shore.
Everywhere.
Not just South Side. They're going to be East Carson. They're going to be checking out all types of stuff about Pittsburgh because if you're going to come to Pittsburgh, right, and the draft is at night, people are going to have to do something during the day. So it's going to be pretty much packed, I think, in a lot of areas. I think people are going to be able to get to the new East Liberty, the East Side. People are going to check out Lawrenceville. People are going to be checking out the Hill District and everything.
Well, the good thing is I'm actually off Thursday and Friday, so I can sit at home and watch all of it. Look, I've done my time, man. I've covered every event. I mean, you name it, I've been there. It's nice to be able to be a fan, but I know that this place, Odyssey Radio Row, is going to do a great job, and there's going to be a lot of things happening, and it's going to be exciting to watch. And look, I've heard Mr. Goodell speak a gazillion times, but to have him on KDK, that's a big deal.
Oh, that's you're saying that's Monday?
Yeah, Michael Bartley, 9:30. But I don't know. It's just hard to believe, man. It's like 2026. The draft is it's here. I mean, what's the date today?
This is March 20th, right?
Yeah, so
it's 20th.
I'll tell you right,
21st.
So we're like a month away. Go time.
4 weeks will be here before you know it.
They'll be filling up those hotels. This to me, this would be the perfect day if I was your age. And this is the way I used to work when I was your age. You grind all day. And then it's over at 11 o'clock and you go over to the bar at the Wyndham Grand. And you sit there and have a couple of adult beverages, eat a bag of chips, and just listen. And imagine all of the people that you have watched and listened to that are going to be walking the lobbies of these hotels.
It's going to be unbelievable just seeing, like you said, NFL Network, ESPN, and just everybody's going to be here. You could walking down the street, there's Michael Irvin. Walking down the street, there's Rod Woodson.
Yeah.
Walking down the street, there's this person, that person.
All I hope is that we have a quarterback by then, All right, man, I appreciate you. Keep up the good work. All right, short break. We'll come back. We're going to get to the calls. We got George in Clairton moments away. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA, Pittsburgh.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Postseason college basketball from last night. Third-seeded Virginia avoided an early exit by beating Wright 82-73, led by Jakari White's 26 points. Other highlights include Tennessee cruising past Miami of Ohio 78-56, Kentucky surviving Santa Clara 89-84 in overtime, and UCLA advancing with a 75-71 win over the University of Central Florida. Terrace Reed Jr. had 31 points and 27 rebounds as number 2 UConn beats Furman. Meanwhile, Pirates yesterday lost to Atlanta 8-1. Grapefruit League action today, Toronto at 1. Pens host Winnipeg at 1. Sun J.I.M. is at 9 under, good for a one-shot lead heading into today's third round. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. 866-391-1020. Anything on your mind? We're talking the draft today. We talked a little bit earlier today about the shooting, a woman's life in McKees Rocks, another shooting, a man in Homestead. A little bit about this violence. It just doesn't seem to stop. But I must admit, I do feel a lot more secure moving forward with our new chief and obviously our new mayor. I think it will get better. I really do. 866-391-1020. We go to George in Clairton. Hey, George, how are you?
Hello, Rob. It's like the Bobby Caldwell song. Guess you wonder where I've been. Maybe not. But,
no, I haven't. I just thought you were here last week, weren't you?
Oh, I've been on about a month because this started 3 weeks ago, and that's when I said I'm going to get quiet and really listen and actually do what Kathy from Imperial told you she was going to do. She's probably been back, but I didn't hear her. She wanted to really research this first before she really commented on it. And I thought, well, that's pretty smart. So let me try, because I tend to knee-jerk with stuff like this, and I'm probably doing it now because once we get troops in harm's way, that's kind of my point, I usually go with whoever the president is, and I stand with the troops more so than anything. And even like Fetterman, I have been critical of Fetterman, back and forth. I could see some of the things he's trying to do, too. But, he did say he's putting country first, and he said it back then. So that's kind of where my head is. I try to fly a flag. I try to wear my Tractor Supply, good old boy, red, white, and blue hat. Had a flannel on like that last night, and I was getting gas. And I don't judge a war or troops' blood on gas, believe me. But I went to get gas at a place, and it's in Smithton. It's $3.59 a gallon. That's some of the cheapest around still. A month ago, it was $2.70. So, I mean, that's the way it goes. We know that. We've been through the Yom Kippur Wars of 73 and all that. We know how prices go. And oil's very fickle. We are an oil market. Well, I was talking to a good old boy getting gas in his truck, and I was in my son-in-law's pickup. So I kind of had the look. Well, like a spaghetti Western look. Italian dude. He might have been Italian. These are all Trumpers. I know that I get gas there for years. So I said, I guess we've been expecting this. He said, I know. He goes, but one thing I really want to know, did one of Trump's sons, I don't know which one, I didn't even ask, did he buy $30 million of crude? I'm thinking, oh, here we go, right before this all went down. Now, I don't know if you've heard of that. That's the first I
haven't heard of that.
But once I start hearing that, it just takes that maybe I'm trying to do the right thing feeling away. I told him that, too. And he shook his head. He's a little younger. Not much. I'm 69. He probably was about 55. But everything makes you wonder. I'm trying to do the right thing. We've always pretty much been at a Cold War. We haven't used that term, but with Iran since 79. And the Shah was no peach, but we took him in for humanitarian reasons, we said. But the same type of strongman dictator, which has always had.
He was horrible too. He was horrible too.
He was with that SVAK, SVAK it was called. They'd come and take you in the middle of the night, and that was it. You know, it's like the old Joni Mitchell song. The black limousine came up, took Dad in the middle of the night. But then, you know, over the years, we've always had a relationship with Israel. And I tell people, I'm critical too, and they have their violations, but they're allies. They're not always our friends, but they're our allies. I do remember them hitting the Liberty ship back in Six-Day War when I was in fifth grade in January of '67. And but war's not pretty. I just like some of the coverage we've had on this station. I say we, like with Mr. McCausland, retired colonel, I guess, Jeff McCausland, U.S. Army, Air Force. He's great, and I like listening to what he says. And that's kind of where we are. I think we're in a long haul, and Trump knew that. Everyone knows that. They're not going to give you this is what they do when they're teaching elementary education. They used to call it chunking. You know, a little bit of this, a little bit at a time, digest a little bit at a time. That's where we are. And it's not going to end. I don't think it's going to end.
I mean, how can they stay afloat? All they have are missiles and drones. It's not going to last forever. And if the Marines seize this stockpile, they're done. I mean, they have nothing.
I don't know. This sounds like Vietnam when I was younger.
No.
Oh, yeah. And I wasn't an anti-war guy. I was too young.
Well, I'll tell you why it won't be Vietnam. Because the next administration, if it's Democrat, they'll stop the war. And basically we'll come back with nothing to show for it.
Yeah, my buddy from Florida, I don't get to see him face-to-face. It's a lot of texting. He had said something to that order, too. I kind of didn't go that direction. He told me he was hoping he could see a loophole where Trump could stay in. Who knows?
Oh, he's not going to stay in. Listen, I don't want him to stay in. Listen, we need to get some youth in that place. And I don't care if it's a Democrat or Republican. We need somebody who's not 80 years old. I mean, think about that. I mean, 80 years old, that's crazy.
Maybe it'll be Hegseth. He got some swag to him. I know there's a lot.
No, listen, he's got some swag to him, but I like him, but he's not presidential material. Come on.
I don't know. He kind of turned me on when he said he was in both wars, you know, the Iraq deal. I guess he was in the 1990 deal, Desert Shield, and the 91 storm. Then he went back in for whatever reason in 03.
How old is that guy? You know how old he is?
I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe 46. I'm guessing. I don't know. He'd have to be older now because that's 36 years ago.
Yeah, definitely.
Desert Shield.
He's 45, says Rob. Rob said he's 45, so you're close. I like him, but listen, there's no way. There's just no way.
If he was 45, he couldn't have been in a Desert Shield, and that was 36 years ago.
No, he wasn't then. I don't know what he's talking about. Listen, bottom line is this. I don't want Trump in there after enough already. We got to start looking to the future, and the future is youth in this country, not an 80-year-old president. And Biden was too old, too. We got into that mess.
I know, and I voted for Biden. I campaigned for Kamala, you know, but where I get gas, I didn't wear any stickers there, man. I'm telling you, I was shunned. I was trying to hold on to the last of the blue collar and the old blue collar roots, and I know nobody knows about blue collar anymore. And the ones that do are still waiting on the plan still. So that's kind of where we are. Nice casual conversation, but that's where we are. We got a lot of open ends in this country, and I think what's going on in the Mideast is going to dictate the next maybe 10 years.
But let me ask you this, and anybody else wants to jump in. We got 2 more segments of open talk. Here's the question: what happens if he wins in Iran? I mean, that's going to be a feather in his cap, and that's going to be a big boost to our country. I mean, that's actually going to put some pride back into this country.
But, you know, do you remember this? And it surprised the heck out of me. When we pretty much won in Kuwait, I remember people in Kuwait in 91 naming the baby boys George after, you know, Papa Bush, the father of George Bush. They loved us. But the economy, I guess we used to use the word oil shock. We don't use it anymore. But that's what turned everybody against Bush. And then once the Rodney King stuff went down with the trial in 92, Clinton came out of nowhere. And I was for Bush up until I took some classes at California College that summer and got a little swayed. Bill Clinton charmed me.
All right. Well, we're going to see what happens here. Anybody else wants to jump in on this conversation? Now would be the time to step up. We got Anthony in Oakland. We'll get to him in just a couple of moments. Number to dial is 866-391-1020. Rob Taylor, 2 minutes away with your news at 6:30 on KDKA. Good morning. It's your Pratt Pack.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police investigating 2 shootings Friday nights, one of which was deadly. In McKees Rocks, a woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head on Singer Avenue. She was transported to the hospital but later died. In the second shooting, that occurred in Homestead around 9:45 Friday night on East 16th Avenue. A man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg. He was transported to the hospital. No word on his condition. Police say in the McKees Rock shooting, they've identified everyone involved in the incident, and charges could be pending. In the Homestead shooting, there are no suspect descriptions, but anyone with information can call the Allegheny County Police tip line at 833-ALL-TIPS. Well, Pittsburgh and Allegheny County leaders are launching a new round of cleanup and beautification efforts ahead of this year's NFL Draft. Here's News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush with the details.
The Immaculate Collection Spring Cleaning Edition launched Friday at the City County Building, uniting local leaders, universities, and community groups to boost regional cleanup efforts. County Executive Sarah Innamorato says this initiative isn't just tied to the NFL Draft.
It's really not a once or twice a year effort. This is about the economic development, the ongoing community development, and really taking pride and ownership in the place that we all call home.
Allegheny Cleanways started the region-wide Immaculate Collection campaign last September, a nod to Steelers legend Franco Harris's famous 1972 playoff catch, the Immaculate Reception. Tamara Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
On the South Side Friday afternoon, Mayor Corey O'Connor joined the Southside Chamber of Commerce to welcome 3 new restaurants to the neighborhood. O'Connor holding that ribbon cutting and welcome crawl for those 3 new businesses. It says La Dolce Vita and Tail Collie Restaurant and Bar on East Carson and Bedford House Pittsburgh on South 12th Street will each bring a unique offering and drawing a diverse audience to the area.
It's exciting. 3 new businesses opening on Carson Street. You know, this is such a great momentum for the South Side, small businesses, main streets, you know, making sure that entrepreneurs have the support of not only the community but the city. So it's really important that we're here on opening day for 3 new shops in the South Side.
That audio courtesy of KDKA TV. O'Connor says it's important for the city to make sure there are opportunities for small businesses to flourish. KDK Radio News Time, 6:33. The AccuWeather forecast next.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller.
You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here. Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Areas of morning fog give way to some sun later today with a high of 58, but clouds return tonight. It stays warm with a low of 51, leading to a warmer day tomorrow with late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, but cooler, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, next hour, Dina Schmidt, One Health Benefits, 8 o'clock hour, Brian Caranta. And today, we're going to be taking your phone calls about financial news that you need help with. We're Secure Money Advisors, so we're going to take phone calls today. So if you have any financial questions you want to get answered, get ready to call in. 9 o'clock, of course, it's MediConnect, the Inside Connection. I believe it's Mark here today, if I'm not mistaken. Also, at 10 o'clock, Guys from True Value. 11 o'clock, AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then Nan Cohen, Total Talk, will be here with Dorothy's Candies. But right now, he's revved up, raring to go, so I'm going to sit back and let him wail. Here's Anthony in Oakland. Hey, Anthony.
Well, I only like to call the show if I have something intelligent to say. I sit back and listen to everybody's opinion, if I like it or I don't. And I'm a history buff. I was great in civics and history when I was in school, and gym. Those were the only 2 classes I really excelled at. And look, we've been down this road before. I'm not buying into Trump's rhetoric, Obama's rhetoric, or Bush's, or anyone, or Clinton's rhetoric. I look at the history and the facts. The Persians have been here since Jesus walked the earth. Those folks in 1953 had a democratically elected government, the country you call Iran. But they didn't want to cooperate with the United States and Britain on oil resources. So what did the United States and Britain do? They overthrew their government. The CIA did. And what did they do? They installed a Shah. They installed the Shah of Iran. What did he do? He was a dictator who killed his people. So what did his people who got tired of being killed by the Shah, who was, of course, the United States and Britain got the oil. They wanted British Petroleum and the United States companies. But the people suffered. People didn't get anything. The Shah and his family got very rich. And they killed a lot of people. His hit squads killed a lot of folks. So what happened? You had some clerics, Muslim clerics, who said, we'll make it better if you just install us. And that's what they did. No, they didn't make it better. But we've heard this nonsense. We heard this in 2001 when we were supposed to go in to Afghanistan and kick out the terrorists and give them democracy. And okay, they were there for 20 years. Our army was there. Our treasury was there. We trained the people to protect their own country. They were going to have a democracy. And what happened? As soon as the United States said they were leaving, they dropped their guns that we trained, all the equipment we trained and gave to them. They pushed the women and children out of the way and tried to jump on the planes and leave. So who's back in control of Afghanistan after 20 years of the United States over there cleaning it out, losing lives, losing money? Who's back in control of Afghanistan? The Taliban. So what did you gain? And Iraq. You had a dictator, Saddam Hussein, who used to fight Iran all the time. How do we know? We gave him the arms to fight Iran. But then when he wouldn't cooperate, when he said, historically, Kuwait is a part of Iraq, so we're going to go take it back. What happened? The world, not just the United States, went in there. And that's why the Bush, he consolidated the world. They went in there, they kicked him out and took over Kuwait again and allowed the people to control. That's why they were thankful. But Bush didn't do it by himself. The Russians were involved. Europe was involved. A lot of all the countries got involved, and that's what happened. So you people, unlike you, I don't just say rah, 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 because the president's right. No, the presidents can be wrong, including Barack Obama. When he went in and kicked out the Libyan president, Libya had the highest standard of living than any Arab country at the time. But they got hoodwinked, and the people wanted him out. So the United States, with Hillary Clinton leading it, kicked them out. And what you got over there now? Chaos. So you can sit here, because you obviously don't know much about history. You're just cooperating on emotion. I gave folks a history lesson about that world. They've been there since Jesus. You're not going to change them at the end of a rifle or missiles, because they're blowing up stuff. We're shooting over missiles that cost millions of dollars. They're using drones that cost $5,000 to make, and they're hurting a lot of our allies. So you folks can sit here, and this makes you feel good. 'Cause when we go back to even odd days to buy gas, you ain't going to be happy. I was there when we had even odd days. You can only buy $5 worth when it was your turn. So you go ahead. You could talk about how great this president and what he's done, but I've criticized them all when they've made mistakes, including Eisenhower, when they kicked out a democratically controlled leader in our what you folks call Iran, and put in a Shah, and the rest has been history. Thanks, brother.
Appreciate it. Good stuff. Yeah. I've been saying 1979 because we're all kind of fixated on that because of the hostages and Carter and then Reagan coming in. And that was the era of double-digit inflation, gas rationing. But the people of Iran have been under the thumb of a dictator in one form or another. And the Shah was not a good person. And you've heard me say that many times. So what I do worry about, and just bear with me, is that they're not going to be self-sufficient. They may not be able to take care of themselves. And I hope that that's not the case. So let's kind of ramp it up and take a look at it from a different angle here. Do you believe the Iranian people are capable enough of running their own government? Or are they so not weak-minded, but inept because they've never done it, that sooner or later another Shah or another Ayatollah will work their way into that government and to take over that country? It's like one organized crime member taking over a territory after another member of another branch of organized crime had it. But here's the thing, and this is why I support the military going in on the ground and securing some of these sites and stockpiling all the nuclear weapons, because no matter who goes in there, if they have no nuclear weapons, it doesn't matter. And if the Iranian people, God bless each and every one of them, the holy terror they've had to go through forever, if they let this opportunity slip through their fingers in which they have a chance to actually take control of their country. And here's the thing. If I would say to all of you, look, I have enough money to give you that you can quit working and do nothing but good deeds in your community. That's right. No matter your age, who you are, if I would say right now I have enough money to cover all of your expenses and put money in your bank account beyond your wildest dreams, all you have to do is do good. You'd sign up in a minute. So what it is the Iranian people have a bucket of cash that will be at their disposal. More money than any of them. I mean, you know, the average income for a middle-class family is $100,000 in America. Right, for a family of four. Do you know what a family in Iran would do with $100,000? Oh, they would live like millionaires. So what I'm saying is, if they get that opportunity and they get the money that's necessary, they'll be fine. And we can help them mold and shape, but we don't want to run their country. But what we need now more than anything is we need an all-out victory. That's what we need. Plain and simple. Nothing else. No, let's, have a ceasefire. Let's walk away. Let's basically let them take over. No, let this regime stay in. No, it's got to end. It's got to be over. Finish. Got to get the win. 866-391-1020. Your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
The NFL Draft is the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. And who does the NFL commissioner want to talk to about it? The voice of Pittsburgh. KDKA Radio has the exclusive with Roger Goodell, Monday at 9:30, only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio, KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Postseason college basketball from last night. Third-seeded Virginia avoided an early exit by beating Wright 82-73, led by Jakari White's 26 points. Other highlights include Tennessee cruising past Miami of Ohio 78-56, Kentucky surviving Santa Clara 89-84 in overtime, and UCLA advancing with a 75-71 win over the University of Central Florida. Terrace Reed Jr. had 31 points and 27 rebounds as number 2 UConn beats Furman. Meanwhile, Pirates yesterday lost to Atlanta 8-1. Grapefruit League action today, Toronto at 1. Pens host Winnipeg at 1. Sun J.I.M. is at 9 under, good for a one-shot lead heading into today's third round. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, Swack Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACKvacations.com.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Also, Dina Schmidt, One Health Benefits, open enrollment ends March 31st. But you have a chance to talk to her about Medicare, about health care, real time. Get ready to phone in with all of your questions. Dina Schmidt, One Health Benefits. And then Brian Carantis, Cure Money Advisors. And today, Maiden Voyage, we're going to give you, the listener, a chance to get all your financial questions answered, too. All right, here we go. Kathy in Imperial. Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning, Rob. How are you?
I am good. Good to hear your voice. How are you today?
I'm great. Maybe I'll see you on Good Friday at the Fish Fry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to be at McKnight Road on Good Friday. Next week, we're going to be at Hopewell. So we've been doing these live broadcasts, and they're getting really rave reviews. A little bit of heavy lifting on my part. Kind of makes for a busy day, but it's definitely worth promoting Coons Market and getting to meet a lot of good people. So McKnight Road, Good Friday, 3 o'clock. Hope to see you there.
Okay, so I have a couple things I want to talk about. I want to talk about the new face of the Republican Party, where I see it going and how I see Trump starting to position what that's going to look like. And I'm liking what I see. I'll talk about that in a minute, but I have to comment on Anthony, who's saying he's a historian, and really anybody that, and I don't doubt that. I'm not trying to, minimize him, but I don't understand how, if you're a historian, how anyone could be that passionate about supporting the Democratic Party, who was the party of slavery, the party behind the Confederate movement, the party behind the Jim Crow laws, and present day, the new slavery, to quote Nancy Pelosi. We have to have someone to pick the vegetables, the immigrants being brought in here and put on government assistance. So I don't quite understand that line of thinking, really, with anybody that. And I understand that that's not the whole picture of the Democratic Party, but it is the history, without a doubt. Route 22 up here, as soon as you cross over into West Virginia, it's Robert Byrd Highway, B-Y-R-D. While he held a political position, he was a self-professing member of the KKK, eulogized by Joe Biden, who called him a mentor. Don't get it. That's history. That's facts. I don't understand how you can support that. But anyway, the face of the Republican Party that I see, and I'm still researching. I won't, full out comment on things that I'm not 100% on yet, but I'm seeing the positioning of the youth in the White House. We already have youth in the White House. We have J.D. Vance. I don't think there's been a younger VP, unless I'm wrong. I could be wrong. But J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and Hegseth. I'm looking at that, and I'm seeing that Trump is, in my opinion, building the new face of the Republican Party, what that looks like, what you need to do and be and bring to the table to be able to represent our party. Because any good leader, and I learned this in my own leadership training when I was doing adult leading, classes, teaching other adults, any good leader understands that they have to create a situation where they can step away and it'll keep moving. In other words, you have to look at yourself as expendable in the best type of way, to where what you create, and as you're leading, you can step away and that system will continue to move, and the people that you have been training will be able to move right into where you were at and keep it going. That is good leadership right there. And that's what I think I see happening with the people that Trump is surrounding himself with. If he does have another term, which isn't impossible, most likely it would be J.D. Vance with him again, but could quite possibly be Marco Rubio or Hegseth that he would choose for a VP pick. I don't know.
Listen, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I've got to take a break earlier than normal because we have a lot of stuff happening today. So do me a favor. Can you set the alarm and get up tomorrow and call me tomorrow? Because I'll give you much more time, but I've got to go to a break really early.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that. But I got a lot in that I wanted to say, but sure, I'll call back tomorrow.
All right, Kat, thanks. And for Sherry and Mount Lebanon and other callers, I apologize. The hour got away from us, but we'll be back at it first thing in the morning. And, of course, my colleagues later today will be opening up the phone lines because obviously a lot of you folks want to talk, and that's what we do every day at KDK. All right, now, Dina Schmidt coming up. You have a health care question. That enrollment period, known as the open enrollment period for Medicare, ends March 31st, but she takes all calls about health care. Give us a call, and that number is 866-391-1020. Dina Schmidt, One Health Benefits, in moments.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30, only on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
For 50 years, Center for Victims has stood beside more than 1 million crime victims, providing supportive services and 24/7 crisis response across our community. Join them April 9th for their 50th anniversary gala, Lighting Candles in the Darkness, an inspiring evening of hope, healing, and resilience. Get ready for Pour at the Park at South Park, a fundraiser for the Allegheny County Parks Foundation on Saturday, May 16th in South Park. Enjoy beer, cider, and spirit tastings, delicious food trucks, live entertainment by Z-Town Street Band, and fabulous raffle baskets. Plus, bring your family. Your kids will love the discovery activities with Coach Dave. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Larry Older here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain had started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten, end of quote. These are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do for you. I've told you about my buddy Tom, an avid golfer out on the green almost every single day. He says without Relief Factor, he wouldn't be able to swing freely because of shoulder pain or back pain. But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable, and confident in his swing. He is a scratch golfer. That's why I encourage you to try Relief Factor yourself and see what it can do for you. Don't wait. If you're dealing with daily pain, launch your 3-week quick start and see what Relief Factor can do for you. 800-4RELIEF, 800 the number 4RELIEF, or go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, ReliefFactor.com.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, Supervisor and Funeral Director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated. And I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police are investigating 2 shootings from Friday night, one of which was a deadly shooting. A woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head on Singer Avenue in McKees Rocks Friday night. She was transported to the hospital but later died. The second shooting happened in Homestead on East 16th Avenue, where a man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg. He was transported to the hospital. Right now, still no word on his condition. Now, police say in the McKees Rocks shooting, they've identified everyone involved in the incident, and no charges have yet to be filed. In the Homestead shooting, they're still looking for suspect descriptions. Anyone with information can call the county's police tip line at 1-833-ALL-TIPS. Police say a woman left her children alone at home as she ran errands, and one of the children allegedly ended up on the roof of the house. 38-year-old Amanda Rivera of Indiana County is facing child endangerment charges. Police say the incident occurred on March 15th. Rivera's 8-year-old son was allegedly spotted on the roof by a neighbor who took a video of it and called 911. Rivera said she was in the process of moving out of the home and had been in and out of the home all day. No one was hurt in the incident. Well, on the South Side Friday afternoon, Mayor Corey O'Connor joined the South Side Chamber of Commerce to welcome 3 new restaurants to the neighborhood. O'Connor held a ribbon cutting and welcome crawl for those 3 new businesses and says La Dolce Vita
and Tia Cali Restaurant and Bar on East Carson, along with Bedford House PGH on South 12th Street, will each bring a unique offering and draw in a diverse audience to the area.
It's exciting. 3 new businesses opening on Carson Street. You know, this is such a great momentum for the South Side, small businesses, main streets, you know, making sure that entrepreneurs have the support of not only the community but the city. So it's really important that we're here on opening day for 3 new shops in the South Side.
Audio courtesy of KDKA-TV. O'Connor says it's important for the city to make sure there are opportunities for small businesses to flourish. KDKA Radio News Time is 7:03. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy morning fog gives way to some sun today with a high of 58. Then clouds build in for tonight with a low of 51, leading to a cloudy and warmer day tomorrow with some late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
There's an $8.6 million deficit in the city of Pittsburgh budget this year, and the red ink could go up to $40 million in the next 5 years. That was the sobering message last week from Mayor Corey O'Connor, who said he is reopening this year's budget and plans to make spending cuts. It turns out Comptroller Rachel Heisler was right when she repeatedly warned the previous mayor that red ink was ahead. O'Connor said he's not considering new taxes, layoffs, or cuts to critical services, but unless the city gets a huge windfall, painful cuts will be necessary. One revenue possibility is $37 million in property taxes the city is not getting from the 5 biggest nonprofits. Perhaps an agreement for payments in lieu of taxes can be reached. In addition, the Big 5 could help to fund non-critical services that would otherwise be reduced or eliminated. Mayor O'Connor inherited a troubling financial situation, one that will test his ability to lead and make tough decisions, the kind that make people mad.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to KDKARadio.com.
The following is paid for by One Health Benefits. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Best part about when Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman of One Health Benefits drop by on a Saturday, you get a chance to phone in with your health care questions. That enrollment period we've been discussing coming to an end March 31st, but there's plenty to discuss. They can handle all of your needs, and we would love to hear from you today, but we have a lot to get to. But our telephone number is 866-391-1020 if you choose to join us throughout the hour. But their number, in which you can leave a message throughout the hour or at any time, 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873. OneHealthBenefits.com. So we'll begin with Dina, get Mike involved, and we want to hear from you as well, too. So, Dina, here we go. It is the month of March, and there is a lot to discuss, but it is just days away, March 31st. Good morning. How are you?
I am doing great. Good morning, Pittsburgh. Glad to be back. I hope you join in on our show. I know a lot of our loyal clients have been listening and calling, and I appreciate that. And we have, actually, this is an important time because I like to call it the mulligan of Medicare for all those golfers out there. If you haven't had the opportunity to review your plan, or you just, you haven't used it and suddenly you're using it and you are like, wow, this plan isn't what it was last year. Things have changed. This is the deadline, March 31, to make any changes. This is called the open enrollment period. So after this, unless you have a qualifying event like marriage, moving out of counties, you cannot change until the annual enrollment, which begins in October. So it is a very important time that we only have one more week here to make any changes if you're on Medicare. So we are discussing Medicare at the moment, and those changes will end at the end of this week. So if you haven't not had the opportunity to look, please give us a call. Lots of questions still out there. Medicare is never easy, and that's what we're here for.
All right, Michael, let me get you in the mix here. So this open enrollment period has been as busy, many believe, including you, the experts, when it comes to comparing it to the annual enrollment. So why has it been such a busy time? Go ahead and good morning.
Hey, good morning, Pittsburgh. Yeah, it's like Dina said, there's situations where people didn't have a chance to review their plan during the annual enrollment period, or they're just finding out that their plan isn't as cracked up as they expected it to be, that they're using it now. So really important that you give us a call, and we love our loyal listeners. I was just talking to one just earlier this week who listens to us every single time we're on here, and we appreciate that, Miss Marie. And just wanted to say hi to her this morning. But yeah, absolutely, very important that you guys get a hold of us so we can review that plan information with you and answer your questions and possibly make a change to your plan before the end of the month.
Dina, it's been a long time since we've got people caught up on who, what, when, where, why, and how. So why should they call One Health Benefits? And tell everybody a little bit about the company that you and Michael are so proud to be a part of. Go ahead.
Yeah, so hopefully you guys have been listening, and I started One Health Benefits around 23 years ago. My husband actually worked for the carriers, and he said to me, my husband's like the best person in this world, and he said to me, hon, every day I see the individual not get the service they need and have nowhere to go. These companies have somewhere to go. Everybody wants to work with the companies. Why? Because you're getting 500 clients at one time, but nobody gives any attention to the individual. He goes, people call the office all the time, and I feel bad. There's nowhere for them to go. You should do this. And I had been in pharmaceutical sales, and I had just decided to stay home with the kids. And I'm like, okay. And I went and got my license, and I'm like, I'm ready to do this. And it became something huge. I really, really found my calling. I love talking to people with, trying to solve their issue. I love advocating. And I think that that's the thing that makes One Health Benefits different, is we are not like a call center by any means. We just don't find a plan for you. We advocate for you. And everybody needs that. I wish that I had that in everything because, we all have our talents, and that talent, if you use that for the good, then, you're helping others. But if you don't do that for a living and that is not where your talents lie, then it's confusing. I can't do surgery on myself. I can't fix a pipe, right? I go to others for that. And we need advocates. And this is something that is probably the most important decision you make in your life because it's life or death. It's not like whether I'm buying the right kind of chocolate. It is very important. The number one reason people go bankrupt is from lack of insurance. And so this is something that's just that important. And One Health Benefits, for 23 years, I ran the company and I helped others, and it got to be really big. So I brought Michael on, and Michael has been with us now for almost 2 years. And it took me a while to want to share my clients with anyone else because I care for them so much. So I gave Michael quite the hard time to see if he was the right person, right, Michael? But after I found out, I needed to make sure I didn't want anyone to talk to my clients that wasn't going to be their advocate. And it wasn't just somebody knowing how to help people and know the plans. It was way beyond that. I needed somebody to fight. And that's what makes us different.
All right, we have a lot to get to with these two. And again, we always like to open the phones up. And look, I know you're probably thinking, well, do they really want to hear this question? Maybe it's only important to me. Every question is important, and they've got the expertise to answer all of them. So if you have any questions about your Medicare and where we're at and what we're doing right now in real time on this Saturday morning as we approach 7:15 a.m., give us a call, 866-391-1020. And if you're thinking you should review or you have a question, that means you should call. Now, if you want to call and set up an appointment, never a charge for their services, 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873, OneHealthBenefits.com. Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman, your Pratt Pack for a Saturday on KDKA. Good morning.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Postseason college basketball from last night. Third-seeded Virginia avoided an early exit by beating Wright 82-73, led by Jakari White's 26 points. Other highlights include Tennessee cruising past Miami of Ohio 78-56, Kentucky surviving Santa Clara 89-84 in overtime, and UCLA advancing with a 75-71 win over the University of Central Florida. Terrace Reed Jr. had 31 points and 27 rebounds as number 2 UConn beats Furman. Meanwhile, Pirates yesterday lost to Atlanta 8-1. Grapefruit League action today, Toronto at 1. Pens host Winnipeg at 1. Sun J.I.M. is at 9 under, good for a one-shot lead heading into today's third round. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Good Nature Organic Lawn Care provides organic lawn, tree, and shrub care that actually makes sense. It's created for kids, pets, and your peace of mind. Because a great lawn shouldn't come with warning labels. No harsh chemicals, no second guessing. Just greener grass the natural way. Want to know why organic is the smarter choice for your yard and your family? Get the facts and services online at whygoodnature.com. Good Nature Organic Lawn Care. Good for your lawn. Better for everything living on it.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, two of the best. I have friends who've actually dealt with Dina and love what she does, and it's One Health Benefits, Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman. Their monthly visit, 724-799-8873. To reach them, you can actually leave a message right now as we are on the air with them, 724-799-8873, onehealthbenefits.com. So, Medicare Advantage open enrollment period underway, general enrollment period as well. You know, we talk about it all the time, different nuances, things that are happening. You know, it's about switching plans, changing doctor networks, reviewing drug formulas, understanding costs, utilizing new benefits. Most common inquiry involves changing from a Medicare Advantage plan to original Medicare or different Advantage plan. So, Dina, let's begin with you, and we'll get Michael in the mix. And if anybody wants to jump in here for free, what are some of the things that people may be surprised and they just let this time go by, and we're down to a precious few days, March 31st, that they may want to know about, but they just are unaware of? Go ahead.
Yeah, plus I do want to say, please call in, because your question, I guarantee you 100 people are thinking about and just don't want to ask. So there is absolutely no dumb questions. Some of the smartest people, I always tell the story how I used to run with a whole bunch. We used to run at 4:30 in the morning, and they were all doctors and lawyers, smartest people I knew. I just sit there and listen to them talk because I didn't feel like I had anything to add to their conversations. And then I became a health insurance agent, and they all called me and thought they were asking stupid questions. So please call in, because you're helping others with the same question. So one thing I noticed that I think that people are experiencing is I got a lot of calls because one big carrier in our area changed the network. So I think that's the biggest thing that happened during this big annual enrollment is people are finding out who were busy. It's the holidays. I think it's a horrible time of year to have annual enrollment, but it is what it is, right? And all of a sudden are finding that they no longer can see their physician because one of the big carriers did change. One of the most popular plans changed the network. So that did happen, and that's probably the majority of the reasons people are using this general enrollment period to be able to change, because they're no longer able to use the same physician. The other big change that we're getting in the office is prescription coverage. That maybe a plan used to be, or a prescription used to be on the formulary, and it isn't any longer. So those are some, probably, Rob, the biggest two reasons people are using this special mulligan period, as I call it, to be able to change this. And, you know, that's a big deal. You've had the doctor that you finally found that you like and you can't see. You don't want that to make you have to change physicians. So that's probably the biggest reason. But, you know, there's so many things that go into play with Medicare. People don't know. I'm 65, but I still work. Do I have to take Medicare? It's not a simple yes or no. I'll get that email. And I have to ask you questions. I have to see, are you with an employer that has over 20 lives? If so, and your premium is reasonable and you're not a high income earner, but see all these questions I have to ask, it is definitely a consultation. It is not something I can just email the answer to, because there's so many things that come into play. So hopefully people give us a call. I would love to answer a question because I guarantee you hundreds of people are thinking the same question.
Yeah, so if you're out there and you've lost the ability to go see that doctor you have seen or that hospital for a long time and you're wondering what to do, who to turn to, give us a call right now. We can calm the nerves for you in real time on this Saturday morning. Number is 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Michael, before I move on to my next question, I want to give you a chance to chime in and dovetail in on what Dina had to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I just one of the main reasons, and the reason I like is that sometimes people will call us and in our consultation, we'll mention things that they didn't even think about. Again, the education is the key. So with Dina and myself, we're going to tell you things that you wouldn't normally know to ask. So again, it's very important that you get with somebody who knows the business and knows what to tell you as far as things that you should know that you wouldn't normally ask. I talked to a couple this week here that probably had 100 questions for me, and we have the answers to all those questions. But again, there was a lot of information that I gave them that they weren't able to come up with themselves. So we're the experts at this. We know what we're going to pass on to you so that we make sure that you're educated. And it's really does my heart good to know that we are actually generally helping these people understand how this process works.
So, Dina, here's my next question. How can somebody just simply say you're not covered here anymore and there is no throwback on the healthcare provider? How are they able to do that? Basically just flip on a dime. How's that possible?
Are you referring to a situation if somebody has is working and they're covered through the employer and they're terminated like the middle of the month?
Yeah,
something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So unfortunately, it's pretty cruel, but they can. So I do group insurance as well, and when the employer is signing up to have the group insurance, they're supposed to let me know is upon termination, do you want to end that employee's insurance or wait till the end of the month? Well, they prepaid, the member prepaid, and so did the employee or the employer. So and it's the right thing to do, in my opinion, to let them stay at the end of the month, because I cannot get you an individual health insurance plan mid-month. The carriers will only make the effective date the first of the following month. So it leaves them in a predicament. There are plans called short-term plans, which are perfect for people who just need to bridge a gap for 2 weeks until they get other insurance. Those do exist. However, they have caveats, right? And that is they don't cover pre-existing conditions, which we haven't had that in over 10 years because of the Affordable Care Act. So that they can do that. If the employer states that when they signed up to have the health insurance that they want the termination of the employee to terminate the insurance on that day, it's tough, because if they're not healthy, I can't get them a short-term health plan because the carriers can deny. So the good thing about that is, though, Rob, is they have to, by law, offer COBRA. But you may not want COBRA because the price is high, but you have to because you were terminated in the middle of the month and you are not healthy. You need to continue with insurance until you find one. You would have to take COBRA. But that's a really good question, Rob, because that's where we come into play to say, okay, let's walk through this situation. Let's find your options. So you got terminated on the 4th of the month. You got 3 weeks left. Let's find out what we can do. And I can show people how you can float COBRA for 2 months without paying anything. Let's get you a short-term plan. You're healthy. That'll work great for you. If not, then let's do this. That is why having a health insurance agent is so significantly important, because we have those options to guide you, so you just don't immediately say yes to COBRA and you didn't even use it for 3 weeks. You didn't have to do that. And those are things we know because this is what we do.
absolutely have such respect for what they do, and there's so much more to them than Medicare. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Also going to throw in there when we get back after the break about, if it is time, and maybe you are a few years removed from being on Medicare, meaning eligible, and you're still working, but all of a sudden you wake up one day and go, you know what? I don't want to work anymore. I'm done. I've done everything I can do in my career, but I got to get on Medicare, and I got to leave my employees coverage. They can help you with anything. So if you're out there right now and some of these thoughts are buzzing through your mind on an early Saturday morning, and let's face it, you get peace of mind when you deal with One Health Benefits and Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman. And isn't that what you really want when you get to this stage in your life? I know it's what I want. It's what we've worked for. It's what we deserve. So why not grab the brass ring, pick up the phone, get all of those health care questions answered right now at 866-391-1020. All of our lines are open. And if not, you can call directly at 724-799-8873 and leave your first and last name and a working number that they can reach you, and they will be getting back to you shortly. 724-799-8873, onehealthbenefits.com. Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman, back with more in just a moment with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Good morning.
Larry Older here. One of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like that of Sandra. She tells us, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on the radio for a couple of years, and I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping my back pain. I know the feeling. With a 3-week quick start, she said, I went for it. Now I feel like a new person. That's Sandra's own words, and it's so gratifying to hear. I've told you about my brother Kirk, having difficulty going up and down the stairs in the morning. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him to take Relief Factor. He finally did. Began moving better, feeling stronger. Too bad he didn't listen earlier. Try it for yourself. The 3-week quick start. And see how Relief Factor could be your game changer, too. It is only $19.95. Think about it. Do the math. Less than $1 a day. So, call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com, all one word, relieffactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
Bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 44 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police investigating 2 shootings from Friday night, one of which proved to be deadly. A woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head on Singer Avenue in McKees Rocks. She was transported to the hospital but later died. In the second shooting around 9:45 Friday night, a man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg in a homestead on East 16th Avenue. He was transported to the hospital. Right now, no word on his condition. Now, in the McKees Rock shooting, police say they've identified everyone involved in the incident. No charges have yet to be filed. In the Homestead shooting, there are no suspect descriptions, but anyone with information can call the county police's tip line at 1-833 all tips. Well, police say a woman left her children alone at home as she ran errands, and one of the children allegedly ended up on the roof of the home. 38-year-old Amanda Rivera of Indiana County is facing child endangerment charges. Police say the incident happened on March 15th. Rivera's 8-year-old son allegedly spotted on the roof by a neighbor who took a video of it and called 911. Rivera said she was in the process of moving out of the home and had been in and out of the home all day. No one was hurt in the incident. Well, a major road closure happens today. Here's News Radio KDK's Paul Alexander.
P.J. McCardle roadway will be closed in order to allow city contractors to install new permanent fencing alongside the roadway to replace iron fencing. The closure will happen between the Liberty Bridge and Grandview Avenue. It'll start at 7 a.m. It'll run all the way through 5 p.m. The roadway will reopen immediately as work is completed. During this time, motorists are asked to take alternate routes, such as Boggs Avenue. I'm Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit says a part of the East Busway is closed temporarily due to a landslide. PRT says although no slide debris had actually reached the busway, the area was closed out of an abundance of caution. Buses are now entering and exiting the busway at 26th Street in the Strip District, about a mile from the usual entrance at Grant Street and Liberty Avenue downtown. No word on how long the detour will be in place. KDKA Radio News Time. We're coming up on 7:33 on this Saturday morning. The AccuWeather forecast next.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Areas of morning fog give way to some sun later today with a high of 58, but clouds return tonight. It stays warm with a low of 51, leading to a warmer day tomorrow with late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, but cooler, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by One Health Benefits.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman for their monthly visit from One Health Benefits, onehealthbenefits.com, 724-799-8873. And I got to stress, never a charge to have an appointment with them. You have nothing to lose, everything to gain. Go sit down and discuss. Get in on that Zoom call, that phone call. Find out what they can do for you. So, Dina, as I alluded to going to the break, and you kind of hit on part of it, but what about if somebody is my age and all of a sudden decides, you know what, I've been on my company's benefits, but I'm ready. I'm going to retire within the next month or two. I've decided I'm going to pull the plug. How do I get on Medicare? What do I need to do, whether it's this period or the annual enrollment? Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I said. It's very consultative. I would ask you quite a few questions first. So first I would find out, and this is important, what is your income? Because Part A costs nothing. Part B, you pay for. There's a base rate, and this year it's $209.20. And then if you're a high income earner, you could possibly pay what's called an IRMA, an income related monthly adjustment amount, IRMAA. And if you don't know about that, you're going to be quite surprised when you get an invoice, which they invoice you quarterly, for could be thousands of dollars because you don't know what you're going to pay for Part B. So the first thing we would discuss, Rob, would be how much is Part B going to cost you?
Okay.
Because without knowing that, you don't know how much you have left for C and D. So original Medicare is A and B. So we would discuss how much you're going to be paying for Part B. Then we would determine whether you want to continue to go through trying to get onto Medicare. There are forms you need to complete, and we have those forms. We help you complete them. Those forms are what we will get to Social Security. They are what the government needs to show that Rob has had credible coverage since he's over 65, because we don't want you to get penalized. So without providing those two forms, you're not going to get Part B, and we need to make sure they realize when you do get Part B that you've had credible coverage, which is you've been on your employer plan, which is considered credible, so you don't get penalized. So then we do that process. You get original Medicare. You get that red, white, and blue card. Is Rob done? No. But how is he supposed to know that, right? That's where we come into play. A and B is only half of Medicare. Why do you need more? Because all A and B does is they cover 80% of all of your claims, but you're responsible for the other 20%, and there's no prescription coverage. And you can't say, well, Dina, I'm not on any meds. It doesn't matter, Rob, because the government wants you to have Part D, which is prescription coverage, because if you don't take it when you are supposed to, you're going to get penalized, and that penalty will last a lifetime. And they penalize you every month you should have had Part D that you didn't take it. It accrues and adds up. And then you have only one time period a year to say, I want it. So you can't say, I don't want it, Dina. And then all of a sudden call me and go, yeah, I just went to the doctors and now they want me on prescription. So can we go back and get that prescription coverage? No, you can't. All right. And that's one of the hardest things for people to understand is they don't want to pay for Part D if they're not on a prescription. So they're like, oh, use GoodRx. But then they need Part D because they get cancer, they get an expensive med, and they just think they can call and get it. You can't. Okay? So we would then, we would get your original Medicare. Then we would discuss the two routes Rob can go in. Rob has two directions he can go in. Rob can go with a Med Advantage, which is considered an all-in-one plan. It has all four parts together, plus lots of things like dental and vision and hearing. It's what you see the ads for. Or Rob can go in another direction and go with a private meds supplement. So that's when we come and we discuss. We know everything about Rob at this point, and we discuss what direction is better for Rob. Direction 1, Med Advantage. Direction 2, Med Supplement. Once we've determined that, we break it down further. We know these plans like the back of my hand. I can tell you within 2 seconds of talking to you, in my mind, I know what plan I think would be a great fit because I do this 20 times a day, 7 days a week. So I know these plans so well. For example, if Rob's saying to me, you know what, Dina, I want to get back into boxing. We all know Rob's a great boxer. Pretty impressive if you've seen his videos. I'm a boxer too and can't do half of what he does. But say Rob says, I got carpal tunnel from boxing. I'm going to have surgery, which is lots of PT. To me, I would sit there and go, we need to get Rob a low copay for PT. What carrier has the lowest copays for PT? This year, I'm going to put him with carrier A because that's going to be a good fit for him. So it is a very consultative process. We break it down and discover what's best for you. And a lot of people think, well, my wife, then she's going to get the same, right? Oh, I haven't talked to your wife. I need to talk to her because she's different. You don't get the same plan necessarily. It's based on her needs. So That was a great question, Rob, because I think that helps people view what it is like to call into One Health Benefits. We ask a lot of questions because this is that important. We need to make sure it's a good fit. We don't just want to go with, most people take this plan, so we'll put you there too. Next person. It is not that. Everything in life is such rushed. Everything in life is, you go to the doctors, within 2 minutes, you're diagnosed, given a prescription, you're out the door. It's not like that with us. We have to make sure that it's a good fit for you. And our clients stay with us. And if they didn't stay with us, that would mean we're doing something wrong, right?
Right.
They stay with us year after year. And that's like the funnest part of my job is these people who I've gotten to know for 20-some years. You know, the hardest part is when I get an email that they died because the carriers send us emails and saying, sorry to report that so-and-so is deceased. And I was like, I just talked to them 2 months ago. And it just really hits hard because it's such a family that we talk to the same people year after year. We keep our clients. And that's, my retention is huge because they know I know them. They don't have to start all over and give me all their situation again. I've stayed with them. I talk to them a few times a year. That makes a difference.
It does. Okay, obviously that question woke up some folks because they want to talk to you. So let's get to Jack in Churchill. Jack, you're on the air with Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman, One Health Benefits. What can we do for you? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Bobby Pratt. How you doing?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing good. Hey, I want to ask Dina a question. I'm getting a lot of confusing information from a lot of people about whether I need to sign up for Medicare or not. I'm going to be turning 65 in 2 months, but I'm still working full time, and I'm covered by my employer's health plan it's called an HDHP. And
high deductible health plan is what that stands for.
Yes. And I contribute money into a health savings account.
Yep. So you have a high deductible health plan that offers an HSA, which is a health savings account. So I don't want you to give the answers online, but what I would ask you if you called in, and don't give the answers online, is I would want to ask you, first of all, if there's over 20 employees. Is there over 20 employees on the health insurance? Yes. Then you're able to continue with that coverage. But now, do we want to continue with that coverage? Okay. So the questions I would ask you is, how much is an employer making you pay to be on that plan a month? Okay. So don't give me the answer. But if it's over $202, because that's how much Part B costs, then we need to talk. The other question I would ask you, is it just you on the plan, or are you also insuring your wife and children? Okay. Because if you leave, you may not be able to continue that coverage for them, and we have to look at how much it would cost to have them. Okay, so if you're telling me that you pay less than $202, then I would say if the coverage is working well for you, and we'll discuss that and see if you have, because I know what the coverages are like. If you're happy with the coverage, you're able to continue with that plan. First of all, you're over 20 employees, so you can choose to have the employer's insurance first. Then I would find out how much you're paying. If you're paying over $202 a month, we need to dive deeper. If you're not paying $202, then you can stay there. Not necessarily a good fit, but we need to add, it's lots of questions. But you're not going to be penalized, sir, because as long as you receive that letter, which the carriers legally send to you, have to send to you, it'll state whether your coverage is considered credible. I'm sure you've seen it before, but everyone's like, okay, whatever that means, and throws it away. That will determine whether you're allowed to stay on that and the government considers it credible.
Interesting.
Did that help?
Okay. Yes.
Like, wow.
A lot.
Good.
All right. It sounds like I'll be calling you maybe in a couple years.
It sounds good. If I'm still here, I'll be looking forward to talking to you, sir.
All right, Jack. Good call. Let's get our final break in here. Come back and wrap up the hour. Always a great hour with Michael Coleman and Dina Schmidt for their monthly visit. 724-799-8873. 724-799-8873. OneHealthBenefits.com. Stay with us.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve your Pittsburgh tradition. Postseason college basketball from last night. Third-seeded Virginia avoided an early exit by beating Wright 82-73, led by Jakari White's 26 points. Other highlights include Tennessee cruising past Miami of Ohio 78-56, Kentucky surviving Santa Clara 89-84 in overtime, and UCLA advancing with a 75-71 win over the University of Central Florida. Terrace Reed Jr. had 31 points and 27 rebounds as number 2 UConn beats Furman. Meanwhile, Pirates yesterday lost to Atlanta 8-1. Grapefruit League action today, Toronto at 1. Pens host Winnipeg at 1. Sun J.I.M. is at 9 under, good for a one-shot lead heading into today's third round. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Good Nature Organic Lawn Care provides organic lawn, tree, and shrub care that actually makes sense. It's created for kids, pets, and your peace of mind. Because a great lawn shouldn't come with warning labels. No harsh chemicals, no second guessing. Just greener grass the natural way. Want to know why organic is the smarter choice for your yard and your family? Get the facts and services online at whygoodnature.com. Good Nature Organic Lawn Care. Good for your lawn. Better for everything living on it.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
By the way, Dina and Michael back with us April 4th at 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning, but they've got one more segment right now, and the phones are getting busy, and we have time for maybe just one more call before the hour is up. So let's go up to Mount Washington and say hello to Mike. Hey, Mike, you're on the air with Dina and Michael from One Health Benefits. Welcome to KDKA. Good morning.
Good morning, Rob, and thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm going to be 66 right now. I'll be 67 in July. I still work full-time. I have my health benefits through my employer. But I heard you mention something about getting a letter from either, is it through your employer? I'm still on my work employees benefits. I do have Part A, but that's it. Because I get my benefits. But I don't remember receiving a letter, and that kind of concerned me when I heard that.
Well, the letter only comes out once a year at the end of the year, you don't have anything to worry about in most cases. I've not seen a letter go out that says it's not considered credible coverage. If it's a big employer, chances are it's very highly likely that it is considered credible coverage. There's not many that employers that don't offer what's considered credible. So the letter comes out one time a year, and you would know if it wasn't because other people would be talking. Is it a big employer?
Oh, I work for Allegheny County, the county of Allegheny.
Yeah, Allegheny County has credible coverage.
Yeah, you're gold.
Totally
you're gold
fine.
there. You're gold there.
Yeah, that's about the best coverage there is. When you have state, you're very good.
But I just don't remember receiving a letter, though, that says I'm exempted from getting Part B.
It doesn't state it that way. So that's not what they state. It's a letter that says, and it could be an email that says you have credible, your insurance is considered credible coverage. I guarantee you got it. You probably it was with something else that you got with because you have an enrollment period every year, and you probably just didn't know what it meant, saying it's credible coverage, and just, but they do have to send that out.
Yeah, Michael, I'd just follow up with your HR. There's no problem there. You're good to go. Appreciate the call. If you need to further follow up with them, 724-799-8873, but especially when you're getting ready to make that transition. Everybody, we got a couple of minutes left, Michael and Dina, and look, I'm dealing with it. I think about it all the time, and look, we all know where we are once we get to this age, but the good news is that you two are so good at what you do. People just need to keep that phone number handy because you've seen it about everything possible when it comes to Medicare and healthcare. Have you not, Dina?
Everything. Yeah. And we've had to do a lot of fighting, and it's sad sometimes. I mean, here's a story I want to say before the end of the show. I actually had somebody who called, and they were devastated because the husband just got Parkinson's, and they needed to put him in a short-term stay place, and it was being denied. I actually put her on the phone with my mom, who just dealt with 5 years of my dad being misdiagnosed until he was finally diagnosed with Parkinson's.
Oh, my.
My mom talked to her, spent hours on the phone with her, and showed her what my dad went through, which is identical to what he's going through. That means more than, and those are the personal things that we do. I mean, I gave her my mom's phone number, and who went through the same thing. Turns out he's not even needing to go to the home, but my mom went through the mistakes that she's making and was able to stop her before she did that. That's the difference with One Health benefits.
Wow.
I felt for her. I'm like, my dad had the same situation. Let me see if my mom would talk, and I knew my mom would. And I mean, that's the difference. That is the difference between One Health benefits and a call center. A call center, these are employees that come in. They hire a whole bunch of people during busy times of the year. Michael and I are family, and those are the things we do. That's what makes a difference.
Listen, I can't thank you both enough. Michael, let me give you a minute to kind of summarize, give you the last word, and then we'll say goodbye, and we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks. But again, I can't stress enough. Call, set up an appointment, never a charge for their services. They can help. She's the best. She's seen it all. I've had friends that simply have come back to me after getting her number and said, Rob, I can't thank you enough. And these are people in my industry where they're always looking for the backstory because that's what they do as journalists, as entertainers. And they have nothing but rave reviews for Dina and One Health benefits. And Michael now part of that team as well. 724-799-8873. Michael, final minute, all yours. Go ahead.
Oh, that's awesome. Listen, just a reminder, folks, we have until the end of the month. Please give us a call. We are going to give you the information that you need, and even information that you didn't even know you needed. So working with Dina has been, so far, is just the highlight of my career so far. It is exactly what I'm looking for as far as the personal touch with our clients. And we are more than happy to answer your questions and go over your situations and do that needs analysis and help you understand how this works and try to find the best coverage for your situation. It's just, I'm so thrilled to be working here at One Health Benefits. We love our clients. We get, and of course you, Rob, we get so many clients from this show, and we're really appreciative of them, our listeners. And we really do want to go that extra mile and help our clients. So please give us a call, and even if it's not Medicare related, we do all the other stuff as well. So, questions, just trying to figure out if you're going to retire, those are things we can help with. So please give us a call. We're happy to help, and we really do appreciate our clients and our listeners.
Michael, thank you. Hey, Dina, I got to give you just enough time to say thank you as well, and have a great day. So goodbye for now. We'll talk to you next month, and keep up the great work, okay?
Sounds good. I miss you, Pittsburgh. Thank you so much for everything. Continue to listen, and we'll continue to help.
Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman, very passionate about what they do. One Health Benefits, onehealthbenefits.com. Always enjoy our time together again. They'll be back April 4th at 7 a.m., but you don't have to wait. You can call today, 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873, onehealthbenefits.com. Stay with us. We've got lots more to come today with your Pratt Pack till 1 o'clock on KDKA. Rob Taylor coming up next with that news at 8 a.m. Good morning.
The preceding was paid for by One Health Benefits. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30, only on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 42 degrees now at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police are investigating 2 shootings Friday night, one of which was deadly. A woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head on Singer Avenue in McKees Rocks around 8 o'clock Friday night. She was transported to the hospital but later died. It's just in. She's been identified as 20-year-old Maya Parker. The second shooting occurred in Homestead on East 16th Avenue around 9:45. A man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg and transported to the hospital. No word on his condition. Police say in the McKees Rock shooting, they've identified everyone involved. No charges yet to be filed. In a Homestead shooting, there are no suspect descriptions, but anyone can call the information. The county police's tip line at 1-833-ALL-TIPS.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit says a part of the East Busway is closed temporarily due to a landslide. PRT says although no slide debris had reached the actual busway, the area was closed out of an abundance of caution. Buses are now entering and exiting the busway at 26th Street in the Strip. That's about a mile from the entrance to the usual entrance of the busway downtown at Grant Street and Liberty Avenue. No word on how long that detour will take place. Well, Ligonier Valley's former police chief headed to trial on drug charges. John Berger had his preliminary hearing on Friday. Berger accused of stealing drugs that were in police custody and allowing a suspected drug dealer to operate in exchange for providing him with painkillers. On the South Side Friday afternoon, Mayor Corey O'Connor joined the South Side Chamber of Commerce to welcome 3 new restaurants to the neighborhood. O'Connor holding a ribbon-cutting ceremony and welcome crawl for those 3 new businesses, and says La Dolce Vita and Tia Cali Restaurant and Bar on East Carson Street, along with the Bedford House PGH on South 12th, will each bring a unique offering and draw in a diverse audience to the area.
It's exciting. 3 new businesses opening on Carson Street. You know, this is such a great momentum for the South Side, small businesses, main streets, you know, making sure that entrepreneurs have the support of not only the community but the city. So it's really important that we're here on opening day for 3 new shops in the South Side.
Audio courtesy of KDKA Television. O'Connor says it's important for the city to make sure there are opportunities for small businesses to flourish. The P.J. McCardle roadway is closed until 5 o'clock today between the Liberty Bridge and Grandview Avenue. It will reopen immediately as work is completed. Motorists today asked to take alternate routes such as Boggs Avenue. KDK Radio News Time coming up on 8:03. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
When it comes to surgery, trust matters. At Independence Health System, our award-winning surgeons use advanced techniques and technology to deliver safe, precise, and personalized care. We offer minimally invasive options for faster recovery, smaller incisions, and less risk. From hernia repair to bariatric surgery, our skilled team is here for you every step of the way. Learn more at independence.health. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy morning fog gives way to some sun today with a high of 58. Then clouds build in for tonight with a low of 51, leading to a cloudy and warmer day tomorrow with some late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Well, this is going to be a unique edition of Secure Money Advisors. We are doing something we have never done before, and it really is by overwhelming response. People coming up to me and saying, I wish I could be in that studio. You're the only one that gets to ask a question. Well, guess what? Mr. Caranta and I, we spent some time at his Studio 77 the other night, and we were kind of brainstorming, and he said, you know what, Rob? It's time. So all of you out there who have any financial questions on your mind, or you've been listening to the show for years, or you want to get in the queue, I'm just going to tell you, and I'll remind you in a little bit because he's going to start with his opening monologue, but you're going to have a chance right now in real time to get all of your financial questions answered. Stock portfolios, tips, tricks, and more. But more importantly, that word annuity that we love talking about. So the number to dial, all of our lines are open, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. The number to dial to have a chance to talk to Brian Caranta as we begin with a business report on Secure Money Advisors on the Money. I don't know about you, but this week in retirement is what we're going to be discussing as well. This is exciting to me. So welcome again to On the Money, Secure Money Advisors. It's me, Rob Pratt, along with Brian Caranta. And today we're doing something new, as I mentioned. We're opening up and kicking things off with a brand new segment. This Week in Retirement. It's about business news that you can use. So, Brian, let's get started, and good morning.
Good morning, Rob. Good to see you again, and thanks for coming down to the studio. We had a great time down there.
Let me tell you something. That studio is going to be so busy. I'm glad I got in early. The grand opening is coming up on March 31st, but it is palatial. And I've been in a few studios in my life, but there are going to be a lot of people wanting to step up to the plate to rent that property, or as he said, he's going to make it available for some nonprofits. It is a gem. It's a creme de la creme, so 5 stars. So congratulations to you and your team.
Yeah, and thank you very much. And I do want to say about the nonprofits, you know, a big part of me cares about all the work that the nonprofits do. And I think a lot of them out there don't have the ability to get their message out. They need a way to get their message out. So if you, are on the board of a nonprofit, or you know of a nonprofit that would like some content and exposure, Studio 77 will do that completely, absolutely free for you, pro bono. It's my way of giving back to the community. So, all right. So let's talk about what's really happening this week in retirement, because this week alone, we've seen a lot going on. As you and I have already talked about, we've seen the Federal Reserve hold interest rates steady again, still sitting around that 3.5 to 3.75% range. And they're openly saying they're not sure what comes next. As we all know, the markets do not like uncertainty. There is a lot of uncertainty because at the same time, we now have oil prices jumping back over $100 a barrel. They spiked up to $120 a barrel. So gas prices are up nearly $1 in just a month. So if you're retired or getting close, you're feeling this. But here's what gets even more concerning. A new report just came out showing that Medicare premiums, listen to this, could double over the next decade, going from $2,400 a year to nearly $5,000 a year. And this year alone, premiums went up almost 10%, while Social Security only increased their cost of living adjustment by 2.8%. A lot of you that are collecting Social Security are very familiar with this, because typically when we see a cost of living adjustment, we also see those Medicare premiums come up, and that whole cost of living adjustment is wiped out. So your costs are going up faster than your income. And here's what I'm really seeing in real life. Retirement accounts are actually up. You got 401ks up over 10%. But at the same time, more people are taking hardship withdrawals just to keep up with everyday expenses. So on paper, things might look okay. But in reality, people are starting to feel squeezed again. And maybe the biggest shift of all, based on a recent survey, over 70% of Americans now say they don't even want a traditional retirement anymore. They're trying to figure it out as they go. And that's exactly why this show matters, because retirement today is not just about saving money anymore. It's about having a strategy for your income, your investments, your taxes, your health care, and protecting what you've built, because the rules are changing in real time, just as they always have. And more people are concerned today about the return of their money more than the return on their money.
All right, listen, we want you to know it's time. We already have one person in the queue. If you want to get in here and get all of your financial questions answered, headed towards retirement, in retirement, maybe moving some of that money around, annuities, CDs, you name it, insurance, life insurance. This guy can handle it all. So give us a call right now. Get loaded and stacked on those phone lines because we're going to be going to you in just a couple of moments. This is the first time we've done it. We hope to do it every week moving forward, and we'd like to have you on the maiden voyage of us taking calls on Secure Money Advisors on the money. This week in retirement, something new that we're beginning the show with each and every week. Do want to remind you, if you're listening right now and you're not sure if your plan is built for the environment that he is talking about, give them a call. The staff, the team standing by, 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. They will walk you through where you stand and where you should be going. Our number, 866-391-1020. So, Brian, we got a couple of minutes before the next segment. Already 2 calls in the queue. What else as far as this week in retirement?
Well, I get the question a lot of times: is stay the course still good advice for someone near retirement? And I would say this: that advice of staying the course works for somebody that's in their 30s, not 65. And you got to remember, time is your biggest asset when you're younger. In retirement, timing matters more than your returns because you have something that shows up, a risk called sequence risk. I write about it in my book, Right Track Your Retirement, which you can get at righttrackpittsburgh.com. And you can't afford a major loss early in retirement, Rob. It's absolutely devastating when you look at those numbers. The studies show it over and over and over. There are reports from Harvard Wharton School of Business about the sequence of returns risk. It was something a lot of people never needed to worry about because they had their Social Security and pension, but now it matters because the 401k has become the pension, and people continue to invest their money just like they are investing in their 401k. They try to withdraw from it. The markets go down. They compound their losses. They lock into their losses. And now we run the risk of running out of money.
All right, so let's take a call before the break. We have a couple of minutes here. Let's go to Chuck in Shaler. Anybody else? Now's the time. Step up. Even how to handle that Social Security money, maybe even taking a little bit earlier. It's 866-391-1020. Chuck, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Good morning.
Brian, I'm going to be 59 and a half in about 2 weeks. And I already had a phone call with Neil. I am a client of yours.
Mm-hmm.
And is there any rules I need to know about doing an in-service rollover?
No, just make sure that you're actually 59 and a half. So happy 59 and a half birthday. And by the way, this is a great question, Chuck, because this is a big part of the planning process. So a lot of people don't realize that at 59 and a half, most companies will allow you to do an in-service withdrawal. That rollover is allowed by the IRS, no taxes, no penalties, and it's the best thing to do because it allows you to reposition some of the money and set that foundation for retirement. But at the same time, it doesn't close your 401k. You get to continue to contribute, get your match. So it's a really great thing. A lot of people don't know about it. So the rules are very straightforward and very simple to follow. It's one thing we do quite often at Secure Money Advisors.
Well, I will definitely be down there in about 2 more weeks. And I do want to say Neil is really, really good. And zero pressure when you go down there. I was not pushed into anything.
Well,
he listened, I talked, and he gave me, I felt what I wanted.
Chuck, I really appreciate you saying that because every week on the radio, I always say, if somebody wants to set up a strategy session with you, my promise is nobody's going to sell you at our office. All of our advisors follow the same philosophy, and it's really about being a teammate with you and being consultative and asking the right questions so that we can guide you in the right direction. So I can't thank you enough for the compliment. I can't thank you enough for choosing Secure Money Advisors because at the same time, you've got a lot of choices out there. By the way, your check's in the mail for all the great things you said, and happy 59 and a half birthday.
No, all I want is some more of them Hershey bars that you have when I go up to the office.
Go ahead.
You have really good coffee, and I really like them little them little square Hershey bars. They're really good.
Chuck, I'm going to tell you something about those Hershey bars. So one year somebody said to me, you should get Godiva chocolate. Now, at that time, we probably had, at the time that I was producing and working with clients, I changed it over from the Hershey Nuggets to the Godiva chocolate, and everybody got upset. So we'll never get rid of the Hershey Nuggets or the good coffee.
All right. Hey, Chuck, appreciate you, buddy.
It was nice to talk to you. Yeah.
Nice to talk to you.
Guys.
Take care, Chuck.
All right, this guy, he's been driving a UPS truck for almost 40 years.
Yep.
So for him to say what he said about you, that wasn't coached. That was him from the heart.
That was 100% from the heart, yes. And, Rob, the truth is that's the stuff we hear over and over and over again. You got to remember, I worked at the big brokerage firms. It was all about high-pressured sales. And I said, if I ever break out on my own, that's not the way we're going to do it. And you know that. You and I have sat down, right? It's a conversation because, there's no bad investment out there. The question is, what strategy is going to be engineered right for you?
All right, so what we're going to do is take a break. Again, phone number is 866-391-1020. Anything about your retirement, impending retirement, 10 years down the road, it's a week away, whatever the case, whatever you want to talk about, he can help you. So give us a call. All of our lines are open, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. First time ever taking your phone calls on Secure Money Advisors on the money on KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Big day today at Janoski's in Clinton. It's their candy shop. Grand opening begins at 10 until 4. Everything your little heart desires, you're going to absolutely love it. And also $1 per ticket to enter to win a giant chocolate bunny. Proceeds to benefit the Ridge Church Pantry. Also happening today, the pop-up market, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., local vendors, and featuring that delicious roaming bean coffee trailer. All today along with their Janoski's garage sale this weekend in Clinton.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Front seat. Just this one time. Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA, the source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio, KDKA.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back. Don't forget, righttrackpittsburgh.com. Get that book, Right Track Your Retirement, absolutely free. They will pick up the shipping, too. You can talk to the team now if you have any questions at 412-286-1470. But if you want to talk to Brian Caranta, we made a decision the other night when we were spending time at Studio 77. Moving forward, it's your opportunity to get your financial questions answered. And we've got a few people waiting already here in segment 2. So let's go right to the phones, 866-391-1020. Here's Gary in Lower Borough for Brian Caranta from Secure Money Advisors. Hey, Gary, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Gary.
I was in your office. Good morning. I was in your office several months ago. Spoke with one of your representatives, and we decided that when I turned 59 and a half, I would see about rolling over a large portion of my current 401k into a annuity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the meantime, I wanted to start rolling over some of my existing 401 into a Roth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I'm finding out is, and what I'm being told by my current 401 provider is, I know I have to pay the state taxes, I have to pay the federal taxes, but now they're also telling me that I would probably have to pay a 10% early withdrawal penalty, even if I'm rolling it over.
So let me just understand this. When are you going to be 59 and a half, or are you already 59 and a half?
I am 58 right now.
Okay, got it. So, so have you checked with your 401k company to see if they have a Roth component within the 401k?
Yes, and I currently contribute to that on my own.
Okay.
Through my company.
Yep.
But what's sitting in my 401k right now, I just wanted to start converting maybe 10 to 15,000 per year over into the Roth.
Got it.
I understand state and federal taxes, but now they're telling me I'd probably have to pay a 10% early withdrawal penalty on top of the taxes.
So are they aware? Because there's two ways you can do this, Gary. One is you can do the Roth conversion within the 401k, right? So you can move from the traditional to the Roth there, or you would be able to do it by moving the money out. Which one do they think you're doing? Do they think you're doing the internal one or moving the money out of the 401k?
I explained to them that I wanted to do the internal, to move the money from my 401 into the Roth portion of my 401.
Got it. And they
is already in existence.
And this is and you called them and said, "Hey, I want to do this now. Why I'm 58."
Yes.
Okay, so that's where they're coming up with this early withdrawal penalty. Right. So I would wait until you're 59 and a half. You'll probably have some different rules. And I would tell you, in every 401k, there's something called the statement of understanding. Okay. If you can get that statement of understanding, and the only reason I'm recommending this is because every plan does differ a little bit. Most of them are pretty similar across the board, but some companies have some weird rules. So if you get the statement of understanding and you send it to us, we can actually go through that statement of understanding and see where that might say that, and see if somebody, did you just call the normal 800 number with the 401k and just talk to a representative?
Okay.
Is that what you did? You just talk to
I can do it.
When you call
okay,
here's the chat, and we go. By the way, Gary, we go through this all the time, where you call the 401k company, you get a representative on the phone. Maybe they're new to the industry, and you're getting wrong advice. So, because I can tell you at 59 and a half, there's going to be no 10% early withdrawal penalty once you turn 59 and a half. I mean, that's
okay.
that I can promise you. But I would like to take a look at your statement of understanding to see the internal conversion structure of that statement of understanding, to see where they might do it, because I think you might have been misled a little bit on that advice. So, but we can take a look at it for you. But you also might have to just wait till you're 59 and a half to even do the internal. But the statement of understanding will tell us that. Call them, tell you want the statement of understanding, and we'll be able to look at all the rules and be able to decipher it.
Okay, well, I thank you.
Okay, Gary, thanks for calling.
All right, that's what we do on this show. Now that we have a chance to hear from you firsthand, you get those questions answered. So if you have a financial question that you want to ask Brian Caranta right now, call us 866-391-1020. We've got the team standing by as well at 412-286-1470. But again, this is the first week, and we're going to be doing this moving forward, and obviously this is going to gain momentum as we go. So if you want to get in here on the very first edition of Secure Money Advisors, taking your calls, call us right now. Our lines are available. Easy access, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. We have another call coming into the queue right now as we speak. But you see, this is what people need to know. You need to deal with people that you can see, feel, touch, shake hands, embrace, sit across the table, pick up a phone, make a call and say, I'll be over.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly right. Look, I mean, I've met with thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and you'll find that, everybody, the reason why we focus on that 55 and older age is because there's so many rules to follow that if you don't specialize in that area, and then, if you're going from working with a 25-year-old to a 65, the rules are completely different. The engineering, the plan's completely different. And that's why we decided to specialize here.
All right, listen, Steve, you stay where you're at. We're going to get to you in a couple of moments. Anybody else? We got 2 more full segments, already getting some good calls early on. Our first show taking calls. So if you have a question for Brian, call us right now so we can get you on the air before the next 2 segments are done. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. And if you want to set up that appointment, that first visit is free. You can call the team right now at 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. But the number to talk to Brian Carantis, Cure Money Advisors, all those financial questions, get them answered now, 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
Is there constantly someone in the family fighting a cold? Fight back with Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills viruses and bacteria, and it won't hurt your skin, your pets, or our environment. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Get Sniper. It's safe to use in your home and office. Simply spray and walk away to kill germs for maximum protection. Pick up a bottle of Sniper at your local True Value store or visit disinfectwithsniper.com. Get it now.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer, and 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on KDKA Radio. On March 24th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you in part by Aetna and by Isley's and Beano's. Details at kdkaradio.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 42 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. The person who died in a shooting Friday night in McKees Rocks has been identified. A woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head on Singer Avenue in McKees Rocks around 8 o'clock Friday night, taken to the hospital but later died. She's been identified as 20-year-old Maya Parker. Police say they've identified all involved in that shooting incident. Charges could be pending. No charges have been filed as of yet. Now, Allegheny County Police are also investigating another shooting. It happened in Homestead Friday night around 9:45 on East 16th Avenue. A man found with a gunshot wound to the leg. Transported to the hospital, no word on his condition. Anyone with information on that shooting is asked to call the Allegheny County Police tip line at 1-833-ALL-TIPS. CBS News correspondent Charlie D'Agata with the latest now on the Iran war, now in its fourth week.
In 3 weeks of fighting, officials say there have been more than 8,000 combat flights, roughly 7,800 targets hit, including 120 Iranian vessels. But that hasn't deterred Iran from launching a wave of attacks on energy infrastructure across Gulf states, targeting oil refineries and gas facilities, leaving countries worldwide facing rising prices and the prospect of having to reduce consumption.
His traffic note, the P.J. McCardle roadway is closed until 5 o'clock today in order to allow city contractors to install new permanent fencing along that roadway. It's closed between the Liberty Bridge and Grandview Avenue until 5 o'clock today. Motorists asked to take a detour, such as Boggs Avenue, this morning and into the afternoon. KDKA Radio News Time is 8:32. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
As veterans, we've dealt with noise. From chains clanking as they're clamped onto cargo, to orders coming down the chain of command. We can handle that kind of noise. Back home, the noise is different. Seems like everyone's talking all at once and over each other because they just want to be heard. They're taking selfies and oversharing. But we know that it's not about hearing. It's about listening. Listening to what's actually happening with our fellow veterans. Understanding each other because we share the same experiences, the same vocabulary, following the same paths that others have walked. If only we can pick up the trail. Make the Connection is a place for veterans to hear stories from other veterans. Listen and learn about why you're not alone at maketheconnection.net.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Areas of morning fog give way to some sun later today with a high of 58, but clouds return tonight. It stays warm with a low of 51, leading to a warmer day tomorrow with late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, but cooler, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, maiden voyage taking calls. Secure Money Advisors on the money. Brian Caranta. We got some calls in the queue. It's been a very brisk first edition, but we're going to be doing this moving forward. We're glad that you are receiving it so well, but it's here to help you. You're getting a chance on a Saturday morning to get the expertise from someone who has done everything. And, you know, things that he talks about that a lot of people in his position do not. We talk annuities. And also, I had a great conversation with him at Studio 77 the other night when we were live on Facebook talking about life insurance and insurance. He's a believer in it. So if you have a question about that, he can help you. So 866-391-1020. Let's go to Steve in New Kensington up next for Brian Caranta. Go ahead, Steve.
Good morning, guys. I have a question. You know, my financial health is important as my medical health. And I was wondering about a second opinion on my investments. I had my current advisor, we've been with about 12 years, and he's retiring and merging his small company with the larger company. I think it's called.
No. You don't have to give the name. That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and I've always wanted to get a second opinion anyway, and I was just wondering, like, what the process would be like with you guys. And I do believe in annuities. I do have current annuities. I know annuities can be a touchy subject. Some people either love them or hate them.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like it's serving my needs okay. So if you could just brush on what would be involved with the second opinion from you guys, and what kind of services you might offer other than the financial. Rob just mentioned on the commercial, about insurance planning, which is, something I might want to look at also.
Well, Steve, first off, it's a great question, and I get that question a lot. And there's a lot of people that are in a position, because the financial industry, the average age of the advisor in the industry is at the point to where a lot of them are looking to exit or retire. So we're seeing this often where maybe a small boutique firm might be selling out to a larger firm. So it's very common. In regards to our second opinion process, it's really simple. First, you can call directly to the office and schedule the appointment. But let me tell you what you can expect when you come in. First off, the whole purpose of that meeting is to first identify everything in the portfolio that you're doing that is already good, because we're not in the business of just moving money to move money. You say you have some annuities already. Those annuities might be absolutely fantastic. So then what we typically do is we're going to go through all of your income. We're going to lay that out on a big screen, go through it with you. We'll look at a number of different scenarios. Are you married?
Yeah, me and my wife, we have joint accounts, although we're fortunate. We're probably split 50-50. She worked full-time, I work full-time.
Yep.
We both just are in our early 70s now, so we've been retired, since COVID.
Yep.
And, we're collecting Social Security, which is, that's one of the biggest part is transferring not only, into retirement, but then, fielding the Medicare and stuff. So we're kind of established with that.
Yep.
It's just the financial stuff. I just want to make sure, we're doing it right. And actually, the merger kind of forced me to do it because I've been thinking about it anyway. Not that I have any problems,
Yep.
but I always wanted a second opinion.
Yeah, and listen, my promise to you is, my team, we all follow the same philosophy that if someone's already in a good position, you let them know it, and you tell them to keep doing what they're doing. So, but let me tell you about all the different services that we do. So first off, there's 5 key areas that we're going to focus on. Number 1, the review of the investments, what your tax strategy is, what your income strategy is. You say you're in your 70s. I'm assuming you're not at RMD age yet, right?
No, I'm 71 and my wife just turned 70.
Right. So we'll look at the impact of the RMDs that you'll have to take in the next 2 years at age 73. If you give to charities, a lot of people don't know this, but at 70 and a half, you can start to do charitable contributions. So you can start moving money out of your IRA tax-free to charity. So if you give to charities, I have a lot of clients that give to charities or their churches, but they pay from their saving account, their checking account. Once you turn 70 and a half, you can do it directly from your IRA. No taxes to you, no taxes to them. Becomes a great tax planning strategy. So the other area we'll look at is, what are you doing as far as tax strategy? What are you doing as far as your health care? So Medicare, long-term care, things along those lines, and of course your estate planning. So those 5 areas are what make up a full retirement plan. And you may have all of those areas already in place. And if you do, we'll let you know that you're in good shape and to just keep doing what you're doing. But you'll find it to be very thorough. There'll be a lot of questions that are asked, but it's a no pressure process. You'll find it very, very, very helpful. You'll get a lot out of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Your tax stuff kind of is a good thing. Our guy, he'll refer us to somebody in his, like a group, but it's not part of his services, and that was beneficial. But I would like to have everything under one umbrella, and the estate planning, we kind of did some stuff there. We put our house in a trust, to avoid issues with that, and we are 1 year away from the look behind, so But I need a little more advice, too, on the estate planning. And I just thought insurance wasn't needed when I'm old, but now I'm hearing other things that insurance at my age might be a good thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits for it depending on if the pricing is right. But, I'm glad you brought up the whole thing about taxes where you're being referred out to maybe someone to help you with your taxes. And I want, all the listeners that are listening to understand that there's a difference between being referred to a tax accountant that's going to do the taxes versus the advisor who's going to give the strategy around taxes, because there's a lot of tax strategies that you're going to be able to start to use, especially at your age, that will really help reduce the amount of taxes that you pay overall. And we've got dozens of different strategies when it comes to tax savings, especially once you start to get to that 70 to 73 age, because there's a lot that's going to happen there, but there's a lot of things that can take place. And so the strategy of taxes is much different than actually doing the taxes that we all have to do by April. So, yeah, we look forward to seeing you.
Well, Brian, can you give me your company's name? I know your first name's Brian. I missed your company.
Yep, it's Secure Money Advisors. So if you just go to securemoneyadvisors.com, you can actually go on there and you can schedule right on the website if you want, and you can just see what calendar dates are available, and it's really, really simple to schedule with us.
Yeah, I just have one other quick question. I'm assuming you are a fiduciary, correct?
Yes, absolutely. All advisors are required to be fiduciaries at our firm, and I'm glad you brought that up too, because most people don't understand what the fiduciary responsibility is. So, the fiduciary responsibility is to do what's in the client's best interest, period. That's by law what we're supposed to be doing. And two, if we're dealing with investments, there's no commission charges. So a lot of times when you're working with brokerage firms, you've got upfront commissions to pay and all kinds of things. So anytime a recommendation is made, you never know, are they making the recommendation because they're trying to earn a commission? When you're working with a fiduciary, which most advisors are moving towards that fiduciary model now, because they want to sit on the same side of the table as the client and know that if they make a recommendation for a change, that there's no money involved with that recommendation of change, because the fiduciary will earn a small fee based on the performance of the account. So they have a vested interest in making sure that the plan evolves over time as the markets change. Like right now, with everything going on with Iran and everything else, and the oil prices going up, there's adjustments that we're making in people's portfolios because things are changing. And so we have to make temporary changes to that. So, but yeah, thanks for asking whether or not we were a fiduciary. It's very important, I think, for anybody to seek out a fiduciary firm.
Hey, I appreciate your info, guys. Big help.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much.
All right, good stuff. Listen, anybody else out there, we've got one more segment. And honestly, you never know how these things are going to go. And it's gone a whole lot better than even I thought. So listen, we got one more segment. So if you haven't been able to get through, you have one more opportunity to get your questions answered about everything that they do at Secure Money Advisors. So number to dial is 866-391-1020. We have some lines available going into our final segment. And we're going to be doing this moving forward. So tell your friends, tell your neighbors, family, you name it. Anybody who wants a financial question answered, give us a call, 866-391-1020. But before we go to break, you're more than just that typical fiduciary. So explain exactly what Secure Money Advisors, what separates you from everyone else. And this will give people an opportunity to think, hey, I didn't think they could handle that question. And then they'll realize that you can, and they'll phone in. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, in this business, you can't be the jack of all trades, right? You really have to specialize in a specific area because the rules are so complicated when it comes to retirement planning. So, we work with people that are 55 and older, 10 to 5 years out from retirement. And there's 5 key areas that make up a strategy. There's your income, there's your investments, there's your tax strategy, there's your healthcare strategy, and there's your estate planning strategy. So we're going to help review each of those areas to make sure that you are optimized in each of those areas so that we can sign off on that and know that you finally have all of the major areas covered. Because a lot of people might have investments, Rob, but they don't have the other things handled. They don't have the income strategy. They don't have the tax strategy. They don't have the healthcare strategy. So there's a lot of holes, if you will, in the bottom of the boat that are letting water in. And that's where people get themselves in trouble later on down the road. Look at what I just opened up with my monologue. I mean, look at what's going to be happening in Medicare premiums, going up from, $2,000 to $5,000, but maybe over the next 10. That's an insane amount. Not only that, but when the cost of living adjustment comes out with Social Security, you got Social Security giving 2.8% this year, but Medicare going up by 10%. It wipes out the entire cost of living adjustment and more, right? I mean, I think it works out to like $54 on average of an increase for if you take what the average Social Security check is across for all Americans. So there's a lot to think about, and that's why you've got to work with someone that really, really specializes in this. A lot of people will say that they specialize in retirement planning, but really all they're going to do is look at your investment strategy, and investments are not a plan. They are not a strategy. They are investments. They are one piece to a very big puzzle. So I would tell you, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, get a copy of my book. My team is standing by to take your calls to schedule an appointment, 412-286-1470. If some of these things are landing with you and you do have those concerns, you've heard folks today. We are not there to pressure you. We are there to work together with you as a team and help you in any way we can.
Giving you that extra layer beginning today and moving forward, you're going to be able to talk to him in real time every single Saturday in the 8 o'clock hour. And our number is 866-391-1020. Come one, come all. Give us a call. One more segment for this week's edition of Secure Money Advisors on the Money with Brian Koranczyk for KDKA.
The NFL Draft is the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. And who does the NFL commissioner want to talk to about it? The voice of Pittsburgh. KDKA Radio has the exclusive with Roger Goodell, Monday at 9:30, only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country. And you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time-to-talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, again, final segment. Anybody has a question for Brian, you better hurry. 866-391-1020. A unique concept. I'm glad we did it, and it's only going to get better. How does that make you feel, having a chance to talk to people on KDK about their financial situations? Because one thing is for sure, you look at the headlines every day, people are concerned, are they not, Brian?
They are. And I got to tell you, Rob, being the CEO of Secure Money Advisors, I had to do it because, I've always promised that we were going to provide world-class service. And as more and more people rush to come to us, it requires an incredible team of people to be able to deliver that. And I knew that in order to protect the brand, protect that culture, I was going to have to step away to be able to run it. And I will tell you, today has been absolutely incredible because this is what I love doing. You got to remember, I spent over 20 years in a conference room meeting, sometimes 17 people in a day. And so, this is what brings me joy.
Well, and they want to feel as though, and rightfully so, they're the most important person in the world. And having the ability to call in and talk to you right now as they're waking up on a Saturday, believe me, they are excited, and this is going to be great moving forward. We got 1 minute left, so it's all yours. Take it away.
Yeah, I just want to say, as you've listened to the show, if some of these things are landing and you've got concerns like most people do that we're talking with, that they don't know when to collect their Social Security, or maybe they're going to be retiring and they're not sure if they're going to have enough money because they're not sure if the money that they've accumulated in their 401k is going to last. Their company's not giving them a pension. They're concerned about health care and they're not sure when to start collecting Medicare. Or maybe you're a husband and wife and you both want to retire at the same time. One's Medicare age, one's not. Secure Money Advisors can solve that problem. We can handle the health insurance for the younger person. We can handle the Medicare for the person that qualifies for Medicare. We can help give you guidance on different tax strategies, which there's so many different tax strategies out there that so many people do not utilize that can save a lot of money on taxes. And so I would tell you, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, get a copy of my book. That book is a roadmap for you to a planning a guide, or just call 412-286-1470. The team is standing by. They can send you the book and schedule an appointment for you.
Good stuff. And again, moving forward, every week, Saturday, 8 a.m. hour, you have a chance to phone in and talk to Brian Carrant, Secure Money Advisors. And again, that number to reach the crew, 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470, righttrackpittsburgh.com.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30, only on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer. And 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
As veterans, we've dealt with noise. From chains clanking as they're clamped onto cargo, to orders coming down the chain of command. We can handle that kind of noise. Back home, the noise is different. Seems like everyone's talking all at once and over each other because they just want to be heard. They're taking selfies and oversharing. But we know that it's not about hearing. It's about listening. Listening to what's actually happening with our fellow veterans. Understanding each other because we share the same experiences, the same vocabulary, following the same paths that others have walked. If only we can pick up the trail. Make the Connection is a place for veterans to hear stories from other veterans. Listen and learn about why you're not alone at maketheconnection.net.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police are investigating 2 shootings from Friday night, one of which was deadly. A woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head around 8 o'clock on Singer Avenue in McKees Rocks. She was transported to the hospital but later died. She's now been identified as 20-year-old Maya Parker. Police have identified everyone involved in that incident. No charges have yet to be filed in that incident. Also, a shooting happened in Homestead. About an hour and a half later, around 9:45, a man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg at East 16th Avenue. He was taken to the hospital. No word on his condition. Any information that you have about that shooting in Homestead, you can call the Allegheny County Police tip line at 1-833-ALL-TIPS. A woman, police say, left her children alone at home as she ran errands, and one of the children allegedly ended up on the roof of the house. 38-year-old Amanda Rivera of Indiana County is facing child endangerment charges. Police say the incident happened on March 15th. Rivera's 8-year-old son allegedly was spotted on the roof by a neighbor who took a video of it and called 911. Rivera said she was in the process of moving out of the home and had been in and out of the home all day. No one was hurt in the incident. Well, on the South Side Friday afternoon, Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor joined the South Side Chamber of Commerce to welcome 3 new restaurants to the neighborhood. O'Connor held a ribbon-cutting ceremony and welcome crawl for the La Dolce Vita Tia Cali restaurant and bar that's on East Carson Street. Also, the Bedford House PGH on South 12th Street. Each will bring a unique offering and draw in a diverse audience to the area.
It's exciting. 3 new businesses opening on Carson Street. You know, this is such a great momentum for the South Side, small businesses, main streets, you know, making sure that entrepreneurs have the support of not only the community but the city. So it's really important that we're here on opening day for 3 new shops in the South Side.
Audio courtesy of KDKA Television. O'Connor says it's important for the city to make sure there are opportunities for small businesses to flourish. Well, the P.J. McCardle roadway closed right now until 5 o'clock to allow city contractors to install new permanent fencing along that roadway. Its road is closed between the Liberty Bridge and Grandview Avenue until 5 o'clock, as mentioned. Roadway will reopen immediately as the work is completed. Now, during this time, motorists asked to take alternate routes such as Boggs Avenue. KDKA Radio News Time 9:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy morning fog gives way to some sun today with a high of 58. Then clouds build in for tonight with a low of 51, leading to a cloudy and warmer day tomorrow with some late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Well, we go to one newscast, and then voila, it's time for the curtain to come up on another show. And this guy has become the face of this incredible brand. See him everywhere. You hear him during the week. You see him in that Metropolitan Window video screen in which you can see this interview and this show stream live and hear it too, KDKRadio.com. Click on KDK Watch, obviously our YouTube page. They've got a YouTube page. They've got a Facebook page. And they are the face of Medicare in this place we call home. It's MediConnect, the inside connection, and the Medicare Advantage open enrollment period. That hard deadline coming up just a couple of days away. March 31st. We have a lot to get to. This window applies to individuals currently enrolled in Medicare Advantage. Is this your last chance? Well, switch plans, possibly, yes, no. What do you want to do? Or return to original Medicare, depending on eligibility. All of the above. And remember, throughout the hour until noon, 888-818-6334, we have those live advisors standing by to take your calls. We're going to tell you about the upcoming seminars. You can call them. You have to reserve your space. They're free, or you can go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab. It has been a whirlwind 3-4 months for MediConnect, and you have been there, and people are giving you nothing but 5-star Google reviews. So let me be the first to say, and I do this every week, and I have at least since October, job well done.
Thank you so much, sir. It's good to see you. Good to be here.
Great to see you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. You're now a grandfather.
Yes, just don't use that word.
So what would you like this beautiful child to call you?
You know, obviously it's going to be whatever they do. I'm not going to be upset with, but if I had my pick, I'd probably go with like Pap or Pop, something like that.
I like Pap and Pops.
I'm not ready for Grandpa yet.
You're a little too young for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm a great granddad. One thing I did ask you though, because I'm really kind of toying with the idea, and I had somebody say to me, venture capitalist, done very well for himself, and he's on Medicare. His wife's on Medicare. She happens to be my sister. He's 10 years older than me, and I'm 69. So he said, have you gotten on Medicare yet? And I go, not yet. He goes, well, you might want to start thinking about it. So is that fact or fiction, or does every situation differ?
Every situation differs.
Okay.
For sure. Because we've reviewed with you, right? And you don't pay a whole lot out of your own pocket for your coverage right now.
Not at all.
So the fact that you're working, it's a coin flip. And I don't mean that in a flippant way. It's 50% of the time group coverage is better for somebody when they turn 65 based on 4 factors, really, Rob. The monthly premium, the deductible, the copay structure, because a lot of the group plans, Rob, they have like a 10%, 20%, some of them have a 30% coinsurance, and then the max out of pocket, right? So it really depends on that individual's given situation, whether they should move to Medicare at 65 or not. Like I talked to a couple earlier this week, and they're paying between the two of them $950 a month right now for their coverage through the group plan. So them moving to Medicare was a different scenario. But I do want to say this because I do think it's important. For some reason, there's a misnomer out there that Medicare coverage is not very good. But Medicare coverage is actually very comprehensive, affordable. Again, when you're living on a fixed income, sometimes it may not feel affordable. But when you place it head-to-head against a lot of the other insurance that's available, the ACA group, a lot of the group plans, it is a very attractive option.
Well, I do know one thing. I have already got the ball rolling, and if you don't do anything, you should at least get the ball rolling.
Well, again, at 64, and I'm going to talk about this a lot in the last segment. At 64, I think everybody needs to come to one of the webinars, one of the seminars, sit down with one of our people one-on-one, because we're going to give you the game plan, right? Like a lot of times in life, we put things off because we don't know what to expect. But if you come and you invest 1 hour,
right,
you're going to have a lot of clarity on whether I need to worry about this right now or I can put this off while I'm still working. Like you're going to get exactly what you need from a timeline standpoint and a budget standpoint to make great decisions.
So another person who is a school teacher, we were talking about some of the different companies that have invested in teachers' pensions, okay? Mm-hmm. And they're about 10 years away from retirement. And they said to me, I sure hope it's there, meaning my pension when I retire. Now, if you're a teacher and you got great health care, not just during the time you work, but after your time is done, where does that thing, and we had somebody, earlier I was talking to some people that were calling in my show, people that I've known forever, who have been or close to retiring, and they have had that teaching certificate as well. What would you say to a teacher who's 5 years out and thinking they have everything locked up? But with the way the world is changing, they too should be thinking about what they're going to do post-work. Is that not correct?
Yeah, no, it's definitely correct. And for the teachers, if they've been with Peasers for 15 years, they're going to get a $100 discount on their insurance when they turn 65, when they go on to Medicare. Mm-hmm. So for the educator or the person that's in the school system, it's actually, they usually stick with the coverage that is provided through the school system. The spouse generally doesn't, right? And the reason the spouse doesn't is they don't get that $100 discount. And when you don't get that and you do the price comparison, the program through the school is actually more expensive. So that's why, yeah, to your point, like, if you have a pension, like we have a lot of people who have federal benefits, Rob, that come to our seminars because they're wanting to understand, how do these work together? We had a guy, what a lot of federal benefit workers don't understand is that, they're not required, some of them are, not all of them are required to get Part B. But if you get Part B, you usually get better copay structure on those federal benefits, right? So, like, there's so many nuances, that we're always helping people through so that they have the right coverage at the right time.
Bottom line is this. The reason this enrollment period has been as busy as it was in the fall, because things are changing every single second, literally. And no matter what you have or what you think, you need to build a relationship and get a game plan because it is changing today as it will tomorrow, as it will next month, as it will next year. So you want to be a part of the MediConnect team. 888-818-6334. Advisors standing by until noon right now. Set up an appointment, never a charge for their services, MediConnectInsurance.com. So we did a lot here in the first couple of minutes, and I know you want to get up and running and do some of the traditional stuff, but you have a lot of ground to cover. So let's get back to your host, Lance O'Brien, MediConnect, the Inside Connection, right now with your Pratt Pack on KDKA.
Yeah, before we share a little bit of this day in history, just picking up, continuing what we were talking about, all three facets of the private insurance industry when it comes to Medicare are undergoing resets right now. Standalone prescription drug plans are reducing the number that are available and the copay structures. The Medicare Advantage plans are going through network changes. They're going through additional benefit changes, and even the Medicare supplements like the Plan Gs and the Plan Ns, those prices are rising significantly. So really all three areas are being hit right now. That's why so many people have been reviewing their coverage. Like we were talking before the show, you asking how busy we were. I mean, we've helped twice as many people this quarter than we did last year this quarter, right? So there's just a lot more people, and some of that is attributed to the growth that we're going through, but some of it's attributed to what's happening in the marketplace.
Well, and here in closing, and then we're going to get to business that we always do on a regular basis to begin the show. They hear you every week, and they have the reminders, and then they hear you during the week with Marty. Then they have those reminders, or they're following you on social media, or I'm cross-promoting. And they now have somebody that they know 365 days a year, except for certain hours, certain days, they call that number, you're there. And they can actually meet with you in real time. It doesn't cost them a cent, and they know where they stand. So people have an opportunity now because of who you are in the marketplace.
Yeah, there's a high level of trust at this point in time, which is really good when it's such an important matter. No doubt about it.
All right, so let's get going with our regular segment that is the opening part of MediConnect, but we always try to keep you abreast of all of the stuff that's happening in the world of Medicare. Go ahead.
Yeah, so before we get into the final notice, we're going to talk about the next segment. Let's do a little bit of trivia. March 21st, 1980, Dallas aired the famous Who Shot JR episode.
Well, I remember that was like the big ticket.
I was 9 years old, 9 years old at the time. Mm-hmm. I didn't know much, but I remember like everything. And the trivia question goes to this, but it was a huge deal.
You know, most people remember Larry Hagman. They'll go, wasn't he Tony on I Dream of Jeannie? Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Also on this day, I thought this one was interesting. In 2006, Twitter sent the very first tweet.
And we've never stopped.
No, I'm not a tweeter. I've never been on Twitter. I don't know why.
It's fast-paced, man. It's a part of who I am, but it's overwhelming for sure.
On this day in 1963, the Beatles released their album Please, Please Me, which featured the big hit Twist and Shout.
Yeah, the remake of the Isley Brothers hit. It was a smash hit. And I got to be honest with you, of all the versions of it, and there have been many, Sam Cooke, nobody does it better than the Beatles.
Yeah.
And it still sounds raw, real, and energetic. All these years later, you got to realize it was just a guitar, a bass, extra guitar, and a drum set. That's it. And that's that powerful sound to this day. It's still so magical to hear.
Yeah, Lennon's voice on that song was...
You know, for years I thought that was McCartney until I actually saw some footage, film, no video then, they were performing in front of Queen Elizabeth. And I never knew that was John Lennon's voice. But boy, what a voice he had.
Yeah, Lennon pushed that song really well. So on this day, 1999, The Matrix movie premiered, which was a groundbreaking movie, Neo. I wish the subsequent films were as good as the first one, but the first one I thought was amazing.
Here's what's amazing. My son, born in 99, will be 27 years old on March 29th. And it's hard to believe, but that's 1999. We're pushing 30 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, where did that
time's
time go?
flying? We're aging a little bit. Today is National Single Parents Day, so shout out to all the single parents out there. That's a hard job.
It is a hard job.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And of course, today is the first full day of
spring.
Woohoo! Let's get some sun. No more of this snow.
Yeah, so the robin will be taking their parka off and just kind of relaxing in their nest, just using their feathers. Hopefully it'll stay warm.
I hope so. I'm done with this winter.
All right, so do you have a trivia question?
I do have a trivia question. So on this day in 1980, Dallas aired the famous Who Shot JR episode. So who actually shot JR?
I don't remember.
Yep. Who shot J.R. Ewing?
412-922-1020. The first one gets that correct answer. Shouldn't be that hard. You might not even have to use Google for it if you were around. I'm going to have to use Google, though, because I have forgotten. But it's 412-922-1020. You're going to get a $15 Get-Go gas card. We'll be back. It's your Pratt Pack, along with Lance O'Brien. This is MediConnect, the Inside Connection on KDKA.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. Julie and I got married after I'd spent 3 years in college and 5 years in the Marine Corps. She worked full-time to support us both while I was finishing my degree. One day, we got caught in a major hailstorm. Hail the size of golf balls nearly destroyed our car. When the insurance check arrived, we used it to pay down Julie's student loans and drove that badly dented car around for 4 years. We didn't have much back then, but we had each other, and remembering those years makes me appreciate the blessings we have today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill? Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so Lance wants to get started right away. So again, we're looking for the answer. Who did shoot JR in 1980 on this date? We want to hear from you. You're going to get a $15 Get-Go gas card, 412-922-1020.
Yeah, so we're in the home stretch of the OEP, which is the open enrollment period. Runs from January 1st to March 31st, so about 10 more days if you're out there today. And you've been thinking about, hey, I'm not sure I've got the right coverage for this year. Maybe you've gone to the doctor. Maybe you've picked up your prescriptions. Maybe you've had some network changes with doctors. You still have 10 days if you have an Advantage plan to review that coverage. And again, we're seeing just tons of people still want wanting to ask questions. Some of them obviously staying where they are. I was talking to Lauren yesterday, and she had 5 people come in for reviews this week, and they all ended up staying with their plan, but they had the peace of mind and confidence that, yes, they're looking good, because they had some questions on, this seems a little different, and I wasn't sure. So, but if you're not sure on your coverage, we're still here. 10 more days. After that, the majority, Rob, of the population is locked in for the rest of the year.
Nancy from Portersville guessed the correct answer, and the winning answer is
Kristen Shepard, J.R. Ewing's sister-in-law and mistress, was revealed to be the one who shot J.R.
Remember how, you 9 years old, I was a little bit older than that. That was massive.
I remember it on the TV. I was like, who's J.R.? Like, I didn't watch the show, but, you know.
Listen, I'm not going to compare it because with streaming now it's almost impossible. But, you know, I'm a big fan of some of these shows, and I watch them in bits and pieces. And Taylor Sheridan, what he has done with Yellowstone and now the Madisons, and I mean, it's uncanny.
Yeah.
I've never in my life, and I was around some of the most epic production companies and writers in the history of Hollywood, even The Sopranos, which really kind of started this whole streaming thing. But Taylor Sheridan has just been unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, if you get good scripting, and apparently the one, obviously, with Dallas and JR captivated the country.
Yeah.
83 million people watched the Whodunit. That was the name of the episode, Whodunit episode, which was the second most watched episode in TV history.
Next to MASH.
Next to MASH.
And the reason I say that you'll probably never have that happen again because, you know, Taylor Sheridan alone, the Madisons, Landman, Yellowstone, there's just so much content out there, but it's still nice to reminisce. And, yeah, Larry Hagman was such a nice guy, and I Dream of Jeannie, but he was a bad man in Dallas, wasn't he?
Guess he was a good actor, wasn't he?
But when you think about it, Lance, real quick, Landman is basically like the modern version of Dallas.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. I almost started it the other night. I heard it's really good.
You will love it. All right, what else?
Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit today about the final notice that's coming up. This is something that we've really been watching. And again, we do talk about this from time to time because we're trying to help educate the public on how their insurance works and why certain things happen. You know, because I think the average person is just like, sign me up for my policy and let me move on. And again, I respect that and understand that, right? But also I think it's important to understand how certain things are happening. So the final notice is coming out in the next 10 to 12 days, slated for April 6th right now, although it's not a hard and set day. But this final notice, when it comes out, Rob, it's actually going to be about 1,000 pages. It's a lot to go through, and it covers, obviously, a ton of topics for the upcoming year for Medicare, marketing practices, what certain companies can and can't do around phone calls and TV advertising and a bunch of stuff. But one of the biggest things that's in this final notice is the reimbursement rate. The government reimburses from the Medicare budget, right, the private insurance companies on the Medicare Advantage plans, the prescription drug plans. So every year as health costs rise, they're looking for an increased reimbursement. Well, when the advance notice came out 2 months ago,
right,
they were only predicting a 0.09% increase. So not even a 1% increase. What the carriers, at least from our conversations with them, are looking for, Rob, generally is about 4%. So what happens between the advance notice and the final notice is a lot of lobbying. Hey, we need more. This is why we need more. There's a lot of conversation. So we're really keeping an eye on it. And again, people listening today might be thinking, I don't care how the insurance companies get paid, or I don't care how they make money. But ultimately, we all should care how the system works, because if that reimbursement rate stays where they initially set it at, there's definitely going to be disruption to people's plans.
So what do you say to the people that say it's going to get very costly in the next 5 years? For people that are on a fixed income, a little costly is too much. So what are your thoughts? You don't have a crystal ball, but I'm just curious.
I think we're in a definite reset, right? And a lot of it has to do with the Inflation Reduction Act. Right. A lot of it has to do with that legislation that helped a lot on prescriptions, but someone has to pay for all of that. So I think if you're asking me to play Nostradamus, which this can change. So if you're listening, don't 100% hold me to this, but I am pretty clued into what's going on. I think that we're going to see some more rising premiums this year on the Advantage plans, right? I think, and again, are we talking going from $20, $30 to $100? No, I don't think that. But I think we could see $15 to $20 increases on those types of plans. Same thing with the prescription drug plans. The med supplements, they've already risen that much this year. A lot of the companies have seen more like 10 to 20% increases on the Medicare supplements. So I think we're going to continue to see rising prices. I think we're going to continue to see some pullback on extra benefits.
See, the thing that concerns me, and look, right now I'm not on any medications, okay? But it's funny, I was listening to this old video that Ozzy Osbourne did. He said, when I was 69, I was perfect. I hit 70, everything started to go in the wrong direction. What people need to understand, even if you are healthy, you are of that Medicare age, you're not taking any drugs, you're perfect, this, that, whatever, you feel good. One thing about this age and beyond is the uncertainty. You don't know where you're going to be from one day to the next, let alone one enrollment period to the next. So if I come to you and you say, you should consider this in case, you should consider it.
If you had asked me in July of last year,
look what you went through.
If I'd be finishing cardio rehab this last Friday because I had a stent put in my heart,
Never.
I'd say, no, I don't think that's happening, right? So to your point, things definitely change. And, I did a podcast this week with Ashley Mountain from Highmark. That's going to be airing on YouTube here in the next week or two.
Oh, good.
And we did it on benefits utilization. Kind of going back to the importance of, a lot of people are like, well, I don't want to go to the doctor unless I absolutely need to. I actually think that's the worst way to use your insurance. Those annual wellness visits are super important because what they do is they give advance notice, right? Early detection. Right? The free screenings that they provide for colonoscopies and mammograms and cancer, like there's 18 services that Medicare covers at no cost. It would be in the best interest of the public to actually utilize all of those free services that they provide for early detection, because that's one of the things, Rob, that actually is going to help keep costs down. Because what sends costs skyrocketing is never using your plan, never utilizing your benefits, and then having something blow up.
And it could happen.
And it can.
Look, you just have to face reality. And I know it's even tough for me when I look in the mirror to shave in the morning. You have to accept the fact that when you are of this age, you have a better chance than you did when I was his age or younger. So you got to just be prepared, and that's what you do for people every day. That's why they need to build a partnership with you. 888-818-6334. We're going to run the seminars. We got much more to get to. Don't forget, we've got those live advisors until noon, and if you want to set up an appointment, you've got questions you need answered, you can do it, and there is never a charge for their services. Okay. Rob Taylor coming up with a news update in just a couple of minutes. Then we're coming back for segment number 3. And if you have a question and you want to talk to Lance, you can do that as well, too. 866-391-1020. It is MediConnect, the Inside Connection, part of our Saturday morning lineup on KDKA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh And Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30. Only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police say a woman was shot and killed in McKees Rocks Friday night. It happened around 8 o'clock at a home on Singer Avenue. That woman was transported to the hospital but later died. She's been identified as 20-year-old Maya Parker. Police say they do have a suspect in custody. County Police also investigating a shooting that happened in Homestead about 9:45 Friday night, where a man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg on East 16th Avenue. He was transported to the hospital. He's in stable condition. No suspects have been identified in that case. Anyone with information, though, can call the County Police's tip line at 1-833 all tips. Well, on the South Side Friday afternoon, Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor joined the South Side Chamber of Commerce to welcome 3 new restaurants to the area. O'Connor held a ribbon cutting for those 3 new businesses. It says La Dolce Vita and Tiacali Restaurant and Bar on the East Carson Street, along with the Bedford House PGH on South 12th, will each bring a unique flavor and draw in a different audience to the area.
It's exciting. 3 new businesses opening on Carson Street. You know, this is such a great momentum for the South Side, small businesses, main streets, you know, making sure that entrepreneurs have the support of not only the community but the city. So it's really important that we're here on opening day for 3 new shops in the South Side.
Audio courtesy of KDKA TV. KDKA Radio News Time is 9:31. Next update's at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Areas of morning fog give way to some sun later today with a high of 58, but clouds return tonight. It stays warm with a low of 51, leading to a warmer day tomorrow with late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, but cooler, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we're back with Lance O'Brien. Let's get to it. Better late than never. We've been so busy today. The upcoming seminars, they're free, but you have to call 888-818-6334 to book your reservation or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab.
Yeah, so if you're new to Medicare in the next 12 months, whether you're turning 65 for the first time or now you're getting ready to retire post-65 and you've been on your group coverage, seminars for you. They last about an hour. Great opportunity to get overview of your questions and the main parts of Medicare. What is Part A and B? What do they cost? What do they cover? What are supplements? What are advantage plans? What are the pros and cons of each of those? How are prescription drugs covered? What about penalties? How do I sign up? And tons of stuff. So this week on the 24th, I'll be at the Holiday Inn Express on Highland Meadow Drive in Washington. So Holiday Express in Washington on the 24th. On the 31st of March, we're going to be at the Moon Public Library on Beaver Grade Road in Coriopolis. On the 9th of April, we're going to be at the UPMC Neighborhood Center on Penn Ave in Pittsburgh. That seminar is at 5 o'clock. All the other ones are at 6. That seminar at the UPMC Center is at 5. On the 14th of April, we're going to be at the Holiday Inn on Lebanon Church Road, Pittsburgh, really West Mifflin. The commercial always gets me. And on the 21st of April, we're going to be at the Pine Community Center in Wexford.
See, I'm not the only one that thinks that way. That every time, I mean, you can't help it. Lebanon Church Road, Pittsburgh.
I'm a terrible singer, but man, that jingle was a great jingle.
Listen, I love people in advertising. You know, some of the slogans and things through the years. It's such a gift and such a craft. All right, so what's next?
Yeah, so I want to pick up on the benefits utilization again and just what people should expect, the importance of using preventative care. Let's talk about this for a minute. One of the big benefits that people, especially when I was actually sitting across the table, was silver sneakers. Have you heard of silver sneakers, Rob?
Took a walk with them in the mall many times.
Yeah, like, hey, I want to have the ability to go to a gym. And what most people, I don't know if they realize about silver sneakers, is that it's not a gym membership. So it's not like they're getting to go to one gym. It's gym access. So as long as the gym company like a Planet Fitness or an Anytime Fitness or an LA Fitness or YMCA accepts silver sneakers, you can go to any of those fitness things. Now, this is a pretty big cost to the carriers to put that in, right? What do you think the utilization is percentage-wise on silver sneakers on a yearly basis?
I have no idea.
8. Only 8% of people actually utilize the silver sneakers benefit, although many of them are like, I don't want to sign up for a plan that doesn't have silver sneakers.
Listen, when I think of Medicare, that's one of the very first brands I think of.
Yeah, because you think about it, you know, free gym membership, you get to go and, you know, use whatever you want. And again, it helps keep you healthy. And the thing people don't realize is that when the carriers are creating these plans,
right,
they're getting customer feedback on what they want. So that's how they're spending the dollars, right? Because there's dollars amounts attached to all of the benefits in a plan. When plan benefits go underutilized, there are other parts of the plans that actually suffer. So really just want to encourage people. It's one of the things I know that Lauren and her team are really working on through our client experience department is helping people understand how to utilize their benefits and the value, you know, because again, we think, hey, if I don't use my insurance, it's going to be better. That's not necessarily true. Using your insurance in the right way and preventative ways actually helps the cost of your insurance.
Wow. That's pretty good. Really good, Lance.
It's important for people to understand that. Get your annual wellness visit. It's important to do that. Get your mammogram. You're not driving up costs when you're doing that. That's why a lot of those carriers, Rob, when you do those services, they actually send you a gift card.
Yeah, because that's preventative.
Because it's preventative in nature and actually helping the cost of healthcare. So, you know, all that came out of the final notice, right? You know, and the costs and trying to figure out how to continue making Medicare affordable. And speaking of client experience, you know, I do want to just take a few minutes, you know, talk about we've gone through a major growth cycle, you know, and we just hired 3 new people for the client experience department. We may add another 1 or 2. So if you're interested in, you know, a career change, you're interested in helping people around their insurance, Sean just hired someone else to work with him in the Community Connect department. We're going to be adding a support person there. We're currently in a hiring window for those who want to be agents that want to actually help people. We'll get them licensed. We'll train you. We'll do everything necessary to get you up and going. But if you're looking for a career, not a job, if you're looking for a career, because it takes some time to pass the test and get trained and get up to speed on everything. But if you're looking for a career, reach out to us. You can go to our website, MetaConnectInsurance.com. You can submit a chat there. Hey, I'm interested, but we're looking for good people to join our team.
Listen, from that client experience to Community Connect, you guys continue to evolve the brand, but what you're doing, you're letting people know that you want to be connected and you want to know what their experience is. This isn't all about signing them up and then moving on. It's about building a brand. And also, everybody on the same page because no one's making commission. They're getting a paycheck.
Yeah, I mean, it's free to work with us always. All of our agents are salaried. None of them get paid commission. That has helped us start all of these other departments. And honestly, Rob, in the position that I'm in now in the company, what we're trying to do is redefine the whole experience that a Medicare beneficiary has.
Do you think, and we're not talking about any other company or any other individual, but do you think that could rewrite everything as far as Medicare moving forward? Because you guys have been very successful, and that's not the normal brand, the way people go about it.
I think there are a lot of people out there that are very interested in our model, right? Because our model is very different, because a lot of times it's the individual broker or the small agency that's going out. They're the one writing the policy. Then they're the one that has to service the policy. Sometimes it's hard to get a hold of that individual. And there's some good individual brokers out there. I would never knock the individual broker that's doing a great job.
Well,
right?
let me give you an idea. So just prior to putting the Halloween decorations up, and just prior to getting ready for the holidays, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Christmas, and then celebrating New Year's, right through Lent and getting ready for Easter, people come up to me all the time and say, those folks at MediConnect, many times I'll hear, those folks you have on in that hour. But people know this name. So I can tell you from October till now, end of March, at least once or twice a week, at least. And that's just, I'm giving you a round figure. It's mostly more than that. These folks from MediConnect, can you give me their number? What about them? So people know the brand as much as they know you're on the brand that is KDKA.
Yeah, and again, I think it's just the years of being on here, focusing on education, not doing high-pressure selling, not on the radio, not in our meetings. Again, I mentioned earlier today, Lauren did 5 reviews in office with some clients this week and some people, and they all stayed on the same plan, right? Like, the goal is never to get someone to switch their coverage. The decision for someone to switch their coverage is the decision of the individual whose coverage it is.
You basically give them the game plan, you choose the plan. I had Lauren do it for me.
Yes.
And I got no preferential treatment. You do the same thing for everybody.
Yeah, we give them all the tools to be able to make a great decision. And then, obviously a lot of people find value in what we do, so they want us to help them with the applications. We also then help them with billing issues, any prior authorization challenges that they could have. If they have changes in their health, we let them know, are you able? Because there are a lot of special enrollment periods too where people can change their coverage in June, July, August, but they don't know what they are because there's over 20 of them. And it's, we can't sit here and say this is every nuanced thing. But again, it's just really helping people know how and when to make their decisions.
So we were talking about marketing a little while ago. MediConnect, what a great name. If you think about it, it was meant for what you do. Wherever you came up with that, you, Brian, whoever, that name speaks volumes.
Yeah, I wasn't part of that conversation at the time when that happened. But yeah, again, we're trying to connect people to their Medicare and the carriers and everything that's going to help them have a successful journey.
All right, so what happens if somebody right now has found out as of yesterday when they went to get a prescription filled that they can't get it filled there anymore, or that doctor that was in their network is no longer there, and the 31st is looming? What advice do you have for them?
Make the call today, right? Call 888-818-6334. Ask your questions to the advisors. Be able to walk through what your options and scenarios are, just to make sure that you're feeling confident.
All right, run those seminars again. We're going to take a break, come back, one more segment with Lance. And again, 888-818-6334 or MediConnectInsurance.com. You have to call to set your reservation in stone. It's free. These seminars are all free, but you got to let them know you're coming. Go ahead.
This Tuesday, the 24th, I'll be at the Holiday Inn Express on Highland Meadow Drive in Washington at 6 o'clock. On the 31st, we're going to be at the Moon Public Library, Beaver Gray Road in Coraopolis. On the 9th of April, we'll be at the UPMC Neighborhood Center, Penn Avenue in Pittsburgh. That start time is 5 o'clock. The other ones are 6. Full list of the seminars and times are available on our website on the seminars tab. On the 14th, we'll be at the Holiday Inn on Lebanon Church Road in West Mifflin. And then on the 21st of April, we'll be at the Pine Community Center, Wexford. We also have the weekly webinar. If you need a more urgent date and we're not going to be in your area, you can go online, click the webinar. Every Wednesday at 11 and 6, we do the same presentation.
All right, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back. 888-818-6334, MediConnect Insurance. PittsburghInsurance.com. Click on the Seminars tab. Lance O'Brien joining us today on the Inside Connection, MediConnect. Stay with us.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Oh, we got a call for Lance in our final segment. Anybody else wants to jump in here? Feel free, 866-391-1020. We'll go to Vandergrift, and here's Dennis on KDK. Good morning, Dennis.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. Lance, I received an inheritance in 2025. I understand, because of my adjusted gross income, that my Medicare Part B premiums will more than likely increase. The look back, I guess, is 2 years on that.
Yeah, so
in 2027, Medicare will be looking at my 2025 income.
Yeah.
My question is, will that premium be increased in perpetuity, or will it come back on after the 2 years?
Yeah, Dennis, great question. So the rule that you're referring to is IRMA. It's actually an acronym. It stands for Income Related Monthly Adjustment Amount. And what it means is if you've had a significant income increase, then they adjust the amount that you pay for your Part B premium and also your Part D premium. Looks like you've done some research, so kudos to you, because it is based on a 2-year look back. So when you get to 2027, they are going to look at the 2025 tax return, increase those two premiums based on that. When you get to 2028, then they're going to look back to 26, and if you've returned to your normal income level, then that will go away after 1 year.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I will let you know, Dennis, too, really quickly, that when you get the notice, because you'll get a notice sometime in December about that increase, they tell you that you can appeal it, and they give you the reasons and how to appeal it. So you can, I would appeal it. Can't guarantee that you would win the case, but it is appealable.
What's your other question? Go ahead, Dennis.
Is there a maximum increase?
There is a maximum increase. When you get to over 700, are you single or married, Dennis?
Single.
Single. Yeah, so the rate is a little bit lower on the single, but over 300, 400,000, you get up to about $500 increase a month. So the most it can go to is about $700 a month.
I see. Well, it should not be that high, but thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
All right, so closing comments, couple of minutes here.
Yeah, no, great question, right? You know, like, good for him. You know, sorry that someone passed away, but he got an inheritance, and, you know, it does impact, and people don't realize that the amount of money that you do make. I kind of say it this way, Rob. When you're working and you're making more money, you're paying more what?
Taxes.
Yes, right. So then when you get on Medicare, or if your income changes on Medicare because of inheritance, or you sell a business or something like that, it can impact your Part B premium.
And if you are getting Social Security, as most people do, maybe even taking a little bit earlier, you won't be paying taxes on that anymore either.
That's correct.
So there is some win-win. And these little things are what you do very special at MediConnect.
Yeah, again, we're always on top of the nuances of exactly. And that's why I wanted to make sure he understood that he doesn't necessarily just have to accept the IRMA penalty, right? He can appeal that. And it's up to Social Security whether they're going to waive it. It's definitely possible for that to happen. So I wanted to make sure that he does that.
One of the things that I remember when we first started this show, that word penalty came up all the time. We don't talk about it as much. Is it still as prevalent?
It is, because there's I think the number one myth that is out there about Medicare is if you don't sign up at the age of 65, you're going to get a penalty.
Yeah.
And that is not true. Can it be true? Yes, it can be true. Right? But it's not necessarily true. And that's where, having the conversations. But no, the penalties are very real, right? And the big thing I will say is that penalties, if you do get one with Medicare, they go away when you do. So they are very punitive in nature. You don't get out of them until you pass away.
That's not.
You don't want a penalty with Medicare.
No, you do not. All right. So how are we going to end the show today?
Yeah. So again, we got 10 more days in the open enrollment period. If you are unsure on your coverage, if you just have a question, if you're paying more for your medications than you anticipated, if you made a change during the October-November timeframe and you're not happy with it, you're not stuck there, right? If you didn't review your coverage back then and now you're wondering if you should, you can do that. Again, no cost, no obligation. You can do it over the phone, via Zoom. There's lots of ways to do it, but just making sure that you're set and ready to go. If you're new to Medicare in the next 12 months, you do want to get that education process started so that you can begin understanding what your options are.
All right, listen, as always, we get busy as the show is getting ready to wrap up, but we don't like to say no to anyone, so here's Jim in the North Hills on the MediConnect Inside Connection with Lance O'Brien. Welcome to KDKA. Good morning, Jim.
Morning. Thank you for taking my call. I have a question. If I decide to go back to work, I'm in my 70s, I'm thinking about going back to work. Will there be any deduction from my income toward the Medicare?
So,
does that stay at the same level?
Yeah, I think I'm understanding your question correctly. So when you go back to work because you're over 70, you can make as much money as you want and it won't affect your Social Security. And then for it to impact what you make on your what you pay for your Part B, as a single individual, you'd have to make over about $115,000 a year. As a married couple, you'd have to be about $220,000, right? So the likelihood of it impacting you would be slim.
So 120, so that'd be fine. Yeah, because I'll probably be close to about maybe 110,000.
Yeah, you want to stay, I would say, with your Social Security and the income of going back to work, you want to stay around that 105 mark just to be safe.
I see. Okay, we can do something there. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Jim. You have a great day.
Yeah, I don't ever remember us getting calls this time of year, so everybody's got questions, and what they need to know, you're just a phone call away, and you guys, like every Saturday, we have live advisors from the time we start until noon, 888-818-6334. So with reputation comes big responsibility, and you understand that.
Yeah, again, we always have to be on point. We have to be in the know. It's why we're talking about the final notice. Most everybody else doesn't even know that the final notice exists, but like my life revolves around being engaged in what's happening in these areas so that we're getting the right information out to people in a timely manner, so that they can start making decisions and really have an understanding. It's one thing to tell somebody what's happening. I think it's more important sometimes for them to understand why it's happening.
And much more important.
Yes.
We know it's happening. We want to know why.
Yeah, the why is really important. And why we're seeing changes in the benefits is because of the legislation that was passed, which, again, the legislation in and of itself wasn't bad. There was good things that came out of that legislation. Let's eliminate the donut hole. Let's cap insulin. Those are all good things, but it has to be paid for. So then once that legislation goes into effect, Rob, the carriers need time to adjust to those payment expectations, right? They're going to take some of it on themselves. They're going to pass some of it on to the consumer. But again, to go back to your question from earlier, like, am I worried about 5 years from now? I'm not worried about 5 years from now. I think the system is pretty solid, but we are going through change.
And listen, sometimes change can be good in the long run. But I want to get a free gym membership. Can you work on that for me?
Yeah, we can see what we can do. You can get it with a supplement, depending on which carrier you go with, or an Advantage plan. It's possible.
So let me tell you my early recollection of Silver Sneakers that actually used to do a little thing in the local mall back home. And when you realize the same person has passed you already 3 times when you're just trying to get from one side of the mall to the next, there's something to be said about Silver Sneakers and keeping in your game.
Yeah, and again, I think it's a very underutilized benefit. I mean, not to belabor the point, but going to the gym had a profound impact on me discovering what was a very serious health issue.
Yeah, so I've known you a long time. So what made you, I know your children very athletic, what made you want to get into the gym?
Honestly, when my mom passed away 11 years ago, I kind of went through some mourning and grieving because my brother passed around the same time, and I gained some weight. And I was like, you know what? Both of my parents had open heart in their mid-50s. So I was like, I was 44, 45 at the time, and I was like, I need to, get my health under control. And that's what motivated me was, I was 24 when my dad passed away. And, I didn't want that to happen for my kids.
And now you're a grandfather.
Now I'm a grandfather, and all of my kids are 24 or older. So, just, taking care of yourself. But that was the motivation. My kids and wanting to be there for my family was motivation.
That's why you got to have the right health care plan, Medicare, for you grandparents out there, because you want to be around to see those grandkids grow up. And you have to have the right plan to kind of keep you in the game with everything that you need to navigate your health, your good health, and that's what they think about every day at MediConnect. Okay, run the seminars one more time.
Yeah, so this Tuesday, the 24th, I'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in Washington. On the 31st, Moon Public Library, Beaver Grade Road in Coriopolis. Both of those seminars are at 6 o'clock. On the 9th of April, we'll be at UPMC Neighborhood Center on Penn Avenue in Pittsburgh at 5 o'clock. Most of our seminars are always 6, so I'm making sure I make that 5 o'clock very clear today. On the 14th, we'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in Lebanon Church Road in West Mifflin. And then on the 21st, Pine Community Center in Wexford.
All free, heavily informative. All you need to do is call 888-818-6334 and say, I heard Lance talking about this date. I want to be a part of it. It's free. Or simply, better yet, MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab. Great seeing you. I guess you usually come the first of the month. You had a flip because you became a grandparent, so I guess I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
You'll see me in a couple of weeks. Yep, I'll be back and ready to go. And hopefully I'll have more info on the final notice then.
All right, there he goes. It's all Lance O'Brien over the last hour. Now we turn the page. News at 10. The guys from True Value, Andy Amrine, EV True Value Rental, Mike Broniszewski, Sarber True Value Rental, taking all of your home improvement questions as we continue on KDKA. Good morning.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30, only on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom. Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 45 degrees Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police investigating 2 shootings from Friday night, one of which was a deadly shooting. A woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head on Singer Avenue around 8 o'clock Friday night in McKees Rocks. She was transported to the hospital but later died. She's been identified as 20-year-old Maya Parker. Police say they do have a suspect in custody at this time. Second shooting happened in Homestead on East 16th Avenue, where a man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg around 9:45 Friday night. He was transported to the hospital in stable condition. There are no suspect descriptions in the Homestead shooting. Anyone with information can call the county police tip line at 1-833-ALL-TIPS. Police say a woman left her children alone at home as she ran errands, and one of the children allegedly ended up on the roof of the home. 38-year-old Amanda Rivera of Indiana County is facing child endangerment charges. Police say the incident happened on March 15th. Rivera's 8-year-old son allegedly was spotted on the roof by a neighbor who took a video of it and called 911. Rivera said she was in the process of moving out of the home and had been in and out of the home all day. No one was hurt in that incident. If you take the P.J. McCardle roadway, it's closed until about 5 o'clock today. That's so that city contractors can install new permanent fencing along the roadway. It'll be closed between the Liberty Bridge and Grandview Avenue until 5 o'clock today. Motorists asked to take alternate routes such as Boggs Avenue. Well, Pittsburgh and Allegheny County leaders are launching a new round of cleanup and beautification efforts ahead of this year's NFL Draft. Here's News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush.
The Immaculate Collection Spring Cleaning Edition launched Friday at the City County Building, uniting local leaders, universities, and community groups to boost regional cleanup efforts. County Executive Sarah Innamorato says this initiative isn't just tied to the NFL Draft.
It's really not a once or twice a year effort. This is about the economic development, the ongoing community development, and really taking pride and ownership in the place that we all call home.
Allegheny Cleanways started the region-wide Immaculate Collection campaign last September, a nod to Steelers legend Franco Harris's famous 1972 playoff catch, the Immaculate Reception. Tamara Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 10:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. AccuWeather forecast next.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
For 50 years, Center for Victims has stood beside more than 1 million crime victims, providing supportive services and 24/7 crisis response across our community. Join them April 9th for their 50th anniversary gala, Lighting Candles in the Darkness, an inspiring evening of hope, healing, and resilience. Get ready for Port the Park at South Park, a fundraiser for the Allegheny County Parks Foundation on Saturday, May 16th in South Park. Enjoy beer, cider, and spirit tastings, delicious food trucks, live entertainment by Z-Town Street Band, and fabulous raffle baskets. Plus, bring your family. Your kids will love the discovery activities with Coach Dave. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at KDKA-radio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy morning fog gives way to some sun today with a high of 58. Then clouds build in for tonight with a low of 51, leading to a cloudy and warmer day tomorrow with some late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
My favorites are all back in the air chair today. Paul is here from R.W. Walters, wherever the heck he's from. Mike Broniszewski from Sarver.
Do you remember where I'm from, Rob?
Listen, man.
Okay, just check.
You guys get to go home and sleep. All right, Sarver True Value, Sarver True Value Rental. And Andy, I know where he's from, EV True Value, True Value Rental. So how was the show, Paul?
That was good. There's a lot of new products out there, a lot of things that are exciting for the hardware industry that we got. The one thing I think, did you get the mushrooms too, Andy? Did you order the mushrooms in? They should
Absolutely, we all did.
Yep, they should be delivered, next month, I believe?
Month?
Yep. Those are going to be great. You can plant them in your yard, and you know what they are, so you can harvest them yourself, cook them, and eat them. I mean, that's the ideal thing.
R.C. Walters, were you like the official correspondent of the home show? I watched every one of your videos, you and your son.
Well, we were only able to do those on Sunday because on Friday and Saturday, the place was a zoo. I know, Mike, you were there. You would say the same thing. There wasn't a quiet point to have in that place. So on Sunday, we decided, hey, we got some time to kill. Let's go make some videos.
I liked them. It was nice. It really was.
And in that way, we were able to actually put the vendors in front of us, and they could actually explain what the products were a lot better than we could.
All right, so Andy's been doing it. Mike does it, of course. We all do it. It's always nice to promote True Value. And that Big East tournament lived up to the expectation, didn't it?
You called that, Rob. You absolutely did. You know, it was interesting, too, because, True Value has been a brand now. I believe, we celebrated 75 a handful of years ago. So somewhere in the neighborhood of 78 years old. And it's such a well-recognized national brand, although we don't typically do too much national advertising at all over those years. But the brand awareness is so amazing just because of the stability of these stores, the longevity of these stores, and just how they get ingrained with the community. But it's a lot of fun. We just launched our national ad campaign for True Value, so we're rebranding out there, doing things like the Big East tournament we were the official hardware sponsor of. I don't remember the gentleman's name from Parks and Recreation, but he's our new spokesman and doing some commercials for us. He's a funny dude. So
not John Hamm.
No, Parks and Recreation. The real funny guy.
Must not have been that funny.
Oh,
I can't remember his name. No, I'm just
everyone out there's listening.
I can
knows
picture, but I can't remember him.
Keep talking.
Yeah, anyhow. Yeah. Anyhow, so he's doing a lot of commercials for us, so we're excited about that because he does a lot of woodworking as well. So he's got a woodworking shop out there in California. But anyhow, the point is that we're rebranding out there, so you'll see the True Value brand out there in your nearest ballpark, ice hockey rink, TV, what have you out there. So getting that brand back out there to the public, and it's exciting to see.
Ron Swanson.
Ron Swanson. There
That's
you go.
him.
Thanks, you, Rob.
All right, listen, I got to take care of True Value, man. They take care of me. Andy, listen, it's that time we're all kind of chomping at the bit. So I'm talking to a landscaper at 5 o'clock this morning on this show, who loves your show, by the way.
Thanks.
And yeah, he's telling me to get out and cut my grass. I said, because you're charging people to cut grass. That's why you want. But listen, I'm having a hard time. It's really starting to grow and it's looking plush. How much longer before I can crank up the mower?
Well, yeah, it's March. March is such a tough month.
I would prefer to see you wait till April, but
okay, I'll wait.
It's everyone's yard is different. The temperature of the soil is already rising. So you can't plant grass. The plant won't germinate till the ground temperature is 60 degrees, but it's already 50 plus. So it's getting close, and I'm worried about the crabgrass germinating way too early. Your grass is probably starting to grow. I'd say if your yard is
after Easter,
if your yard is dry and it's not muddy and swampy where you're doing more damage than you are good, I'm not going to have an issue if you're starting to cut your grass early. Mother Nature is fickle. She's going to do what she wants when she wants, and it looks as if we're lining up to have an early season for yard care. But next week, it's going to be warm today, in the 70s tomorrow, but Monday it's dropping back down into the 40s and 50s Tuesday. And so at least we're having a real spring. It's not going to go right from winter to summer. So having that real spring, it's going to allow things to gradually start changing. We're going to gradually start seeing buds on trees. I already see some changing, but my roses aren't changing yet. And my yard, I maybe see some onion grass starting to pop up or something, but the bulk of the grass, I really don't expect it to need cut until April 1st.
All right, so
but, crabgrass is the one that I'm concerned with, Rob Pitt, that if you're prone to getting crabgrass, you're going to be having to put that first application of a crabgrass preventer down April 1st, not waiting until May to do it.
All right, we already have Aaron ready to talk to us. Anybody wants to jump in here with Paul from R.C. Walters & Son, of course, Mike from Sarber True Value, and Andy from EV True Value, give us a call right now, 866-391-1020. Here's Aaron in Shaler. Hey, Aaron, welcome to KDKA. Good morning.
Thank you. Hi. Great talking to you guys. My wife found a little bit of black mold in the back of our garage.
Mm-hmm.
Will Sniper take care of that, or is there a product
100%.
that you can just spray on and not wipe off?
Yeah, well, Sniper's one you spray on, you don't have to wipe off. You spray it on and walk away. Sniper 100% will kill that mold. Now, understand it's not going to do anything with the black spot that's left, but you spray the Sniper and the mold is going to be dead. You may just have to clean the area if you don't want to see the black stain. And then after you clean the stain off, you could reapply with Sniper, and it'll help prevent the mold from coming back.
All right. Thank you very much. A quick answer to my question. Thank you, guys.
All right, 866-391-1020. So why is it I threw some grass seed out late in the fall, and it didn't do much, but now, Mike, it's there. It grew.
Well, it's all those ground temperatures. Once it starts to warm up, the moisture's clearly already there in the ground. So once we get that sunlight and the moisture out there, you'll start to see that really well. So, we'll get into a lot of the questions about planting grass seed and, of course, pre-emergence, which are not congruent to each other. So there's things you can do depending on your situation. Again, that's why we love the True Value Hardware stores. Everybody's situation's different. Everybody's lawn's different. Everybody's budget's different. Everybody's goals are different. So we're here for you, whatever typical situation you need to be to take care of those things. But, yeah, once we see those ground temperatures, I'm going to see it really pop up in temperatures tomorrow. I mean, I like to say darn near 80. I saw 78, 76 degrees tomorrow. Nice. So going to be back down again for more seasonal weather throughout the rest of the week. But, this is the time, like you just, to your point, your question, Rob, we get antsy, and we do want to get out there, and you do want to take a look at things. Certainly, what you certainly can do is make sure all your equipment's ready to go, whether it's battery powered, everything's charged, double check your power, plug in the batteries into your lawnmower, into your line trimmer, everything cool, everything working. Certainly with your gas equipment, make sure it's fresh, got new fuel in there, fire it up, make sure any blades that's going to cut anything, whether it's a hedge trimmer or whether it's a lawnmower blade, that blade's sharp and ready to go. These are all the things you can certainly do now to get ready for when spring really, really breaks through.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, it's the best time now to get those blades sharpened before you actually cut the grass. If we're out 3 weeks before we have to do that first cutting, it's ideal to do that now. The other thing is you have to remember now, if you had some yard work done the end of the year, like you had some landscaping done and you weren't able to get the grass planted at the end of the year and you still have some bare soil out there, remember now you're going to be able to plant your seed on that bare soil sooner than you could in your grass because that soil is a darker color, the sun's out, that area is going to warm up a lot faster than the soil that's covered by grass, mainly because you don't have the insulation, and also the sun is able to get to that soil and warm it up faster than if it was covered with grass.
Anything else, Andy, before we go to break?
No, make sure you charge your batteries in your mower, Rob.
Believe me.
Are they ready?
They're ready to go.
Okay.
I'm the one chomping at the bit. I'm like peeking out the blinds every day going, should I? 78 tomorrow? I don't think so. I'm going to wait till after Easter, just a couple of weeks away. All right, get on the line. Give us a call, 866-391-1020. You and that big green egg, you love that.
Oh, my son loves to cook on that big green egg. He just got a spit at the market, so now he's not cooking today because we got some stuff to do at the store, so we weren't able to cook. But I know we're going to be cooking next week. We'll see if he breaks that spit out and makes something on it.
All right, sounds good. Paul's here, R.C. Walters and son, Mike, of course, Sarver True Value Rental, and Andy is here as well, EV True Value Rental. But there are many other stores, including our buddy Ed Pfeiffer.
Pfeiffer True Value Hardware and Supply out there in Mars, Pennsylvania. Daniels Discount and Appliance True Value, and Slippery Rock True Value Hardware.
All right, Vince, Clareton, stay where you're at. We're going to get you next on KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Big box appliance and TV stores move volumes of product. They're not focused on you. You know who is? My friends at Voss TV and Appliance are family-owned and customer-focused since 1960. Rick, Matt, the entire team, experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. Voss has a huge selection of brands. Their own team does delivery and installation. And Voss's prices are amazing. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, 866-391-1020. Here's Vince. Vince, welcome to the True Value Home Improvement Show. What can we do for you?
Hi, guys. I have a question. I think that I have mice in my walls. And I remember my dad being, when I was a little kid, there's pellets that were green. Do they still have those pellets that, and will they work to, like, pull, have the mice come out of the wall and eat the poison?
So back in the old school days, Decon made two different boxes, a green box and a yellow box. And the green box was the pellet poison, and in the yellow box was more of the powdered version of that. They did regulate that out of the system, where the idea is the poison needs to be contained into a container. Technically, I mean, you can buy them separately. So that it's been evolved. Things have changed. You will not find that green box of Decon anymore, but you will find a plethora of decoagulant mouse and rat poisons at your local True Value hardware store. So, you can use that. And again, with the decoagulant, the idea of that is that if the mice eat that, they almost dry up from the inside out. So A, they try to leave and go find water, or B, even if they do die inside the house, there's no odor because they've literally dried out. So you don't have that problem, because people worry about, I don't want a dead mouse dying behind the wall. So those are the two things. So you can go to any local True Value store and they can walk you through the decoagulant and mouse killing department. There's certainly a lot of options out there available for that, but it is a bit different than it used to be.
And Vince, what you'll be doing with these, and they're going to be more of a cube than a pellet, but do you have an attic or a basement with a drop ceiling? These are more of the places that you're going to place these, because any of your open walls, they're generally open at the top where your attic space is. So a lot of times if you got to pull downstairs or something in the attic, you could just go up in the attic and get 6-8 of these and throw them into the different corners and around the wall space areas, or down in the basement, same type deal, where the mice, even though they're crawling up and down the walls, they're not staying in one spot. They're going up into the attic, down into the basement. So it's a matter of picking your spots of where you're going to put it, and the mice will be attracted to it. They'll smell it, and they'll come to it, and they'll find the poison, eat the poison, and they'll wither away. They'll dry up from the inside out, and then they're gone.
Yeah, I have a really old house, and so my dad said where the coal used to come in the window, I think that's where they're coming in from in the basement, and then they're coming up through the wall in the kitchen because I can hear them at night.
Then just put the poison down near that window, that coal chute, and so forth with it. And, with these cubes, if you put them out, whether you're using them in the dispenser or just using them loose, the idea with the dispenser box that they go in, it has a clear top to it, so they'll come in, eat it, and go out, but it'll prevent kids or cats or dogs or anything from eating the poison. But with it being a clear top, you're going to be able to see every day whether that poison was nibbled on or not. But putting them down in that basement area, that definitely should take care of it.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
All right, let's keep it going. Let's go to John in the East End. John, you're on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Good morning. Welcome to KDKA.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I have a gas lawnmower problem.
Okay.
I can do a cold start, but when the engine's hot and I stop for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, it's just hard to turn over. But if I only stop for a minute or two, I can restart it. Can you give me some suggestions?
Yeah, that's what they call the ignition module, the CD ignition module on them. The way the modules work, when they're cool, they'll let you start the mower, but if the motor is hot, it won't let you restart the motor itself. So it's an ignition pack, a module that you need to replace on that lawnmower. Not hard to do. But if you're going to do it yourself, you need not so much the model number of the lawnmower, you need the model number of the engine, whether it's a Briggs engine, Honda engine, Kohler engine. There's an ID plate on the engine. You get that model number, take it to wherever your small engine service center is, and they'll sell you the new ignition module. You put it on, it should take care of that problem. Or bring it to our shop or whatever shop and, just tell them what the issue is and they'll put it on for you. But it's an ignition pack.
An ignition module. Okay, thank you very much, guys.
Sure, thank you, John.
Let's keep these calls coming. 866-391-1020. Matthew in Baldwin on the air with the guys from True Value KDK. Hey, Matt.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show. Thank you for doing this. My situation is this. There's a neighborhood cat that has decided to use my deck area as its personal litter box.
Okay.
Is there anything that I can spray to keep the cat off my premises so I don't have a urine smell whenever I go out onto the deck?
They do make several products that are cat and dog repellents you can put on. They are going to be most of them are an aerosol. That you can, not an aerosol, but a spray bottle.
Liquids.
Yeah, liquid spray.
Okay.
You can spray those on. The only thing you have to keep in mind is you have to continue to keep doing it. I mean, that's something you're going to have to do weekly. If it rains, you got to go out and reapply it. There's several of them out there. I think Mace makes one that I have. I know Bonite makes one. Almost all the manufacturers make some type of cat and mouse repellent, but cat and dog repellent. I'm sorry, cat and dog repellent. Now, are they actually on the deck, or is it in the flower beds or the beds around the deck, like your mulch beds or something like that?
Well, really what she's doing is she's going right under the deck, which is part of our driveway.
Okay.
And that's where she's doing her business there.
Yeah. Then you could just put a perimeter around the deck.
That should be all you need.
Generally, the cat won't cross that perimeter. But like Paul says, you do have to reapply it. It's not a once and done. But after doing it for about a month, chances are you've trained that cat not to come back into that area itself, and you should win the battle with it. But it takes a little bit of patience to do.
Okay. And did you say Mace, like Michael, Alan, Charlie, Edward?
Yeah, that's one of the brands.
One of the brands,
Yeah,
yes.
one of the brands, and the other big brand out there is Bonide.
Okay. Wonderful. And we have it at the Bethel Park store?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. We'll see you soon. Thanks, guys. Wonderful show.
Thanks,
no problem.
All right. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Anything on your mind in the way of home improvement, do give us a call. And, there will be more of those critters out in your yard as we move forward, from rabbits and squirrels and raccoons and skunks and more. Correct, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, right now with the weather being such a roller coaster, your mice are leaving and then coming back and leaving and coming back. So, they're a lot more prevalent that people are seeing them in their house, in their garage, or in their basements and so forth right now, just because they're not sure whether they want to go outside for the season or they're going out and coming back and forth. So it's not uncommon this time of year that we get a lot of calls on mice. And it's the same thing with ants. Ants are starting to wake up. It's the same thing with your moles and voles. They're becoming a lot more prevalent this time of year with it because it's spring and everything is waking up and coming out and enjoying the weather and then burrowing back down there again when it gets down into 30 degrees at night. So just like you and I, Rob, when it's warm, we go outside. When it's cold, we come back inside, don't we?
Remember your parents, are you coming or going? Make up your mind.
That's true. How many times we heard that? It's
cute. My goodness.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
My dad usually locked the door once we got outside.
All right. That happened a few times.
Oh, how we put him through a living, you know what. All right, 866-391-1020. Mike, give me some ideas, some lists, some things I can pick up at True Value today.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're getting ready for spring. So if there's any spring planting you want to do, the gardens are always a big thing. So all your local True Value stores center in garden seeds and potting soils and
a lot of that seed starter soil, huh?
Seed starting mix to get going. So you can do that. It's a lot of fun, especially if you have kids and children. This is a lot of things to bring them involved with, to show the evolution of life and how you plant a seed and see how it pops out to the ground. We got lighting situations for you too, grow lamps, different situations where you want to make even a little greenhouse. We have a pop-up greenhouse you can easily assemble in your house, put it in the basement, put it wherever. So you can do that. That's a lot of fun to get prepped for. And then, of course, go to the True Value stores, get ready for the spring to come. Like I said, prep for all your tools. Make sure you need a shovel, you need a rake, you need anything sharpened. Now's the time to come to the store to check those things out. And, of course, you can get your fertilizer. And we can talk about your pre-emergent right now. Maybe it's not time to do it this week. But now's the time to have that discussion. What do you want to do with your lawn? What do you want your lawn to look like? How big is your lawn? What kind of budget do you want to spend on your lawn? All of these kind of things guide you to how you want to attack your lawn. And that's why 100%, hands down, going to your local True Value hardware store saves you money. We are the most competitively priced out there. The big box always had that idea, they're not. And especially if you add into the fact where we can custom make your attempt to what you want to do on your lawn so much more effective than you can get anywhere else. So have that conversation with your local True Value store.
All right, short break. We got some folks in the queue. We'll get to them after the break. Rob's got the news update at the bottom of the hour, 866-391-1020. Next hour, Christine Zapp, AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then Nan Cohen getting ready to hop in for the Easter season with Dorothy's Candies in the noon hour. We just continue to roll. It's another Saturday. It's your Pratt Pack, KDKA. Good morning.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid to know
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry. Offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
That's the power of bounds.
Start to shake off winter and get a fresh start in a fresh new ride from Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills. The Hyundai Elantra SE is the perfect upgrade for your spring commute. And right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, you can get 1.9% APR for up to 72 months or lease it for only $129 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year, with $2,999 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. BowserHyundai.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Get your stank started. It's my kind of party. We're sitting in a console. All right, now what y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 45 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A woman has died in a shooting in McKees Rocks. It happened Friday night around 8 o'clock on Singer Avenue. A woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head. She was transported to the hospital but later died. She's been identified by the county medical examiner as 20-year-old Maya Parker. Police say a 19-year-old suspect is in custody at this time. Also, a shooting occurred in Homestead on Friday night around 9:45. Happened on East 16th Avenue where a man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg. He was transported to the hospital. He's in stable condition. No word on any suspect descriptions. If you take the P.J. McCarter roadway, it's closed until 5 o'clock today in order to allow city contractors to install new permanent fencing. The detour, you can take Boggs Avenue until it opens around 5 o'clock again today. It's closed between Liberty Bridge and Grandview Avenue. KDKA Radio News Time is 10:31. Next update's at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Larry Older here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain has started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten, end of quote. These are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do for you. I've told you about my buddy Tom, an avid golfer out on the green almost every single day. He says without Relief Factor, he wouldn't be able to swing freely because of shoulder pain or back pain. But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable, and confident in his swing.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early. Bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Areas of morning fog give way to some sun later today with a high of 58, but clouds return tonight. It stays warm with a low of 51, leading to a warmer day tomorrow with late day or evening showers, even a thunderstorm that may be severe with large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado, high 76. Then sun returns Monday, but cooler, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
Let's get right back to these phones. Busy today for the guys from True Value. Here's Adele in Collier Township. You're on KDK. Good morning.
Good morning. I just have a question.
I've never taken care of the lawn before, so what do you suggest that I put in my spreader the first time and for the rest of the year?
Sure. For me, everything in our yard revolves around healthy soil. If you have healthy soil, you have healthy grass. So the number one thing, and if you only want to do one thing all year, it's to treat the soil for the pH. You raise the pH of the soil, and you're going to have a healthy yard. You raise the pH of the soil, you will not have all the dandelions and weeds and, ground covering and so forth. So number one is raising the pH, and it's very, very simple to do. Jonathan Green makes a product called Mag-Cal, MAG-I-CAL. You can get small bags or big bags, and I would put that on. If you've never done anything for the yard, I'm betting your pH is probably down around a 2 or a 3, and you want to get that pH up to a 6 or 7. So do it April 1st, maybe do it again June 1st, and do it again in October 1st. And if you can do it 3 times, or if nothing else, at least do it once, and that would be in April. So you put that down. It's totally organic, so it's not going to hurt pets or wildlife or birds or anything, but put that down in the yard. You cannot over-apply it, so it's so foolproof, such an easy product to do, and you're going to get that pH up, and everything else is going to fall into place. So instead of trying to think of doing a 4-step type program, doing a spring fertilizer and crabgrass, and doing a weed and feed, and doing the summer feed, and doing the fall feeds, and all that is fine, and you could do both, but if you want to be very simple and very easy, feed the soil. The best way to feed the soil is with Mag-Cal to raise the pH. And you're talking, $20 for a 5,000 square foot bag, so it's not that expensive, but boy, is it important to do. So raise that pH, get Mag-Cal, and next year when you call this time, you're going to say, boy, I had the prettiest yard in the neighborhood by doing something very, very, very simple, and that's raising the pH of the soil.
Okay, that sounds good. I noticed there's some little weeds that have flowers on it. It seems to be coming around. Will it take care of that too?
When you get the pH up, it will prevent the weeds from growing, because those flowery weeds, those clover, those dandelions all grow in low pH. So if you want to put down a weed killer the same time you're doing a Mag-Cal application, all that's fine. But, long term, when you get the pH up, none of those broadleaf weeds can survive in a pH that's over 6. They will all die naturally just because you've made your soil healthy.
Oh, that sounds easy enough for me.
It's very simple.
I have one other. My rose bushes, do I trim them back now?
When you see the rose bushes are starting to blossom and bloom and starting to grow, then it's going to be very prevalent as to what branches are dead. I would hate to send you out there today because you might not be able to tell the live ones from the dead ones. So I would rather you wait another week or two to where you see the live shoots coming out, because you do not want to cut those. You're going after just the dead ones. So unless you can tell, hang in there another week or two until you could tell what's live and what's dead.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, Dale.
Great questions.
Have a great day. Let's go to Ted, Bethel Park. Anybody else? Let's go, 866-391-1020. Good morning, Ted.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good.
Okay, I have a holly bush question. We have 5 holly bushes in the front of our home, and they're awesome. We love them. They're very hardy. Last fall, however, they developed a black powdery substance all over the sides and the front and part of the tops.
Okay.
Now, the deer have done their damage a little bit as well, but the holly bushes usually grow back.
They do.
Should I cut those down or treat it with horticultural oil right now?
That's a great question on it. Once again, I'm fearful of trimming bushes in March because of damaging and cutting out good growth that's just starting to come back. So if you could see the branches are dead and done, sure, you can go ahead and prune them. Waiting another week or two when spring is really here and you can tell the difference between a live shoot, a live branch, and a dead one, that's really when you're trying to go after and pruning out the dead ones itself. Now, treating, if you're going to be using a systemic disease control that is going to go into the soil and come up through the branches, through the roots and so forth, sure, absolutely, you could do that. Now, if you're looking at just treating for a fungicide from last year, but it's this year, it's too early to treat it for just a surface type fungicide on it. But trying to do systemic, which is going into the soil, whether it's liquid or granular, which is going to dissolve into the soil and go into the roots and come up through the plants, I have no problem doing that this early in the season. So it's just picking what it is you're doing and making sure you're doing it the right way. But, if the holly bushes are already growing and you want to prune the dead ones, go to it. Just don't damage the ones that are just starting to grow for the season.
Okay, thank you. And then I did notice last summer there was a ton of fly-looking bugs inside the holly bush, and I guess those are the insects that excrete the black powder. Correct. So I'll control the insects this year.
Correct. Okay. And there's a Harmony organic garden insect control that would do that very, very well without damaging the bushes or the rest of everything else that's living around. It's a Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control would be my product of choice for you.
Perfect. I appreciate your time today, and we'll see you soon at the store.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Alice in Cranberry. Hey, Alice. Welcome to the True Value Home Improvement Show, KDKA. Good morning.
Good morning. I had a question about under my kitchen sink and the spare bathroom. There's something called an auto valve. I'm in both areas. I'm getting a musty, moldy smell.
Yes.
I didn't know if it was from that. Do I have a leak and I have mold somewhere? My master bathroom does not have them, and I do not have a problem there. It's only where those two auto valves are.
Well, the auto valves are designed to let air into the drain system when the water goes down, so it doesn't pull the water out of the trap, so it keeps the seal. But they are a one-way air check valve, and they do go bad. I mean, usually the older ones were a black one. You just unthread them and you can get a new one and thread it right on. They're called a V200 is what they're called. They're an auto vent.
Yeah, you know what? I did have one replaced in the bathroom, not the kitchen, the bathroom. They came and did that. So I don't, but it's persisting.
It's still persisting after that. Then check and see if you do have any water leakage or you got some wet spots in there. You might have something else leaking that's causing a mold or mildew underneath of there. You really have to look at that and see if there's something else causing that.
Is the smell in the bathroom, or if you sniff out the drain, do you think it's a smell coming from the drain itself?
You know what? It's actually coming out the hole where the overflow is.
Okay.
That's a different story, yes.
Yeah.
But it is, if you open up the cabinets underneath the sink, you can smell it there. That's what first alerted me, was it was coming out of the area for the overflow in the sink. So I ran water. I let it fill up and run under there. I thought maybe something was stuck or trapped in there, and I let it overflow and clean that. I thought it cleaned it out, but it didn't stop it.
Okay.
So it's under the sink and coming from there. So it's a mystery.
Okay. Couple things that I would be looking into. Kitchens, bathrooms, they have those V200s, but also if you look up on your roof, you have vents that go up. They're just pipes that stick out of your rooftop. If those pipes clogged during the winter from whether it was debris, sticks, leaves, or even a mouse that got stuck in there and has clogged that vent pipe. That vent pipe is what's allowing the air to come down from the outside and make sure that it pushes all the waste and smells down the drains instead of letting them simmer in a drain and coming back up into the house. So if you're able to, or having somebody get up on the roof and put a drain cleaning stake down those pipes to make sure they're open, that's one possibility. Another possibility, if the smell is prevalent coming out of those overflows and down the drains, there's a product that is an enzyme drain cleaner. One is made by Green Gobbler, one is made by Zepp. And that enzyme, you could put that liquid enzyme down the drain and also down the overflow and let them sit as long as possible without using the sinks. That enzyme is going to eat away all the buildup, crud, grease, black grime, hairs, oils, and everything out of those drains itself that a lot of times hold some of the smells as they're decomposing. And if you end up doing it for a day, then using the sink, then just reapply the product and do that for a week. That enzyme is going to clean out the drain and clean out that overflow area, and that might be enough to take care of the smells coming up the sinks itself. The product that I would use under the sink to help dissolve any of the smells and or bacteria growing is a bottle of Sniper. So take that Sniper, open up that kitchen cabinet, and spray the whole area underneath the kitchen cabinet. It's an amazing way of killing bacteria and mold issues, which is going to take care of a lot of the smells. So try those three things, and hopefully you're going to win the battle.
And Andrew, one thing too, on top of that, the little icing on the cake, 100% everything you just said. You open up a little tub of Fresh Wave underneath it there,
and you could just leave the Fresh
certainly
Wave
not addressing the issue, but the Fresh Wave will be an amazing odor eliminator under there as well.
All right, Alice, glad to help. Stay with us. Steve in North Braddock, Gail in New Wilmington. We want to get all of your calls in here, so if you have a question, give us a call. 866-391-1020. Back with the True Value Home Improvement Show in minutes. KDKA.
We're only 34 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. My first job out of college was as an assistant golf pro at Butler Country Club, earning $2.10 an hour. There was no work for me in golf in the winter, so to survive, I took a job at Armco Steel, working on a labor gang. Some nights I did janitorial work. Others, I labored in the rolling pits. I'd come home covered in soot to the tiny apartment my wife Barb and I shared with our newborn daughter Sarah. Now 40 years later, Sarah and I are business partners at Botkin Family Wealth Management along with my son Lester. I like to remember my beginnings and to share those stories with my children and grandchildren. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Larry Older here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain had started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten, end of quote. These are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do for you. I've told you about my buddy Tom, an avid golfer out on the green almost every single day. He says without Relief Factor, he wouldn't be able to swing freely because of shoulder pain or back pain. But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable, and confident in his swing. He is a scratch golfer. That's why I encourage you to try Relief Factor yourself and see what it can do for you. Don't wait. If you're dealing with daily pain, launch your 3-week quick start and see what Relief Factor can do for you. 800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF, or go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, ReliefFactor.com.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Kraus.
Army Sergeant Richard R. Waldron of Allegheny County was awarded the Silver Star Medal for Gallantry in Luxembourg on 24 January 1945. While advancing before his men, Sergeant Waldron observed a 10-man enemy combat patrol approaching. Realizing that the noise of his squad moving up behind him would alert the enemy, Sergeant Waldron courageously crawled forward until he was within hand grenade range of the hostile patrol. He then threw 2 grenades accurately into the midst of the enemy, eliminating the threat.
For the perfect wedding up to 300, the magnificent ballroom and balcony is a truly unique setting to begin your new life together. For information, visit soldiersandsailorshall.org.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
What a busy day. You can tell spring is officially underway as of today because we have lots of calls. Here's Steve in North Braddock. Hey, Steve, welcome to KDKA.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I have 2 quick questions. On painting a concrete porch, how long should I wait now for it to warm up?
The concern I would have would be the moisture content in the concrete itself right now. It's something temperatures, we're going to want to use a modified urethane latex, by the way, for the concrete. So it's not an oil-based paint. An oil-based paint, I like to say, it's not about drying, it's about curing. That takes forever. So we're going to be using a urethane latex paint, which typically is no problem. That will dry. It'll dry within a half hour.
Yeah. And you could use that in 40-degree temperatures.
Yeah, so that's Absolutely. Not a problem. Concrete's a tough surface to paint. It really, really is. I mean, I tell folks you're going to paint that concrete, just kind of be in the mindset that maybe every 2 years, you're going to be out there touching it up or what have you. I would want, and again, with the modified urethane latex, it's an open cell product, so not like oil-based, so moisture can evaporate through the film of the surface without popping it, so it's not as big as a deal as back in the old days with oil-based paint. But if the concrete's probably pretty wet right now, and so I would prefer to wait till we get some drying out, and of course spring's tough to do that, but I'm more concerned with the high moisture content in the concrete than anything else at this point.
Yeah, you're going to need to plan on a week where you have, say, 4 days of sunshine to try and get that concrete as dry as possible.
Okay, yeah, the house is old. It's been painted, I think, probably from day one.
Okay.
The other question I had, I think you may have answered on your previous call. I have my kitchen sink and my bathroom sink. They're draining slow. Everything else works fine. The shower drain, toilet, they all flush. Everything drains good other than the kitchen and bathroom sink. I heard you saying something about Green Gobbler.
Yeah, the Green Gobbler makes a drain opener. They also make a drain cleaner. Your drain cleaners are enzymes to where they eat the crud out of the pipe itself. But to use the enzyme, the drain cannot be used while you're doing it. So what I tell people to do is put a quarter cup down every night for a week when you go to bed, and then go ahead and use the faucet, the sink, the drain the next day, but then reapply the product. And after doing that for a week, those pipes are going to be clean and flowing freely. It's a very, very safe product. It's just a drain cleaner.
Okay, so I went to cleaner, not the other.
Yeah, I don't think I'd use a drain opener because you use a drain opener, it's going to wash down the drain. Even with it being a slow drain, it's not going to sit there long enough to burn a hole through the clog, and that's the way a drain opener has to work. It burns holes through the clog.
Okay. All right, thank you for your help. Have a good day.
All right, Steve.
All right, here's Gail in New Wilmington for the guys from True Value. Hey, Gail, welcome to KDKA.
Thank you. I have a question about my railing. I have green mold on it, and I'd like to know something easy that my image cleaning lady, God bless her soul, could use, because she'll get out there with spick and span and really rub. But is there anything easier to use?
Yeah, there's a couple options. By the way, is it wood, vinyl, metal? Doesn't really matter, but plastic. Okay, yeah. One of the product, and I'm glad you called, and I'm glad you asked this question, because I wanted to make a mention to this. Like, I got to use Wet and Forget at home again over the last few days, and I just love that product much. It's unbelievable. It's a very benign blue liquid that you put in a tank sprayer. You add a little bit of water to it. It gives you the proper mixture. And what Wet and Forget does is mold, moss, algae, and what have you. It kills you. So you can go out to your patio, and there's a little bit of green here, and the covers. I use it all in the covers of my patio furniture, kind of had those stains on it. You simply put this in a tank sprayer on a dry day and just spray it. You just spray it all down and you don't do anything after that. You don't need to scrub it or anything. And then the rain comes and washes it off, and you'll immediately see a difference. And then I like to do it again and again because it's so easy to do. It's no big deal. All you do is pull up the tank sprayer, spray it on there, use that Wet and Forget. And so anyone listening, walls, patios, doors, anywhere where you see that green, mossy algae kind of growing, it does an amazing job. So simple to do, so easy to do. It's a product called Wet and Forget.
Wet and Forget.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail. All right, let's get another one here before we have to say goodbye for this week. Here's Denise in Beachview for the guys from True Value, KDKA. Hey, Denise.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I'm calling about my lawn. My daughter said there's a product that you can spray on it that keeps the bugs down.
Sure. There's a couple different products on the market. They're insecticides. 7. It comes in a red bottle. You attach it to your hose, and you could spray your whole yard with it. Triazicide is another brand doing it. And what they are insecticides, and they're made to kill the insects. So they're a non-selective. So understanding that you're spraying it, and it's going to kill the insects that are in the yard itself. But for doing complete yards, that's probably the best products to use. There's also granular versions of them where you can put them in a spreader and spread them on the yard. The granular are going to be a longer lasting than the liquids. Or there's products like Harmony that can spot treat that are organic. So those would be pretty much 3 options for you doing the yard. Longest lasting, though, would be using the granular in a spreader. You're going to get a longer life out of keeping the insects away.
Okay, Denise, now we've got to giddy up here, get ready for the news. Top of the hour, wrap it up. Andy.
All right. Thank you, everyone. What a great weekend of calls. So thank you, everyone, for tuning into the True Value Home Improvement Show week after week. You can reach me throughout the week at 412-835-5780 or eveyhdw@gmail.com.
Thank you again for calling. This is Paul from R.C. Walters & Sons. Please give us a call at 412-751-5500. Open 6 days a week, 8 to 9. And don't forget to lime your yard. This is the best time to put that magic out on.
Daniel's True Value, Piper True Value, Slippery Rock True Value, or all your local True Value stores that help out, and Sarver True Value Hardware and Sarver True Value Rental.
All right, they're done for the day, but we continue after the news at 11. Kristen Zapp will be here from AAA Central. Time for Talkin' Travel on KDK.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30, only on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 46 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police investigating 2 shootings from Friday night. One was deadly. A woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head Friday night in McKees Rocks on Singer Avenue. She was transported to the hospital but later died. She's been identified as 20-year-old Maya Parker. Police say a 19-year-old male suspect is in custody at this hour. In a homestead around 9:45 Friday night, a man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg. He was transported to the hospital in stable condition. No suspect descriptions in that shooting. Well, Pittsburgh and Allegheny County leaders launching a new round of cleanup and beautification efforts ahead of this year's NFL Draft. With the story, News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush.
The Immaculate Collection Spring Cleaning Edition launched Friday at the City County Building, uniting local leaders, universities, and community groups to boost regional cleanup efforts. County Executive Sarah Innamorato says this initiative isn't just tied to the NFL Draft.
It's really not a once or twice a year effort. This is about the economic development, the ongoing community development, and really taking pride and ownership in the place that we all call home.
Allegheny Cleanways started the region-wide Immaculate Collection campaign last September, a nod to Steelers legend Franco Harris's famous 1972 playoff catch, the Immaculate Reception. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
If you take the P.J. McCarter roadway, it's closed today until 5 o'clock to allow city contractors to install new permanent fencing. It's closed between the Liberty Bridge and Grandview Avenue. It will reopen immediately as work is completed. Motorists are asked to take an alternate route, such as Boggs Avenue, this morning and into this afternoon. Pittsburgh Regional Transit says a part of the East Busway is closed temporarily due to a landslide. PRT says although no slide debris had reached the actual busway as of yet, the area was closed out of an abundance of caution. Buses are now entering and exiting the busway at 26th Street in the Strip District. That's about a mile away from the usual entrance downtown at Grant and Liberty. No word on how long that detour will take place. KDK Radio News Time is 11:02. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Been 30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and intervals of sun this afternoon, high 58. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, though 51. Tomorrow, more clouds and sun, breezy and warmer, high 79. The record is 82, set at 1938. Expect a couple of strong to severe thunderstorms later in the afternoon and evening. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Kristen Zapp has brought all sorts of goodies to the show today. And they must have been watching my live video yesterday from Coons Market, because my guest grew up in Hawaii. And he was asking me about the deal that they have with the NFL draft. You've come to the right place, and hopefully he's listening today, because I think I can take him down memory lane because of Hawaii, and also get him an opportunity to be in the epicenter of the NFL draft, courtesy of AAA Central. We'll get to all that in just a little bit. Memberships and more. The countdown is underway. Spring officially arrives today. Her husband's busy getting ramped up for, yes, that place that I love so much, the home of those potato patch fries, Kennywood. She's here to talk travel, but the best way when it comes to travel, AAA Central. So let's welcome her back to the program. It's great to see you again. Good morning.
Good morning. It is great to see you as well. I'm loving the spring weather that we're getting. Gets us excited for all things travel. And if you are still trying to figure out your next vacation, or maybe just looking for some inspiration, I've got a really great event coming up just for you. So the AAA Travel Erie Vacation Expo is happening Saturday, March 28th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the beautiful Bayfront Convention Center, and it is completely free and open to the public, members and non-members. So this is our last Vacation Expo in the first quarter. A week from today, you do not want to miss it. It is truly one-stop vacation planning. You can meet face-to-face with ocean and river cruise lines, guided tour companies, rail journeys, Caribbean resorts, and travel experts from all over the world. AAA travel advisors will be there to help you plan, answer questions, and secure exclusive one-day savings when you book at the event. And of course, there's also going to be those vacation seminars happening all day long that I love so much. So they're going to cover everything from Alaska and Hawaii to Europe, river cruising, guided tours. So whether you are dreaming, researching, or ready to book, this is truly the place to be. And of course, like always, we're going to have our AAA member benefits available. We're going to have great perks. So when you book at the show and deposit at the expo, you'll receive a special gift. And one of the biggest hits every year, of course, is our free luggage offer. So depending on the amount that you are spending on your upcoming vacation, you'll receive 2 carry-on sets, or spend $5,000 or more, and you're going to receive 2 large 4-piece luggage sets. So, I mean, you know, when you think about whether or not you need the vacation luggage, whether you want to gift that luggage. I know that I've booked quite a few different vacations, and I have luggage for me, luggage for my parents, luggage for my husband. And now I'm like, okay, everybody, let's get together and plan a trip so we can use this luggage. There are so many great opportunities to see the world when you visit us at one of these expos. You're able to register to win prizes, meet top travel partners like Viking Cruises, Royal Caribbean International, Rocky Mountaineer, and it's all in one place. And while we're talking about making travel or traveling easier, I also want to mention a really great opportunity at our East Liberty branch. From March 24th through the 27th, you can enroll in TSA PreCheck right there in our office. It's our headquarter office. We'll be there all week. TSA PreCheck is one of those experiences that really just creates a smoother travel experience from start to finish. Shorter lines, you keep your shoes on, laptops stay in your bag. It really takes a lot of the stress out of flying. Enrollment is $78, valid for 5 years, and appointments are available daily from 9 a.m. to noon, 1 p.m. to 5. Walk-ins are welcome, of course, but registered appointments do take priority. You can schedule those appointments at AAA.com/TSA. So whether you're planning your next trip, just getting ready for travel, now is just such a great time to really get all of your ducks in a row. Whether you're visiting us at the Vacation Expo in Erie, you're visiting us in the East Liberty office next week, AAA is truly the place to go when you think travel.
So thinking of travel, recently we had the Academy Awards. Jessie Buckley from Ireland won the Best Female Actor Award. Aer Lingus flew her entire family from Ireland to the United States. That was absolutely one of the best parts of the entire evening, and she thanked them. I mean, her entire family, Aer Lingus, which is going to be starting in May, nonstops right here in Pittsburgh, back and forth to Ireland, brought the entire clan over here for that wonderful event. I just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, we're truly so lucky to have that gateway option here in Pittsburgh. I'm so excited to see the different vacation packages that we're able to put together for our members. We actually have a couple Brendan vacation events coming up in our branches in late April. So stay tuned here in the coming weeks. I'm sure that we'll be giving you guys all the details on that. But it's going to basically highlight that Aer Lingus nonstop flight and how you can get to Dublin and plan your true dream vacation around Ireland. I'm hoping that it's a super successful route this year so that it stays for next year whenever I finally talk my husband into going to Ireland to see the Pitt, Wisconsin game in Dublin next year. I'm very, very much looking forward to that. And I'm just really excited that we live in a city that kind of invests back in us. We have the nonstop British Airways. We have the nonstop Aer Lingus. There's just so many great places that we can get to nonstop.
All right, sounds good. And by the way, Sandcastle, Kennywood, they're getting all ramped up.
They are getting ramped up. I'm very excited. I actually sneak peek. We're going to do a Royal Caribbean event at Sandcastle this year too. So think your next level water park at sea. It's going to be really excited. I can't wait for all of the fun stuff we have planned this year.
And speaking of this year and fun, the Maiden Voyage, you're going to be a part of something in December.
I am. So Legend of the Seas with Royal Caribbean International is brand new. It's not even on the water yet. It is going to sail in Spain, I believe. It's going to go in Europe. I know it's the Mediterranean sailing, and it's happening in June. And then we are going to be able to experience that in December whenever she comes over to the Caribbean. I'm so excited. They have the chief dog officer, so I'm very much looking forward to being able to chase the golden retriever around the ship. That'll be my very much what I'm looking forward to. Can't wait to see the pup.
All right, so listen, we got a lot to get to, but just whet their appetite a little bit. Everyone's talking about the draft. The commish will be here coming Monday of next week with Michael Bartley at 9:30, so we're all getting geared up for that, a big exclusive. But here's another exclusive, and I was telling this to my co-host yesterday as we were streaming live at that Coons Market Fabulous Fish Fry Friday, and he couldn't believe it. So please give the details, and then we'll come back and really do the deep dive on everything else. Plus, we're going to come back, talk Hawaii, but we'll make sure that we give you more than once all the details about what they have for the draft. Go ahead.
Absolutely. We have very limited space left on our Draft Days in Pittsburgh experience, April 23rd through the 26th. You'll stay 3 nights at the stylish Kimpton Hotel Monaco, Pittsburgh, right downtown, blocks from all of the NFL draft festivities. So limited space. We have a package that includes hotel stay, commemorative gift, luggage handling, daily coffee service, nightly Kimpton social hour, and we actually recently just added a bonus experience, which is an evening aboard the Gateway Clipper. You do not want to to miss this experience. We have a limited number of seats available. You definitely need to stop by one of our local offices today. Give our travel reservation center a call. They are open till 5, 1-800-354-8761. Diane and Jason are working today, and they are going to be more than happy to be able to get you a package to the Pittsburgh draft.
So what else? Let's talk membership real quick, because the summer season will be here before you know it, and you need to get one if you don't have it.
If you don't have one, there's no better time. I know we're always on here saying that there's no better time to get a membership, but when you think in the winter, you're thinking, oh, I need my road service. I need to make sure that I'm covered if something happens and I get a flat, or you have that peace of mind, but then we move into spring, and then maybe you're looking to move. You've just bought a house, and we can get some discounts with Penske truck rentals. You can get your rental car coverage when you're looking to travel and maybe take some road trips, or, download the mobile app and be able to find where you're able to save on gas. Summer travel is ramping up. You want to make sure you've got your free identity theft so that you can make sure that you're covered from A to Z. We have our AAA visa that has the foreign transaction fees that are waived. There's just so many different things, depending on the time of the year, that make most sense to have a AAA membership. And again, right now, no better time. Memberships are starting at $10 for a classic. You cannot beat that price.
All right, tell them about Erie again. You don't want to miss this. And the great thing about this get-together, if you're thinking a water vacation, all you have to do is step outside and you're not too far from the water.
Yeah, absolutely. So the convention center is where our Erie Travel Expo is held, and it is right there on the water. It is beautiful. I absolutely love this venue. It's probably one of my favorite. This is the second year that we're going to be doing the Travel Expo in Erie, so I'm really excited to see how many participants were able to get out and really just share our products, share our business lines, whether it's insurance, whether it's membership, but most importantly, travel. We've got all of our top vendors that are going to be there, anything from Rocky Mountaineer to Royal Caribbean to our in-house featured vacations department. We have an exclusively curated department that basically puts trips together specifically for our East Central members. You cannot get these trips anywhere else. That group is going to be there. So it's a really great experience to either walk around, get some ideas, or if you're, ready to book, sit down with a AAA travel advisor. Our Erie travel advisors are going to be there. A lot of our other destinations and preferred partners are going to be there. It's just such a magical place. I love it.
A magical place it is, and it's just a few hours from where we sit right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, up 279. Get a break in here. We'll come back. AAA.com/radio. Get ready, because we're taking you to the Hawaiian Islands when we get back on the other side. We got much more, including something unique from Vikings. Stay where you're at. Kristen Zapp's hosting today AAA East Central Talking Travel with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Good morning.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Ireland is calling in 2026, and AAA can take you there. Right now, AAA is offering $350 per person in savings for a limited time on your dream trip to Ireland. Discover the beauty of the Emerald Isle on Shades of Ireland, October 16th through the 25th. Travel from lively Dublin to the breathtaking cliffs of Moher. Experience rolling green hills, charming villages, and centuries-old castles along the way. Kiss the famous Blarney Stone, enjoy traditional Irish music and dance, and end your journey with an unforgettable stay in a fairy tale castle. This guided vacation starts at $4,949 per person, double occupancy. Plan your Irish adventure today. Visit your local AAA travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to learn more.
Time for more of those magical March specials at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Hershey's deviled crabs are 2 for $3. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries 1-pound packages 2 for $5. In our deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dipped fish sandwiches $11.99 each. Additional savings this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 6-pack half-liter bottles are 4 for $16.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, it's amazing. Hawaii was in the conversation yesterday with my guest that was doing the video. He grew up, his dad was in the military, and we were talking about going to high school in Hawaii. But if you ever wondered about going to Hawaii, well, wonder no more, because we have an opportunity for you right now as we get back with more of that show that is AAA Central's Talking Travel. And hosting today, Kristen Zapp.
I love it. That's such a fun story. There's actually a girl in our travel reservation center, Madeline, that grew up in different parts of Oahu, and I
can't imagine that.
Yeah, and it's such a cool way to, whenever you think of planning a vacation, that's why AAA Travel should be your first stop. Whether you have been there personally, whether you are, immersing yourself in all that AAA offers as far as training, a AAA travel advisor truly knows the most. So it was really exciting to hear all of the, hidden gems that are available in Hawaii. And you're not going to get that from using the internet. You need that personal touch and that personal experience that you can only get from a AAA travel advisor.
Listen, if you're going, you might as well go the right way. And this
100%.
is AAA Central. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So our tour of the week takes us to Hawaii, and this is a really special one because it's a multi-island experience. You'll travel June 16th through June 23rd of 2026. This includes round-trip airfare from Pittsburgh, visiting both Oahu and Maui. You'll start with 3 nights in Honolulu at the beautiful Hilton Hawaiian Village Waikiki Beach Resort. This is one of the most iconic resorts in Waikiki. It's set on 22 beachfront acres with 5 different towers, its own lagoon, 5 pools, and more than 20 restaurants and lounges. I've personally spent time on Oahu, and there's so much to do. You can visit Pearl Harbor and the USS Arizona Memorial for a really powerful experience. You can hike Diamond Head for incredible views over Waikiki. And one of my personal favorites is Kailua Ranch, which is where movies like Jurassic Park were filmed. You can do ATV tours, zip lining, and explore some of the most beautiful scenery on the island. Then you'll head to Maui for 4 nights at the stunning Hyatt Regency Maui Resort and Spa, which is a 4-diamond AAA property set on 40 acres of tropical gardens. This property is truly incredible. You've got multiple pools, a water slide, oceanfront dining, traditional luau's are going to be offered there, snorkeling, kayaking, and this package also includes a $150 resort credit. So think discounts on different experiences that they have available at the property. And then, of course, your AAA member benefit is going to be a $50 activity credit that you could use in Oahu or Maui. So if you're thinking you want to do a luau, you're thinking you want to visit the Kailua Ranch, anything like that, you have that $50 activity voucher that you can use towards that. Now, I haven't made it to Maui yet, but of course it is on my bucket list. But this is exactly how I would want to experience it. This package includes your round-trip air from Pittsburgh, your inter-island flight, so your flight from Oahu to Maui. It's going to have round-trip transfers in Oahu, so you're going to arrive in the Honolulu airport. Someone's going to transfer you to your hotel. And then I think that in Maui, you need a rental car. So there is a rental car included in Maui, whereas in Oahu, everything's pretty walkable in the Waikiki area. And if you're using that $50 activity voucher to visit the North Shore part of the island for things like the Kailua Ranch, you don't necessarily need to have that rental car there. Everything's super walkable. So you've got your round-trip transfers in Oahu. You've got a rental car in Maui. All of your hotel accommodations on both islands. Total package price comes in at $7,087 for 2 people. So that's just a little over $3,500 per person for a full multi-island experience in Hawaii. It's truly an amazing way to see more than one island in a single trip.
That's pretty good.
I know. You're looking at me like you're stunned. You're like, what do you mean? $3,500 per person and you get 2 islands?
Unbelievable.
It truly is unbelievable. And one of the really great things is, so this experience, we've packaged together and customized it to exactly how I would want to experience this trip and how I think you would want to experience this trip. But if you're like, I want to visit the Big Island, or I want more days in Oahu because I want to be able to do, Pearl Harbor and the Koa Island, and I want to be able to, kayak and snorkel and do all of the adventurous things. So I want more days there.
How about just sit on the beach?
Yeah. So maybe I want to go to Maui and I want to sit on the beach for a week, and then I want to visit, the Big Island and tour, Volcano National Park. It is truly customizable to everything that you want. visit your local AAA office. Give us a call, 1-800-354-8761. We can make this package tailored to exactly what you want.
Yeah, and AAA will get it done. And Hertz, obviously, that brand that they work with, you can get a car. You got to get a car and tool around the islands.
You have to. That's what I mean. Oahu, very walkable in the Waikiki area. And then you can use an activity voucher and do a tour to visit the North Shore part of the island. But Maui, everything is just so lush and green and beautiful, and the different beaches, and you've got the road to Hana, so you definitely want to be able to take a rental car and drive around the island and experience that at your own pace.
Yeah, and everybody talks about going to this side of the country or that side of the country, but I've never heard anybody talk about being jet lagged when they go to Hawaii, because they said it's too nice.
Yeah, it's so perfect. And when you think about all the different options, we've put packages together where maybe you want to do your connection in Las Vegas and you want to stay a couple nights in Vegas before you go to Hawaii, or maybe you want to do a connection in LA or San Francisco and do a couple nights in California to really break up what you think jet lag you might have. So there's just so many different ways that we can piece this package together for you and make it absolutely perfect. There's another really great way to travel to Hawaii, and that's, of course, with our featured vacations department with Member Choice Vacations. So if you don't love the idea of having so much free time, you can do a guided vacation package. So we have a Hawaiian Adventure, which is offered October 15th through the 24th of 2026. This is going to include highlights like Pearl Harbor, Polynesian luau's, Ione Palace, some Hawaii volcanoes, the national parks. It's going to include a lei making class. It's just a really great way to immerse yourself in the beauty and cultures of Hawaii while blending that iconic history and traditions that they offer. So we have packages like this that are starting at $67.99 per person. If you book and deposit by March 31st, you can also save $100 off that specific package. So there's just so many different ways that you can visit and experience those islands in Hawaii.
Do people still do the traditional stuff like Pearl Harbor and Diamond Head and all that?
Absolutely. And there's a lot of different ways that you can do that. So if you're visiting Pearl Harbor, you can just show up morning of. You don't have to have a tour, walk through it at your own pace. But if you want more details than just kind of walking around and figuring it out on your own and just kind of being there to say it's one of the bucket list items that you wanted to visit and experience, if maybe you were in the military, or somebody that was, and it's more of a impact it's going to have on you, you can get tours that really dive deep into it. And the USS Arizona is truly one of the most impactful things I've ever done. It's you've got goosebumps the entire time you're there. It's just an experience that you can't miss.
Why do people say they never feel hot when they're in Hawaii either?
The air is different, Rob. Whenever you go to Florida, and I love Florida, we visit my father-in-law all the time, but the heat is like sticky and muggy and hot. And, don't get me wrong, Zach loves it. Zach's like, I'll be sticky and muggy and hot all day long. But in Hawaii, it's like a dry heat, and it's never too hot. It's never miserably hot. So there's no bad time to visit Hawaii.
I visited Florida many times, but this was in the early 80s when I got out of the plane, and I kept hearing about how hot in the summertime Florida is. And I'm like, this isn't bad. But then I realized I was still in the airport. When I got outside and those doors opened, it was like 10 o'clock at night. It felt like it was high noon and it was 100 degrees.
Absolutely. It just doesn't feel that way in Hawaii. Even when you're thinking that, you're going to Hawaii and it's a destination that's typically warm, in the evenings it can be cooler. So you definitely want to consult a AAA travel advisor and think, what do I pack for a trip like this? How do I prepare myself for something like this? You definitely need a sweater in the evening. If you're, walking on the beach, or maybe you're just exploring the different shopping and scenery in the evenings, it can cool down being right there on the beach. So definitely want to reach out to your local AAA travel advisor, stop in your office, give us a call. We've got everything that we can help you with from A to Z, getting your membership, booking your trip exactly how you need it, making sure you've got your travel insurance, your packing tips, making sure that you're taking advantage of our TSA pre-check offers that we have in our branches. You just cannot take these types of experiences and really dive in without a AAA travel advisor by your side.
And don't forget, 800-354-8761. So what are we going to do when we come back?
So when we come back, we're going to talk about our cruise of the week, which is a little bit different. A lot of times we're talking about different ocean cruises that take us from the Caribbean to Alaska to the Mediterranean. This time, we are going to be talking about a river cruise, and it is not a European river cruise. So when we think Viking, that is almost always where our mind goes, is the Danube and the Rhine, and being able to experience Portugal and Spain and all of these different places throughout Europe, whether it's an ocean cruise or a river cruise with Viking. But you can actually take a river cruise right here in the U.S.
And what better place to get up close and personal than with your own country?
Absolutely.
All right, 800-354-8761. Next hour, Nan Cohen Total Talk, our final hour together today. Dorothy's Candies getting ready to hop in for the Easter season. So we've got one more hour next hour, but two more segments with Kristen Zapp as we continue AAA Central's Talking Travel. Don't forget, AAA.com/radio. And if you love biking and you love river cruising and you want to stay close to home, you do not want to touch that dial. Coming up next on KDKA and Talking Travel.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
Premium roofing starts with a team you can count on. Call the Genius Choice in Roofing, Home Genius Exteriors, where you get a dedicated project team with certified installers. Right now, get 50% off roofing materials, plus no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, a different experience. See website for details.
It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on KDKA Radio. On March 24th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you in part by Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, and by MediConnect, Medicare Made Simple. Details at kdkaradio.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 48 degrees now at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police are investigating two shootings from Friday night, one of which was deadly. In the first shooting around 8 o'clock, a woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head. It happened on Singer Avenue in McKees Rock. She later died at the hospital. She's been identified as 20-year-old Maya Parker, and police say they do have a 19-year-old male suspect in custody. Second shooting happened in Homestead on East 16th Avenue around 9:45 Friday night. Man found with a gunshot wound to the leg, transported to the hospital in stable condition. No suspect descriptions in that shooting. Police say a woman left her children alone at home as she ran errands, and one of the children allegedly ended up on the roof of the home. 38-year-old Amanda Rivera of Indiana County is facing child endangerment charges. Police say the incident happened on March 15th. Rivera's 8-year-old son allegedly spotted on the roof by a neighbor who took a video of it and called 911. Rivera said she was in the process of moving out of the home and had been in and out of the home all day. No one was hurt in the incident. Well, a local lawmaker continues to push for his colleagues to pass anti-hate crime legislation in Pennsylvania. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
Democratic State Representative Dan Frankel's legislation cleared the House Judiciary Committee earlier this month, and now it's a matter of waiting for the bills to come up for a vote. His bills would expand the list of protected identity groups to include people with disabilities and based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, and offer new civil penalties for them, as well as providing law enforcement training to identify and prosecute hate crimes.
One of the things that we have found among, the very many law enforcement agencies across the state of Pennsylvania is that folks in law enforcement don't understand what a hate crime is. That includes many of my colleagues in the General Assembly.
He says the difference between spraying graffiti on a stop sign and painting a swastika on a synagogue is the difference between vandalism and an act of intimidation to a targeted community. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 11:32. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and some sunshine this afternoon, high 58. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, though 51. Clouds, some sun, breezy and warmer tomorrow, high 79. A couple of strong thunderstorms later in the afternoon and evening can produce damaging winds, hail, and even a tornado. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, your Pratt Pack firing on all cylinders. Here we go. All aboard Viking, and wait till we tell you where we are going to set sail. Go ahead.
All right, our cruise of the week is a Mississippi River cruise sailing, and this is such a unique, immersive experience. This sailing, you'll travel December 15th through the 22nd of 2026 on the beautiful Viking Mississippi with Viking Cruises. This is round trip from New Orleans. This is an 8-day journey through the heart of the South with stops in places like Natchez, Vikingsburg, Baton Rouge, full of history, full of culture, and incredible food. And I'll say this, I've been to New Orleans, and if you're considering this trip, I would absolutely recommend flying in at least a day early. You've got the iconic French Quarter with live jazz, historic architecture, and that energy you simply cannot replicate. The Garden District is going to give you a completely different feel with beautiful homes and oak-lined streets. And the food alone, Cajun, Creole, beignets, it is absolutely worth the trip. Now, the cruise itself is a completely different pace in the best way. The ship carries just 386 guests, so it's very intimate and relaxed. Features panoramic views, a full promenade deck, the Explorer's Lounge, and a beautiful indoor-outdoor space with a terrace on it. So what really sets Viking apart is the experience. It's a destination-focused experience with 6 guided tours included on board, enrichment, it's got regional cuisine, and it's just a more quieter, more refined atmosphere. Your stateroom in this sailing is going to be a deluxe veranda with a private balcony, and everything is designed for comfort, from Wi-Fi to exceptional service. And right now, there's even a spring sale with reduced fares and free airfare on select departures. So this package is starting the pricing at $37.99 per person based on double occupancy. And that is such an incredible value for simply everything that's included. When you are sailing on a Viking River cruise, you have got your accommodations, you've got your entertainment on board, you've got that relaxed feel, you've got all of your food and your drinks, everything is going to be included. So this is one of those experiences that you cannot miss. And like I said, if you are anything like me, you have to fly into New Orleans a day early or a day late. It is simply one of the most incredible places that I've ever visited. And if you're thinking like, maybe I want to stay in New Orleans for a little bit longer, we also have different packages that we can customize that are just focused on New Orleans. Or maybe you're thinking, I hear this and now I just want to go to New Orleans. I'm thinking that could be, a completely separate vacation that I'm interested in. We have our Best of New Orleans trip that is traveling in September of this year as well. So Best of New Orleans, September 7th through the 11th of 2026, pricing at $28.65 per person based on double occupancy. And that's going to include highlights like lodging on Bourbon Street, the French Quarter, New Orleans School of Cooking, Mardi Gras World, National World War II Museum, the Laura Plantation, a Louisiana swamp boat tour. It's going to include a Natchez steamboat dinner jazz cruise. It's going to include, different experiences at jazz pubs. So New Orleans in itself is just one of those destinations that is so close to home that you don't realize that you can get there as quickly as you can.
You can party all the time there.
You can. My idea of partying is eating my way through New Orleans. Anything from the Garden District to the French Quarter, the jazz that you can just find on every corner. You can just, be eating your po' boy and pop around a corner and there's just jazz music. And it's just one of those destinations that you really just feel in the moment all of the time. So whether you're looking to do a tour like our Best of New Orleans, which is a featured vacations tour, again, uniquely curated to you as our AAA member in East Central, or if you want to do a cruise, think of the different ways that you can sail the Mississippi. And this one is one of the best ways, in my opinion, because you're round trip out of New Orleans. So again, this is December 15th through the 22nd of 2026 on the beautiful Viking, Mississippi. It is going to be round trip from New Orleans. It is going to be a small ship that carries just 386 guests. It is going to be accommodations and a deluxe veranda with a private balcony. Everything is going to be included, from your food to, your accommodations to your beverages at lunch and dinner. Pricing starting at $37.99 per person based on double occupancy.
Yeah, and here's the best part. We talk about Viking overseas and, places like Germany and the Rhine and what have you. A lot of these communities have been untouched by the hands of time and they've updated them, but they've used that old world architecture. It's the same thing with the Mississippi. And the deeper in the South you go, it's pristine, but it really is seeing America the way it was 100 plus years ago, only updated for 2026. But you're so close, you can almost reach out and touch some of this stuff. So anybody that I've ever known that has done anything on Mississippi, absolutely love it.
100%. And it's one of those things that you kind of forget is so close to home and that it's so accessible. It's definitely a really great time to take advantage of that. And, this sailing December 15th through the 22nd, it's something you could do with the family right before the holidays. It's going to start to get a little bit cold here, so you can take advantage of that southern heat. It's really just, I want to go for the beignets. Every time I'm there, I'm like, I have to get the beignets. And you think that, there's one place that's better than the other, and then you find a different place. And Zach's uncle actually just recently moved to New Orleans, and so I cannot wait to get down there because he's going to have all of the insight on the hidden gems and food and beignets. You have to get the beignets.
You like that beignet
I
stuff?
love beignets.
Why?
They're just like, when you think of sweet treats and you think of the pastries that you have for breakfast, some of the times I think they're a little too heavy for me. I'm not really hungry in the morning for breakfast, but the beignets, the way that they're made, they're just so light and fluffy and delicious.
I knew you were going to say light and fluffy.
They're light and fluffy and delicious.
Well, listen, New Orleans is full of a lot of culture, too. I think the World War II Museum is down there,
It is. And, they have the Mardi Gras World, so you're able to see how all the different floats are made and all the different preparation that goes into it, and you get some king cake at the end of it. It's just a really great experience.
And listen, when you think of a music that is ours, there was the British invasion. We all know about that. But jazz, Al Hirt, Louis Armstrong, all from that part of the world.
Yeah, it's incredible. Like I said, you can go around every turn and you get a different type of jazz music. And it's one of those places where you're always feeling like you're in the moment. And to be able to experience Viking river cruises right here in the U.S., it's kind of one of a kind. You're always thinking, I have to go to Europe or I have to go, so far to be able to experience these things. And you don't. It is right here in our own country. Viking river cruises is just one of those experiences that you don't want to miss. It's intimate. It's relaxed. It's definitely a different experience than those mass cruise lines like your Royal Caribbean and your Norwegian. You're not going to have roller coasters and water parks at sea. It is definitely catered to more of a food-focused, destination-focused, itinerary-focused type of client.
And listen, we love the Monongahela, the Youghiogheny, the Allegheny, the Beaver, Ohio. But the Mississippi is really just an ocean that happens to be in the middle of our country. This is like massive, this river. It's not like some little thimble of water, right?
100%. And, you know, I've said it so many times, AAA Travel is where you want to go for these type of experiences because your travel advisor has probably been there. I know Hannah Haldeman in our reservation center, she actually was able to sail the Mississippi, a much longer itinerary than this, a couple summers ago. So if you're looking for somebody that has that firsthand experience, it is AAA Travel. Whether you stop by your local office or you give us a call, 1-800-354-8761, somebody has likely experienced it or been able to take some of the training that really gets into the different products and the different destinations and the different ways that we can make this package perfect for you.
Listen, it's in the rearview mirror, but that time that we had that little hiccup from 2020 and a handful of years after, a lot of people, the Mighty Five, they rediscovered America. And I think they have fallen in love with it. And I think that's why this has become a very big idea and destination.
100%. There are so many destinations in the U.S. that during that time, of course, when things were a little bit rocky in the travel industry, everyone was thinking like, how can I still get out there and how can I still experience the world? But there's so much to offer right here in the U.S. Everything, from outside of thinking, your typical Florida and your Las Vegas and your Hawaii, those are the things that come to mind immediately. But different destinations along the Mississippi are so incredible. You can do packages up to Maine and to be able to see, Boston and the East Coast in that way, or to be able to get out and experience some of our national parks. There's no better way to do that than with AAA Travel.
Yeah, when we come back, we're going to go over everything, but please remind them why they need to get a membership.
They have to get a membership. Summer is upon us. And even though winter, we hope, is behind us and you're not as stressed about needing that roadside service, you might decide that you're going to be traveling internationally and you need to make sure that you've got your Protect My ID activated, which is completely free with your AAA membership. You can get a AAA Visa, which has the foreign transaction fees that are waived. It is also going to include your rental damage protector. If you're renting with Hertz, you can get discounts with Hertz. You can get discounts with your hotels. If you're looking to move this summer, the Penske truck rentals. If you haven't taken advantage of our insurance partners, we can get home and renter's insurance. We can get car insurance. We can get life insurance. We even offer pet insurance if you have a furry Nova around your home. So there are just so many things that you don't think of that AAA can offer for you.
All right. We want to help you with all your travel needs. And remember, it's 800-354-8761, 800-354-8761. 1 minute to the break. Just a quick once-over on all the stuff we're going to recover after the break. Go ahead.
Yes. So we are going to recover why you need to visit me in Erie this weekend at the Erie Travel Expo, why you need to visit me in East Liberty next week for the TSA pre-check event. We're going to cover our cruise and our tour of the week. So we're going to go over pricing and availability for Hawaii and the Mississippi on Viking. And then I also have a little bit of insight on the Pittsburgh Draft and what we can offer you if you are looking to stay in town for the Pittsburgh Draft.
So why is it that I was a horrible speller, but MISSISSIPPI? Why can I can always spell Mississippi?
I feel like when we were kids, we were always told that, like, this is how you do it. And I think in my mind, that's how I'm like singing it, MISSISSIPPI.
and remember, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
Yes.
All right, listen, we'll come back. Kristen's app, one more segment. Don't touch that dial. Next hour, it's Nan Cohen Total Talk and Dorothy's Candy Countdown to Easter underway. KDKA.
The NFL Draft is the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. And who does the NFL commissioner want to talk to about it? The voice of Pittsburgh. KDKA Radio has the exclusive with Roger Goodell, Monday at 9:30, only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Final few minutes of this hour, but I'm not done. One more hour to go, and it's Nanco and Dorothy's Candies. But in the meantime, Kristen Zapp is here. We have a lot of ground to cover, so ready, set, go. Let's go first to Erie this weekend.
All right, so whether you're dreaming about Hawaii, exploring the Mississippi River, or planning your next trip at the Erie Travel Expo, there's so many incredible ways to travel right now. And no matter where I go, whether it's Hawaii, New Orleans, or anywhere else, I always love to come back home to Pittsburgh. And that's why I'm super excited to share a unique opportunity that we still have available right here at home. We have limited space left for our Draft Days in Pittsburgh experience, which is April 23rd through the 26th. You'll stay 3 nights at the Kimpton Hotel Monaco, Pittsburgh, which is right downtown, just blocks from all of the NFL draft festivities. This package includes your hotel stay, luggage handling, daily coffee service, and nightly Kimpton social hour. There's even a bonus experience included now, which is an evening aboard the Gateway Clipper with dinner, drinks, live entertainment, and NFL draft coverage, included for a limited number of guests. You'll have time to explore the city, take in the energy of the draft, visit the North Shore, Point Park, and really experience Pittsburgh at its best. Prices are starting at $15.29 per person based on double occupancy, or $17.29 with transfers included. So whether you want to travel far or stay close to home, there is truly something for everyone. I cannot stress enough how exciting it is to have the Pittsburgh draft here. We, when you're from Pittsburgh or you're from the area, we're so, I want to use the term yinzer, right? We love, all things Pittsburgh, whether it's potato patch fries at Kennywood or whether it's, having lunch in Oakland or it's going to the North Shore and doing all things Steelers or downtown and, then hitting up a Penguins game. There's just so much that this city has to offer, and to be here and experience the NFL draft and take in that atmosphere, it's just going to be such an awesome way to cap off the end of the April month.
Yeah, and this is a rare opportunity. I mean, I can't tell you, it comes up in the conversation all the time. So if you're out there and you want to be a part of it, 800-354-8761.
Absolutely. And if the draft isn't something you're looking for and you're thinking, I want to travel all over the world, you can still visit us this Saturday in Erie, March 28th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Bayfront Convention Center. This event is completely free, open to members and non-members. It is a one-stop vacation planning experience where you're able to meet face-to-face with all of our different tour partners, everything from, member choice vacation to CIE to Trafalgar. You can meet with our cruise partners, everything from Royal Caribbean to Viking Cruises. And then, of course, we have some of those really unique experiences like Rocky Mountaineer, where you're able to travel through the Canadian Rockies in that luxury train atmosphere. Whatever you're thinking of doing, we are able to offer it at the Erie Travel Expo. So come visit us. Book with one of our travel advisors on site. You're able to walk away with some of that luggage to take you off to your next vacation. And then we talked a little bit today about Hawaii and the Mississippi River. So we have our tour of the week, which takes us to Hawaii, June 16th through the 23rd of 2026. This package includes round-trip airfare from Pittsburgh, inter-island flights, so your flight from Oahu to Maui. It's going to include your ground transportation in Hawaii, which is round transfers in Oahu. It's going to include a rental car in Maui, all of your hotel accommodations. So in Oahu, you're going to be staying at the beautiful Hilton Hawaiian Village Waikiki Beach Resort. And then in Maui, you're going to be staying at the stunning Hyatt Regency Maui Resort and Spa, which is a AAA 4-diamond property. This package is going to come in at a total of $3,500 per person based on double occupancy for that full multi-island Hawaii experience. There is truly no better way to experience Hawaii than by island hopping and taking in a little bit more than just one island when you've traveled all that way. And then our cruise of the week is on the Mississippi River. This is one of those really unique immersive experiences. This package is traveling December 15th through the 22nd of 2026 on the beautiful Viking, Mississippi. This is going to be round trip out of New Orleans, and it's going to be an 8-day journey through the heart of the South. This is an itinerary full of history, culture, and incredible food. You've got a stateroom, which is going to be in a deluxe veranda offering a private balcony. Everything in this area is designed for comfort, from Wi-Fi to service. We've also got a spring sale happening right now with reduced fares and even free airfare on select departures with Viking Cruises. This package is pricing at $37.99 per person based on double occupancy. It is an incredible value for everything that's included. And then, lastly, the only thing that we didn't really touch on today was travel insurance. It is so, so important to be able to really protect your package when you're traveling. Even in the U.S., you've got your travel delay, your lost bags, your trip interruption, those kind of things that you don't think could go wrong. They could go wrong. So you absolutely need to have your travel insurance to protect your vacation investment. Stop by one of your local offices today. A lot of them are open, between 1 to 3 p.m. or our travel reservation center is going to be here until 5 today. Give them a call, 1-800-354-8761. We can get these packages booked exactly as they are, or everything that we have is customizable to fit the needs that you're looking for your next vacation.
All right, before we leave, anything on your minds? Final minutes, all yours.
The only thing that's on my mind is the Legend of the Seas sailing that I have to wait until December to experience.
How long are you
I'm
gonna be
so
on that
excited.
ship?
8 nights.
8 nights?
I know. It's not just a little getaway. It's an 8-night sailing. It's out of Fort Lauderdale on the brand new Legend of the Seas. They've got, so many different bells and whistles on this ship. It is going to have, the water slides and the dining experiences and the basketball and the ping pong and the foosball and all of the things. I just cannot wait.
One thing I do know, why all of your marriages are successful at AAA, because you get to go on these trips so the honeymoon never ends.
It really does. I love that. The honeymoon never ends.
You give us all hope. We really care about you and your husband and that beautiful dog, and just have a great rest of your day. And you're going to do a little community service work today with the folks at AAA out there at the Pleasant Hills office, paying it forward. So it's always good seeing you, okay?
Absolutely.
Good people, AAA. Love what they do. Nan Cohen is here. We're getting ready to Talk about Easter, because it's just about that time. Dorothy's Candies will be here. And then, of course, rest of the day, my colleagues will be along throughout the day talking about all the top headlines of the day. Don't forget Michael Bartley, an exclusive with Roger Goodell, went to W&J. He's the commissioner of the National Football League, as that draft is just around the bend beginning April 23rd. He will be on our airwaves Monday at 9:30 in the morning. Michael Bartley, a real big guest. He's got the commissioner, Roger Goodell, so you don't want to miss that. All right, new news coming up. Then Nan is here, and then I get to go home. It's been a long day, but we got one more hour to go right here on KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30, only on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 48 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police are investigating 2 shootings from Friday night, one of which was a deadly shooting. In the first shooting around 8 o'clock, a woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head on Singer Avenue in McKees Rock. She later died at the hospital. She's been identified as 20-year-old Maya Parker. Police say they have a 19-year-old suspect in custody for that shooting. Second shooting happened in Homestead around 9:45 at East 16th Avenue, where a man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg. He was transported to the hospital in stable condition. No word on any suspect descriptions. Well, Ligonier Valley's former police chief headed to trial on drug charges. John Berger had his preliminary hearing on Friday. Berger's accused of stealing drugs that were in police custody and allowing a suspected drug dealer to operate in exchange for providing him with painkillers. CBS News correspondent Charlie D'Agata has the latest on the Iran war, now in its fourth week.
In 3 weeks of fighting, officials say there have been more than 8,000 combat flights, roughly 7,800 targets hit, including 120 Iranian vessels. But that hasn't deterred Iran from launching a wave of attacks on energy infrastructure across Gulf states, targeting oil refineries and gas facilities, leaving countries worldwide facing rising prices and the prospect of having to reduce consumption.
A reminder that the P.J. McCarter roadway is closed until 5 o'clock today in order to allow city contractors to install new permanent fencing. It's closed between the Liberty Bridge and Grandview Avenue. It will reopen immediately as work is completed. Motorists are asked to take an alternate route, such as Boggs Avenue, this afternoon. On the Southside Friday afternoon, Mayor Corey O'Connor joined the Southside Chamber of Commerce to welcome 3 new restaurants to the neighborhood. Those 3 new businesses, La Dolce Vita, Tiacali Restaurant and Bar, they're both on East Carson Street, and Bedford House PGH on South 12th Street. They'll each bring a unique offering and draw in a diverse audience to the area.
It's exciting. 3 new businesses opening on Carson Street. You know, this is such a great momentum for the South Side, small businesses, main streets, you know, making sure that entrepreneurs have the support of not only the community but the city. So it's really important that we're here on opening day for 3 new shops in the South Side.
Audio courtesy of KDKA Television. O'Connor says it's important for the city to make sure there are opportunities for small businesses to flourish. KDKA Radio News Time. We're coming up on 12:03. We have the AccuWeather forecast next.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer, and 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and intervals of sun this afternoon, high 58. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, though 51. Tomorrow, more clouds and sun, breezy and warmer, high 79. The record is 82, set at 1938. Expect a couple of strong to severe thunderstorms later in the afternoon and evening. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Nan Cohen Total Talk. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Here comes Peter Cottontail hopping down the bunny trail and all the way with this right now live and in living color. Nan Cohen, you can see stream live there. Let me finish. Or you can see the KDKRadio.com. Click on KDK Watch Metro, the window video screen. Marlene is here. Robert's going to call. We got bunnies everywhere. We got delicious chocolate succulent eggs. And you know, it's a long day when she's cracked open a 16-ounce Coca-Cola. You need the juice. I love Coca-Cola.
Did you see me? She was not paying any attention to me.
Listen, we just put her through to get set up.
We just had a mishap, but
you're lucky she didn't slap you across the face.
I was like, did you see that?
I do now.
Poor Marlene.
Yeah, it's been a rough morning.
Yeah, it's been
a little different.
Well, this is your season. You and Robert, you guys, this is when you're on fumes, but you still have weeks to go.
2 weeks, yes. Yeah. 2 weeks from today or tomorrow will be Easter. Yep, it's moving fast.
Hopefully that bunny will come and see me.
Hello, Nan.
I'm going to tell you that the whole problem today was the bunny didn't get in my car this morning.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I know.
We don't have... Oh, no. Okay.
Well, I have little bunnies, but that bunny, we were worried about it melting.
Yeah.
It got cold, and it got hot, and it got hot, and it got cold. And Robert said, well, Dan, you don't want that bunny melting in your car. So I have it at the house. So that's why this day was this day.
Okay.
And we're here at 12.
You know what? We're here to promote everything. Right. It's a little off day today.
I'll share my Coke.
Nah, you enjoy that.
Okay. All right. Hey, Robbie, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Yes.
We talked a lot yesterday?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
You know why I always know it's you because you have a private line.
I keep that number blocked, baby.
One of these days I'm going to pick it up thinking it's you and it'll be somebody really important.
Well, you have my private number that not everybody has, so that's how you know. But the other lines come up that way too. But he knows the bat phone line, so that's good. He can find me wherever. But we had a lot of interesting talk down there.
We did. I said hello, and an hour later you said, "Hey, have a good night."
No, you said, "I think I'm going to go to sleep," and that was it. But we were talking, Marlene, that we were actually talking about last night about how busy it must be down there at Dorothy's right now.
It's extremely busy, and we're very happy about that. The manufacturing is just making so many wonderful things, wonderful flavors and treats, and the people are coming in to get them. And we are still open for the next 2 weeks before Easter for you to come down and get what you need and want.
Open all day at Dorothy'sCandies.com because that's always on.
Absolutely. But our hours now are Monday through Friday, 10 to 5, and Saturday and Sunday, 10 to 4.
So I was playing pickleball.
Oh, fun.
And somebody came over to me on the court and said, I have a question for you. It's like, okay, let this be pickleball question. No, they wanted me to repeat all the flavors of the eggs that they hear on the commercials.
Why am I
KDKA.
not seeing that paper there?
And I'm like, I have it. It's in the. It's right there.
Okay.
But I'm like, got me.
Yeah.
I always go to my favorite eggs. This is the flavors that I eat all the
Everybody
time.
does that. Everybody knows. They walk in and they know right where to go, especially those famed eggs. They know what color foil is their favorite egg to buy. They don't even have to look at the paperwork.
They
love it.
My response, the best response is there's a flavor for you no matter what flavor you like.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
yeah.
Actually, then Marlene and I this week, we got down there later in the weekend. They had just finished up another couple rounds of the mallow egg, and of the famed egg.
Yes.
And I had taken a couple, and I ended up in a friend's kitchen, and we were just late at night. We were in a friend's kitchen, and we're both. They said, well, you were eating one of these earlier. And I said, well, the truth of the matter was, I know we both cried as I dropped that egg because I don't always eat the whole thing.
I was telling you to eat it.
Yeah. She's like, she goes, 5-second roll as the mallow had like stuff from people's shoes on it. And she wanted me to eat it. So that didn't work. But I did have one about 10 o'clock last night. We were standing there. We're like, this is just incredibly good to go to bed with. So yeah.
Oh, very good. Every egg there is delicious. And but the mallow is one of the favorites for the people.
Yeah, so there's tons of them down there right now. And of course the Carmelos, my Easter baskets, my goodie people that they know they're getting them. They've already been asking. And I was telling Robert, who is going to be joining us shortly.
Yay.
We're always intrigued by, will it be the Swiss chocolate? Will it be the dark chocolate? Will it be the white chocolate? Will it be the peanut butter chocolate? And he and I were in the store and major run in peanut butter. So the bunnies that you see here in the studio, they actually have those in solid peanut butter chocolate, not peanut butter in the middle like people think. It's peanut butter chocolate.
Solid.
Right.
Chocolate,
And
peanut
like
butter.
the white chocolate that you would see. And it's really interesting because Robert says after all these years, you just can't figure what's going to be the trend for that year. So he has them all.
That's right. And we do get everybody asking. People do call and want to know about each individual. Some are only dark. Some are only the peanut butter. We have a lot of white chocolate lovers. So you just have to have it available.
Yeah, and absolutely. And we're going to talk to Robert Gastel when he does call in. We're going to get talked about the molds and the classic molds that he has. And, I saw this tremendous run as I was cutting through manufacturing back to packing, back to making my way to you, of 2-pound eggs.
Yes, we do. We have some 2-pounders.
2-pound eggs.
Yes.
That's like double the delight. I don't remember seeing so many 2-pound eggs being ordered.
No, we get them. We get them every year, so it's wonderful.
Yeah, but there was like a lot of them.
Oh,
I was like, I was shocked.
Yeah.
And then I actually
That's like you said, you never know.
Well, and I actually spent some time watching the girls. I don't think I ever get tired of this. I'm not a fruit and nut egg person. Although I've tried them. It is not a bad egg. It's just I don't have that history to love them.
It is one of our most popular.
Like the classics, right? But I will tell you, the amazing thing is the process.
It's a big one.
When they talk about handmade and the layers and how they fold them and how they keep each layer going at a time. I mean, you can't talk to them. I mean, you just, they are so intense when they're making those, and their hands.
I love watching them do that. It's because they're laying in each piece of fruit too, to make sure you're getting that in an egg. They don't just dump it into the mix. They put the fruits, each piece, and the nut goes. They just line the whole thing they're making, and so when they cut it to roll it to make the egg, it's there. So, yeah, it's intriguing.
Yeah, for
the
sure.
process.
For sure. And I do want to let everybody know, because we were asked, there is sugar-free options available at Dorothy's for Easter.
Yes, not in the eggs, but we do have some other things going on.
Correct.
Mhm.
But the availability of the whether it's even the Dorothy's, just the regular stock items,
Right.
that you make for sugar-free is amazing, and it's all there and available.
Yes, we do have it.
For the people that asked, they had a product delay.
Right.
Some of the ingredients were on delay through Christmas, and all those people that left their name and numbers, I know that you did
Yes,
contact them
yes.
because they waited so long. And it was, like I said, I always talk about Robert in the fact that he doesn't compromise, and he doesn't want to try it. When you call to put an order in for something, they say, well, we can give you this to try.
No.
Did you hear how quick she said that? No, he's not going to do that.
The people love their taste. They're not going to go and accept something different. When they're ordering, they know what's coming.
Yeah,
and they're very gracious. They will wait. They do wait.
And again, those are the things that are beyond his control, but he
Right.
always seems to take care of that
Right. We do.
in his Robert Castell kind of way. And so he delivers that quality product all the time. We had last week, Rob, I don't think you knew this, but we left here to go down to the store for the open house on Saturday, and guess what we found out?
What? Oh, yeah.
The electricity was out.
Oh.
It was that bad
Store
storm that got
closed.
everybody. So the store was closed all day Saturday.
But you know what people did?
They hopped online.
They were online. I went in. I went down to the store too, and I was in the parking lot unfortunately having to turn cars away because many came to the store for the open house and their power was on and they didn't know in our section it was off.
Yeah.
So we had to turn a lot of cars away. But Sunday I went in and the orders were there.
Yeah. So
it was wonderful.
But you didn't get to see us, but we were there Sunday, and we'll be there again this week. So, all right, you want to take a quick commercial break? I know we're going to get Robert on the line when we get back, so I look forward to talking to him.
All next on KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/radio.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, guess who's back with us on this edition of Nan Cohen's Total Talk as we salute the best, and that is Dorothy's Candy, a Pittsburgh tradition. Go.
What would Easter be without Dorothy's?
Sad.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
Don't even think about it.
So I know that Robert's going to be joining us.
Yes.
So he also knows that I am a mallow fiend, right? And so look, let me get these out before he comes on.
Oh, no.
This is in my purse. They're actually hiding in my
I thought you were going to dump your whole purse out of
no. So I'm going to confess that I have 3 mallows right here before he comes on. All 3 are mine. So
yeah, he watched you take them.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to share them with anybody, even if that Bartley comes in here afterwards. He's not getting a mallow from me. But I might negotiate something else with him, but he's not getting a mallow. So.
Okay.
All right. I can't tell you how great those are. But there's one thing that I did want to talk about, and there's one egg. And should we let Robert explain this egg?
Yeah,
sure.
Before we run out of time in this segment, let's
do
get him
that.
on
Is
the
he
air.
on?
Yeah.
He's here.
Let's do that. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Nan. You're welcome to the mallow egg, but don't touch my peanut butter egg.
We won't. We know where our territories are at. But I have to tell you, I do eat your peanut butter eggs now.
Oh, my.
So watch out. But my white egg, I actually pulled it out of my handbag, and there's 3 mallows in a white bag. So, and I will be eating them during this show. So I just had to let you know that. True confessions. Okay. So Robert, we don't get you all that often because you're so busy down there at the store. But what I do want to talk about is how you choose just a little bit of the molds that you pick every year for the season. You do it at Christmas, you do it at Easter. How do you decide which bunnies are going to be hopping in, which, other molds that you're going to choose? Do you have a discussion with them upstairs about what you're going to, it's your turn, it's not your turn, I used you last year, let's give you an airing? Well, how do you do that?
Well, I've always enjoyed the bunnies and the bunny molds, and we look at last year's sales, and that's pretty much what we guide, is our guideline. But I also have certain favorites too. For example, we have a tall bunny with a baby bunny on her shoulders. And I've always loved that one since I was a little kid because you can get your mouth around the head and ears, and it's easy to eat. I haven't eaten one in a while, but I'm thinking maybe I'll eat one this season.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I came out to the store Thursday. I was there, and you have that wall of big bunnies, and Mr. Wiggly. Right? He was there. He was gone.
Mm-hmm.
You can't keep those up long enough lately since we kicked off the Easter season. The big ones are really making their go-round to go home with people.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. I mean, those molds that are up there, those are all the classics that your mom was around. Those were her choices, correct?
Yes, those are all stainless steel molds, which that date back in our shop to the 1950s. So they're all old friends to me.
Yeah, they are unbelievable, and they're so defined in their design. I'm not talking about the difference of the different molds, but those definitely are a classic. So when we have to have this week, we're having a bunny eating contest down at the store. Did you know that?
Of course.
Let's just see what Marlene does to her bunny this year.
It's going to be different.
I think we could get Bob involved if we give him a peanut butter chocolate bunny.
That's his favorite.
Yeah, maybe he could do that. Yeah. So, Robert, when we talk about your eggs, and clearly we were talking before you got on about a 2-pound egg, but there's one egg in the 1 pound. You always have your classics there, but the one egg that I've never really asked you about, but it is so good, is the pecan caramel egg. Mm-hmm. Could you explain why you make this egg and why it isn't drenched in the chocolate?
Well, it's just been a popular egg. It was my mother loved to experiment with different things, and she came up with a caramel concoction with pecans around it, and it just lends itself. Actually, it's the only egg we have that isn't covered in chocolate.
It's amazing. It's a beautiful egg, I have to say. They're all beautiful in the box, but they're all covered. But I don't think people realize these are 100% whole pecans. You cannot see anything other than the pecans getting down
right.
to it.
That's right.
It's like a work of art when they put the caramel and those pecans. I mean, there's no baby pieces.
Think of making that. That's by hand. Every piece of caramel being put on.
I know. It's utterly amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at, we talk about it, and I know it's hard to see, but you can hop up on the stream, and we're Facebook Live, we're doing all that stuff. To see this egg, it's amazing that, where we talk about everything handmade, that's what you do best.
Well, that's the way we make all of our candy, by hand. Actually, my mother's pride and joy was the fruit and nut egg.
We were talking about that, and we're gonna. Rob, do you want to take a break, or do you want?
Yeah, let's take a break.
Robert, can you give us a little bit more time after the commercial break?
For you, Nan, of course.
Oh, thank you, because that fruit and nut egg, I'd love to get the history on it because it's an amazing process. So let's take a break.
Okay.
Always remember, Dorothy'sCandies.com is always on, and we are in the height of the Easter season. So let's take a break. We'll be right back.
We'll hop out and hop right back.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
For 50 years, Center for Victims has stood beside more than 1 million crime victims, providing supportive services and 24/7 crisis response across our community. Join them April 9th for their 50th anniversary gala, Lighting Candles in the Darkness, an inspiring evening of hope, healing, and resilience. Get ready for Pour the Park at South Park, a fundraiser for the Allegheny County Parks Foundation on Saturday, May 16th in South Park. Enjoy beer, cider, and spirit tastings, delicious food trucks, live entertainment by Z-Town Street Band, and fabulous raffle baskets. Plus, bring your family. Your kids will love the discovery activities with Coach Dave. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 49 degrees now at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. One woman is dead following a shooting in McKees Rocks. It happened around 8 o'clock Friday night. 20-year-old woman was shot in the head and was taken to the hospital where she later died. This happened on Singer Avenue. She's been identified as 20-year-old Maya Parker. Police say they have a suspect in custody. A 19-year-old man is in custody at this hour for that shooting. In Homestead, a man was shot in the leg on East 16th Avenue around 9:45 Friday night. He was taken to the hospital in stable condition. No suspect descriptions in that case. If you're headed near P.J. McCardle Roadway, it's closed until at least 5 o'clock today as crews are installing new permanent fencing along the roadway. You can take alternate routes such as Boggs Avenue if needed. And Pittsburgh Regional Transit says a part of the East Busway is closed temporarily due to a landslide. PRT says although no slide debris had reached the actual busway, area was closed out of an abundance of caution. Buses are now entering and exiting the busway at 26th Street and Strip District, about a mile from the entrance to the usual entrance of the busway downtown at Grant Street and Liberty Avenue. No word on how long that detour will be in place. KDKA Radio News time is 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
I'm feeling the taste of a chocolate-covered peanut butter egg, potato chip egg, caramel pecan egg. Oh, wait, maybe a fruit and nut egg. Now that I have your attention, hi, it's Nan Cohen for Dorothy's Candies. When it comes to the Easter holiday, it has to be Dorothy's. Visit the store in White Oak, shop online at dorothy'scandies.com, or call 412-678-2723. One bite and you'll know it's Dorothy's Candies. dorothy'scandies.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and some sunshine this afternoon, high 58. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, though 51. Clouds, some sun, breezy and warmer tomorrow, high 79. A couple of strong thunderstorms later in the afternoon and evening can produce damaging winds, hail, and even a tornado. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Nan Cohen Total Talk.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we're back. Robert's here, of course, Dorothy's. You know, it's funny, and I'm sure Robert will agree with me. Everything has become private equity, massive corporations, but the one thing people still want, and when it comes to Easter, they want Dorothy's candy, because that's because you got it right the first time when his mom started whipping up all these recipes. Corporate America has not been able to hurt this great brand because people know what good is all about. Right, Marlene?
That's absolutely right. And you know it's true because many people have left the area, but yet they call for their holidays.
Yeah.
And in between, they say they have to have their Dorothy's candies at Christmas, at Easter, and just whenever they feel like it. But these special holidays, they have to have it.
Well, and I think people don't realize when we say it's handmade, the process prevails. You're not going to get this out of a factory chocolate. It's not going to taste the same. It's not going to look the same. It's not going to feel the same.
No,
and he just doesn't compromise. I'm talking like he's not here.
He's here.
Robert's here.
You won't open you won't open your box and see everything the perfect square. You know, every piece of candy, like some others do. Everything is handmade, and it's made with love.
But the box is beautiful when you open it.
Yes.
But it's got the personality of the love and the caring that people put together these pieces. Because we were talking before we went to commercial break, the fruit and nut egg. I mean, Robert, when they start that process of the fruit and nut, you don't mess with your people there. When they're making them, they are making them. Leave them alone.
Well, it takes a lot of concentration, and Mom created a technique for making fruit and nut eggs, and that enabled us to put more fruit in it, more nuts in it, and that pineapple and cherries. I mean, that's what makes the egg. If you want a fruit and nut egg, I think ours are by far the best. People are always talking to me about secrets. I'm not a secretive person by nature, but the fruit and nut recipe is something that my mother guarded. So.
I agree. I think that the process is when you're eating it. I mean, I always do the one bite and you'll know, and I actually ate a mallow egg as we went to commercial. It was Rob has a kink neck, so I took care of that, but I had to have the energy of the mallow. But I'll tell you, I opened that mallow egg, and just to see the formation when we talk about the hand piece to it,
right?
I love the fact that there's not two the same. It to me, and building those eggs builds the tradition, because the people that come in and buy them, they remember them when their grandma had them, and it goes back to when Robert's mom was making them. And I can't speak enough of that. And I think Rob hit the home run when he came back to commercial break, and he said, this is what people want. They,
that's what I'm saying. They call from wherever they move to. They have many chocolate companies where they are, but they want Dorothy's.
And you talk about one word that I've learned over the years when we talk about Robert's mom is how she always wanted everything to be elegant. And so he's laughing because when you open that box, that deluxe assortment, the paper, the way the candy's put in there, it defines what elegant is. So we're still keeping up Mom's standards, correct?
Well, if you have a couple minutes, I'll give you a little bit of the background to that.
Absolutely.
My mother worked for a wealthy family in Mount Lebanon. The son later became our doctor, but she was still a teenager, and they had all this fine china and silverware and crystal, and she made 3 meals a day for them. And every dinner was, I forget how many courses, I think it was 7 courses. And she just fell in love with having the accoutrements to be able to create a visually stunning dinner, for example. And I think the proof of how successful she was is that Mr. Cameron wanted to set her up in a restaurant business. But something called World War II intervened, and she did her part for God and country as a plumber, believe it or not. So, but that's where she got this idea of elegance. And she wanted people to look at the chocolates, look at our products, and be impressed and put a smile on their face. That was part of it. The other part, of course, is when they bit into it, that smile that they usually have on their faces.
Well, I just had one racing over to the other side of the studio because it's we had a little bit of chaos getting into the studio today. But I'll tell you, one bite of Dorothy's chocolate, I'm done. I'm good. Everything's calm now. Everything's low. Marlene's sitting there just sucking all the conversation and thinking about which egg she's going to eat. No, she's the one that what did you tell us? Tell Robert you can't eat your eggs because you gave it up.
Oh, he knows. He knows. I get teased at the office, but he knows. There's a few of us there, but I've been doing it since I was a teenager. I can't break it.
So that means the day after, right?
No, the day. Well, it ends on Holy Thursday, but I wait till Easter Sunday.
Oh, so I was going to say we can do the bunny eating contest on after Thursday. But now
it's okay. I do that for my job. I hope Robert understands that I give it up.
Well, is that what you do to her every year, Robert?
I do it. I try to tempt her, but she's a good Catholic girl, and I don't think she sticks to it.
Well, we're so proud of her because and you know we announced, unfortunately we weren't able to get down there on Saturday due to the power outage, but we do want to thank everybody for coming in on Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, and we'll keep it going for it. And we're going to have our bunny eating contest later this week. But when we talk about Easter, I know that you like all the bunnies, but what is your favorite bunny?
Well, hands down, it was that tall bunny with a baby bunny on the shoulders of his mother, and your heartstrings are pulled a little bit by looking at him. But if you're a kid, he has a thin, narrow head and ears on him, and he's an easy, large bunny to eat.
But you can tackle him.
Yeah, you can tackle him, even if you're 6 or 7 years old.
And, you know, I often say to Marlene, when we're in the store and we have the pleasure of talking with customers and they're sharing their memories and so on and so forth. And I always say, Marlene and I will always look at each other and say, Dorothy, Robert's mom's proud of the tradition that you've kept going on for her, to the details of, you know, we talk about the boxes and the foils and the, you know, whichever the chocolate is. And, you know, the lines have expanded, obviously, since your mom was around. But I think she's always proud of you.
I like to think so.
Yeah, she's always there when I see it. And I look around that store and the feel and the vibe, let alone the stories that we get of whether they're talking about where the store used to be to where it is today. They carry those memories. And, you know, Mar does a tremendous job because she has these constant people that call every holiday with their orders. And they always have the story for her, and her ears are always listening. And, you know, Robert, we can't thank you enough. I know you're busy. I was glad that we could get you out. 7 is a little bit early for him in the morning because he's busy with the store, tempering and doing all the chocolate stuff, so he wasn't available. But, Robert, we thank you for spending a little bit of time with us today, and we'll see you later at the store.
And thank you all. Have a great day.
Thanks, Robert.
All right, there he goes. We got about a minute to the break. So what's on your mind besides, I know what's on your mind.
What's on my mind, Rob?
Candy.
All about it today.
Mallow.
And no, well, maybe.
Or Carmelo. It'll have
I don't know. They're all around me. Yeah. But I'm eyeing up one of those bunnies. I don't think I've had a bunny, but I do want to talk about...
Well, we're going to have our bunny.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the pretzels. When we come back, we're going to fill that last segment with a little bit of happiness with Dorothy's. So how are we going to stuff those Easter baskets?
All right.
All right.
We got a lot to put in.
One more break, and then we wrap it up with Nan talking candy. But not just any candy, Dorothy's Candies on KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
You shouldn't go anywhere without Sniper. Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value Hardware.
Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all those germs, bacteria, viruses, mold, everything, Larry. Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant. You need it for your home, your office, your car, everywhere. Let's get those germs killed now.
Simply spray and walk away. Available at participating True Value Hardware stores or online at disinfectwithsniper.com.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Are you struggling with hearing loss? Do friends and family complain that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to repeat themselves? If you want to hear clearly again, but don't want a bulky hearing aid that makes you look old, you need to try Atom X by Audion Hearing. The Atom X is a life-changing breakthrough, precisely designed by top audio engineers, fits comfortably in your ear, is nearly invisible, and lets you adjust your sound so you can hear conversations clearly, at home, at dinner, or on the go. And right now, you can try the Atom X risk-free for 45 days. Call Audion Hearing now at 800-295-HEAR. That's HEAR for a 45-day risk-free home trial with free shipping and money-back guarantee. The Atom X is lightweight, rechargeable, practically invisible, and costs 90% less than prescription hearing aids. Don't miss out. Call 800-295-HEAR for complete details. That's 800-295-4327. Hearing for everyone. Audion Hearing.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Yeah, Peter Cottontail's a happy bunny rabbit because it's just about time to make a stop, Dorothy's, and then head on down the bunny trail. It's almost here. You know, I always loved Easter as a kid growing up because it was about food, and it's about candy, and it's about your faith, and it's just about family. And sadly, they're all gone. But the candy lives on.
Well, it's interesting because I was telling Marlene I got to watch some kids come in, and they actually sell the bunny straw to fill the baskets.
Right, the grass.
And I was watching a grandma with her grandchild, and they were picking the colors.
Yeah.
And she said to me, she said, my pleasure is not seeing them when the basket's made. My pleasure is watching them pick out what they want in their baskets.
Yeah, they do.
So they started with the colors.
Yes.
They were picking out all the straw, and just watching a child decide if they want this chocolate mold, this little hen, this little bulldog, this little duckling, to the big bunnies. I mean,
they run all over the store looking.
I tell you, sometimes it's good, as they always said, just sit and watch.
Yes.
And I really, truly enjoy it. Now, I do want to tell people that, you know, when I started at Dorothy's, working with everybody there, people would come in and they'd grab a bunny and they'd go. Today, they're coming in and grabbing 6 bunnies and they're going. So I always want to make sure, because I get upset when people come in and they have their heart set on their thing. Like I would tell you about those mallows and the Carmallow eggs. Call and put your order in. They'll have it ready for you. But I don't like when people come in and they have this expectation. And somebody told us they drove down from Altoona the other day. Somebody else really far away. And she said they didn't have it, which we took care of, and we got it to her.
I had one yesterday. A woman called. She had come in last week from Beaver, and we had run out of the fruit and nut, and now we had them. And so she put in a little order.
Yeah.
She said, can't drive back down, but I want to have these shipped to me.
Yeah.
So I did that yesterday.
There was a couple people from Ohio. But, when you want those things, and especially for the more popular favorites, we always have the favorites, but some of them seem to pop more than others at times.
Yes.
I would tell you, for those big eggs, put your orders in, because I saw somebody carry out a potato chip egg the other day. He carried out a dozen of them. He said, everybody's getting the same egg, and he walked out with a dozen of them. You just want to make sure, because it's the factory's there, but the factory's handmade, and people were busy.
Right.
And they're constantly making. I had somebody beg me for 2 mallows last Sunday.
Yeah, we had run out, but we've made more.
All right, it's time for me to give you all of the flavors of the small famed eggs at Dorothy's. And let's start with, we've got the Royal Almond Coconut Royale, Buttercream, Carmelo, Cherry Cream, Coconut Cream, Fruit and Nut, Fudge Cream, Fudge Nut, Jody Lee, Mallow, Maple Cream, Maple Nut, Orange Cream, Pop Prince, Peanut Butter, Pecan Mallow, Raspberry, Strawberry, Tin Roof, and Vanilla.
Wonderful flavors.
I did that all in one breath.
Yeah. And
That's good, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I also want to tell you that there is the dark assortment eggs are the dark assortment eggs are there. So not all the flavors in the dark, because dark's not as popular as the Swiss chocolate. But there's a whole section of the dark filled eggs as well. I don't have that on my list. But again, you'd look at those flavors. I mean, I've played with all of them, and each one I could say something about.
Oh, yeah.
But, everybody's got their favorites. So you have them. And I am now going to carry this with me. So when I play pickleball, I can pull out my list and do it, just like I did on the commercials for you guys. So I always say Dorothy'sCandies.com is always on. Put those orders in. You can pick your day. You can pick your time. We can get it shipped to you. You can stop down at the store and pick it up. But for those that came in looking for strawberries last Sunday, unfortunately, you're not going to get those at Easter, but I can tell you'll get those at Mother's Day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Mother's Day is going to be your next time to get them. But they thought, oh, well, it's a fruit. And I said, well, you're making good points with me, but I can't stop those people in the back.
Making those strawberries is a huge process, too, and we don't want to take away from everything we need at Easter.
I said, we can't stop it. But I said, but I can offer you a pizza. And she laughed. Because the chocolate pizza they're just gorgeous. I happened to stroll by those, and those were just great, designed all for Easter. You've got everything there that would make your Easter table.
We do.
Your dinner, your brunch. From the pretzels. We were talking about the pretzels. I was standing over there talking to a gentleman. He said, there's nowhere in the city that offers this variety of pretzels, down to the honey braided and the peanut butter flavors and the white and the dark. And he said the assortment that you offer them in and what you do with them. And then he walked over and he bought a pretzel tray.
Yes.
Yeah. So he said, I got to have every one of them. So we're very fortunate that is a display. And I always talk about those. What's your fan favorite for Easter, Mar? When you can eat it again?
You know what I really like? I like the pecan. What's that called? The pecan loaf. The log. I love the log.
Oh,
see,
really?
I love all of those chocolates there, but my favorite are the meltaways, the creamy not a cream, but it's a meltaway chocolate inside. I love that. And I'm a Swiss favorite, but I love our dark peppermint creams. Those are wonderful. I will eat those.
I honestly can tell you that there's something with the cream and what they do with the peppermint. And I've said this for years. Have one of those before you go to bed. And I do dark and that.
Well, peppermint's good for you. So.
And you sleep so much better. Just one of those. And I'm sure people can say, oh, you're sending your blood sugar out the wazoo and blah, blah, blah. I don't care.
But peppermint is good for you health-wise.
The peppermint in there
right.
is tremendous. And I should start practicing that before I go to
Do
bed.
it again.
Because I fall asleep and I wake up at 3:30 in the morning and I'm like, I don't want to eat it now. But that's going to be something I'm going to do moving forward.
There's so many good things.
Marlene and I are going to go back because the other day there were a ton of bunnies were on a tray. And Marlene and I crossed paths and I said, Mar, the bunnies are talking. And they were.
Love to have games like that.
They were talking, right?
Right.
I absolutely felt them talking. So what else can we tell them? The hours for the store.
We are Monday through Friday, 10 to 5 p.m., Saturday and Sunday, 10 to 4. And, of course, we will be closed on Easter Sunday coming up. And then, you can sit there and enjoy and eat your candies, and when that's gone, come on back in and get some more.
I'm going to be putting my bunny back in the car. You got good weather? Is it too hot?
Yeah.
I miss my little guy because, I seatbelt him in.
Yeah, make sure he's out of there tomorrow. It's 77 here.
See this? What's up with this weather, Rob?
Right. 50s, I think, today or something. Tomorrow, 77.
Play pickleball and I can't take my buddy with me?
Did you know how many times I've taken that cart out of my car because the temperature got so warm?
This is what we got to do.
Yeah.
But I miss my little buddy during Easter season.
Yeah, we make it happen.
I saw some of the hand-painted pieces, too, that were up on the wall. The hens, and oh my gosh.
You know, you mentioned it. We're selling. I know we're selling so many larger bunnies.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I've been there 15 years. I'm surprised.
I came in and I was looking at Rowdy.
Yes.
I left to look at him again. I wanted to get a quick picture of him.
Rowdy Cowboy.
He was gone. Yeah, he's got a story to himself. But the Rowdy the Cowboy. He was, and of course she said, I've got another one coming up.
Yeah.
But and I actually thought it was funny because something that was so simple, and I think you brought one, was the little egg tray.
I do. I have that.
I saw this woman, and you know what she was doing with those, Marlene?
It's way on the other side.
She'd bought 16 of them. And do you know what she's doing?
What's that?
She's putting this little egg tray that they do. They're white chocolate. They look like deviled eggs, and they put the little foil eggs in them.
Right.
But it's amazing to me because she was setting one at everybody's for their appetizer.
There you go.
On the table.
And it's all chocolate. It really looks like a real deviled egg.
All right, we got to roll.
It's all white chocolate.
We're going to roll on out of here. Back down to Dorothy's we go.
Yes.
Dorothy'sCandies.com is always on. And Rob, all I got to say to you is, one bite and you'll know.
Let's give the phone number, 412-678-2723.
It's Dorothy's Candies.
All right, guys, great job. So hop into Dorothy's and get the real deal for the season and start your own tradition if you haven't already. All right, listen, that'll do it for me for today, but we'll be back before you know it, bright and early tomorrow morning. In the meantime, enjoy the rest of your day, enjoy the sunshine, and stay with us at KDKA all day long.
The proceeding was paid for by Nanco and Total Talk. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30, only on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we celebrate 35 years of the Extra Mile Foundation. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos in the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 50 degrees Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A woman was shot and killed in McKees Rocks Friday night. It happened around 8 o'clock on Singer Avenue. A woman was found with a gunshot wound to the head. She later died at the hospital. She's been identified as 20-year-old Maya Parker. Police say they do have a suspect, a 19-year-old male, in custody at this time. Second shooting, Allegheny County Police are investigating, happened in Homestead Friday night around 9:45. Happened on East 16th Avenue, where a man was found with a gunshot wound to the leg. He was transported to the hospital in stable condition. No suspect descriptions as of yet. CBS News correspondent Charlie D'Agata has the latest on the war in Iran, now into its fourth week.
In 3 weeks of fighting, officials say there have been more than 8,000 combat flights, roughly 7,800 targets hit, including 120 Iranian vessels. But that hasn't deterred Iran from launching a wave of attacks on energy infrastructure across Gulf states, targeting oil refineries and gas facilities, leaving countries worldwide facing rising prices and the prospect of having to reduce consumption.
If you're traveling near P.J. McCarter Roadway, it's closed until 5 o'clock today as city contractors install new permanent fencing. You can take an alternate route such as Boggs Avenue. Be closed again until 5 o'clock this afternoon, the P.J. McCarter Roadway. On the South Side Friday afternoon, 3 new restaurants were welcomed to the neighborhood by Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Welcome to the South Side. There was a ribbon cutting for La Dolce Vita and Teocalli Restaurant and Bar. That's both on East Carson Street. And Bedford House PGH on South 12th Street. They'll each bring a unique offering and draw in a diverse audience to the area.
It's exciting. 3 new businesses opening on Carson Street. You know, this is such a great momentum for the South Side, small businesses, main streets, you know, making sure that entrepreneurs have the support of not only the community but the city. So it's really important that we're here on opening day for 3 new shops in the South Side.
Audio courtesy of KDKA TV. O'Connor says it's important for the city to make sure there are opportunities for small businesses to flourish. KDKA Radio News Time, it's 1:02. The Yaki weather forecast next.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.